Welcome to day 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft, Steelers fans. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and you are watching Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, presented by Prize Picks. And tonight, we are alone. No Commanders audience with us tonight. It's just us here enjoying some Steelers draft content. And, of course, the Pittsburgh Steelers have a bunch of stuff coming up for us here this evening. There are rumors that the Steelers could be trading up for a top receiver. Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard still on the board. Could we see the con artist move up for a wide receiver after this team unfortunately lost out on the opportunity to take Mekhi Lemon at number 21, with the Eagles trading up to number 20. Of course, the Steelers then pivoted to take Max Iheanachor, the offensive tackle out of Arizona State. So today, 4 picks, lots of opportunity to make this football team better. We're going to be talking about the top prospects that are still available for the Pittsburgh Steelers to consider. We're going to be talking about the possibility of a trade up here in our hour-long pregame coverage here, where the second round of the NFL Draft is getting ready to kick off in just under an hour now. So make sure you guys get the party started for me down there in the comment section by spamming those me's if you've liked the stream for a shout out. We got over 250 people already watching live, but we only have 31 likes. I need you guys to kick this party started off right. We need to get to 100 likes right off the bat here, guys. So type those me's if you've clicked that thumbs up icon. I want to get to 100 likes here before we get into any discussion about a trade-up or any discussion about, who the best players available are. So if you are one of the 257 people watching right now, spam those me's. Click that thumbs up icon. We've got Bradley. We've got Voxy. We got Michael. We got Christopher. We got Fluffy. We've got Gen05. We've got Fowler. We've got King. We've got my lovely fiance Cassie Vogt. We've got Kevin Reed. We've got Michael. We've got David. Electric Divergent. Eugene Payne is here. Robert Locke is here. Czar Craig is here. We got Matthew. We got Pez. We've got Slumpy. We've got Steven. We got Christopher, Devone. We got a great crew of Steelers fans ready to get things going. We're at 91 likes, guys. So as we're getting more and more people in this chat room, can we get to 100 likes here? I would greatly appreciate it if we can kick off our show here with triple-digit likes to get this Day 2 stream off on the right foot. We have 5 more to go. I tell you what, if we can get 5 more likes, I'll give away a free raffle entry here after our first sponsor read here. And there it is. We're over 100. Thank you guys so much for getting us started here today, guys. Now, coming up on today's pregame coverage of the NFL Draft, Day 2, we've got tonight's raffle info coming up here in just a second. Also, we'll recap last night's picks, all 32 picks in the first round of the 2026 NFL Draft. And then, of course, we'll take a look ahead to Day 2 here, what the Pittsburgh Steelers could be doing. Could we see a trade-up? What are the potential positions that the Steelers could be targeting here with their 4 draft picks this evening? We're going to get into all that here in just a second, but first, let's tell you about our presenting sponsor here today at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You guys can take a look here at my latest Prize Picks projection here. Put in $5 to potentially get me $23.75. This is a power play, meaning I have to get all 3 of these correct. So I took the more on turnovers for Kevin Durant, took the more on double-double there for LeBron James, and I'm taking the more on points for Luke Kennard. One thing that I love about the new social feeds feature on Prize Picks is that you guys can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click, and you can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live show. All right, man. So we are just under an hour away from the NFL Draft reopening. After last night's round 1 action. And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here this evening, guys. Obviously, the Steelers have 4 picks. And when you have 4 picks and you have 2 in the 4th and you've got all these picks, you still have 11 picks left. there's a lot of great opportunity to move up in the NFL draft here and go get a guy that you really want to go get. Of course, last night you took care of the need at offensive tackle with Iheanachor, and I think that the plan is probably to go with Troy Fautanu at left tackle, Iheanachor at right tackle. I think that that's going to be your starting tackle duo here. The Steelers hope for the next decade here in Pittsburgh, and I think that you could still say there might be a little bit of a need at guard depending on how much the Steelers believe Brock Hoffman can play this year. Maybe they really like Spencer Anderson as well. Zach Frazier, the center, and Mason McCormick had breakout seasons last year. Obviously, Frazier played well in his rookie season as well, but now I think Pittsburgh has the freedom to turn their attention to wide receiver. Denzel Boston's still available, somebody that the Steelers have shown a ton of interest in throughout this process. Also, Jeremy Bernard from Alabama, another guy that the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in. I would think the Steelers will push pretty heavily here to get one of those two receivers here by the end of the night. And, of course, you guys can help support the show here by super chatting to get your question or comment on screen right next to me and Ponzi here. If throughout the night you have any question that you want to ask about Iheanachor and that pick, about what the Steelers are going to do tonight, about any of the receiver prospects we could see go tonight, any of the team needs that the Steelers have, I'm happy to answer any and all questions down there in the comment section. So get those super chats in. We got a couple of raffle items today, guys, so if you want to get in on the raffles today, it's $10 to get in on the raffle. $20 gets you 3 tickets, and we got the pickle juice again. Got a fresh jar of pickle juice here after last night. So $20 is the price to do pickle shots, $50, 10 tickets. I have to do a pickle shot as well, and we make it rain for you. And then every $100 we make on tonight's stream. We are banging the Steelers Talk gong, all right? So greatly appreciate your guys' support. You might be asking at home, though, Jack, what do we have for the raffles tonight? Well, we've got a channel T-shirt if we can get to $250 in donations. And by the way, it doesn't we're showing the channel logo T-shirt on there, but it can be any of the T-shirts that we have on our website. The Pittman T-shirt, the Married Into This collection, any of the T-shirts that we have available on the Steelers Talk website. If you guys win that raffle item, you can pick a T-shirt on our merch site of your choosing. But then if we can get to $500 in donations, not only will we give away a channel T-shirt, but we will also be giving away a Steelers jersey of the choosing of the person. Now, I'm guessing Steelers probably going to take a receiver today. Might be a good idea to go get that rookie player's jersey here. Okay, so $500 we can give away a Steelers jersey today. $250 in donations. We'll be giving away a channel logo T-shirt or any of the T-shirts we have up on our website. And if you guys want to double your raffle entries here today, you guys can send in your donation to Venmo or PayPal. I actually just got a $20 Venmo that we'll cover here in just a second. You guys can follow me on Venmo at Jack-Sperry or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. The reason why we give you double the raffle entries when you Venmo or PayPal is because we get to keep more of the proceeds, right? YouTube and Apple take a 40% cut combined of every single super chat you send in. But with Venmo and PayPal, we get to keep more of those proceeds, and more of your donation dollars actually go to us. So if you guys want to double your raffle tickets and you want more of your donation dollars to go back to us here at Steelers Talk, at Jack-Sperry on Venmo or at Captain Jack Rabbit on PayPal. And we actually have Steelers Talk logo hats for sale here, $25 Venmo or PayPal donation. You guys can get a Steelers Talk hat and join Hat Club here on Steelers Talk. Now, if you're already a member of Hat Club, you already have a Steelers Talk hat, you can donate an infinite number of hats to other people. So last year, I think it was Hat Guy LTs, donated like 5 at least hats to people. And back then, they were $100 because we had a limited supply. Now they're $25. So if you guys want to give away a hat to somebody that you think is deserving in the chat, you are more than free to send in a $25 donation or more via Venmo or PayPal and get yours today. Also, guys, if you want a free raffle entry, we certainly understand if not everybody has the means to, donate to a YouTube show. But if you want a chance to win either of our raffles tonight, all you have to do is give me a follow on X at Jack_Sperry. I'm going to make a note here of the last person to follow me. All right, got it. So throughout the night here, before we do our raffle, I will check my followers. I will put everybody's name in there. That's a new follower here tonight on my list here. So at Jack-Sperry on X, if you give me a follow, you get a free raffle entry, okay? And I'll also want you guys to help out the show, okay? So at Jack-Sperry on X, giving shout-outs to everyone who follows here within the next 3 minutes, okay? So once we get to this countdown clock, 45 minutes. Once it gets down to 45 minutes, I'll be giving shout-outs to everybody that gives me a follow here in the next 3 minutes. So let's get to some let's get to some Venmos here while we wait for the countdown clock to get to 45. We'll start with Robert Locke, who came in with a $20 Venmo here. So big shout-out to him. So that's our first pickle juice shot. Let me take the lid off here. First pickle juice shot of the night. That is double the raffle entry, so that's 6 raffle entries for my man Robert Locke here. And he says, does Cassie agree she will cry first at the wedding? I don't know. You have to ask her. I think she'll be the first one to cry, but, I mean, I don't know, man. It's very important to me to not see her in her dress before the ceremony. I kind of want to have that moment of seeing her for the first time when I'm up there, and that might be an overwhelming moment for me, but who knows. Appreciate the 20 there, Rob. And then we've got a $5 Venmo here from Ryan. And he says, if the Steelers pick Carson Beck tonight, I may jump off my balcony. Yeah, we got a studio window right here. You guys can't see it, but there's a big studio window here. And if we take Carson Beck tonight, let alone we trade up for Carson Beck, I mean, I'm sorry, Cassie. You might have to find a new fiance here. Like, I might be jumping out that window tonight. Like, that is how much I do not want Carson Beck. Okay, guys? Like, that would be absolute nightmare fuel for me. What's that? That was from Ryan. $5 from Ryan. Shuri, you can just put Ryan. So shout out to Ryan for the $5 Venmo. Ryan, if you put in another 5, I'll put you into the raffle here. You get 2 raffle entries if you put in another $5 Venmo here, my friend. So appreciate the 2 Venmos there. And continuing on here with Carson Beck as we await, getting to 45 minutes here where I'm giving shout-outs. Again, guys, follow me at Jack_Sperry. I'm going to be putting out my quarterback rankings for this year's NFL season here in the coming weeks. Daily Steelers news and rumors coverage. I put out my instant reaction to all Steelers news and rumors stuff on my X before I actually put videos up here on YouTube. So if you guys want to get my takes on everything involving Steelers, you guys can give me a follow at Jack_Sperry. But just to kind of put a bow on the Carson Beck situation, guys, I'd be fine if they spent, a 4th-round pick, I guess, on him. But really, the range for me that I would actually be like happy with the pick is like round 5, round 6, get him at a similar value to you got Will Howard last year, because I don't see a whole lot of upside with Carson Beck. He's got a pretty strong arm, I guess. He's got big hands. He's a big-bodied guy, can mentally process defenses somewhat, but like the accuracy misses are tough for me. The lack of ability to show up in the biggest of moments. In the SEC playing against legitimate defenses when he was at Georgia. He had to go to Miami where he had a much easier schedule. Now, obviously, they had a pretty decent run in the playoffs there, but I just think that was a very RPO screen, college-y style offense. I don't think Carson Beck is a starting-level quarterback in this league. I would rather go get Garrett Nussmeier tonight if you're going to go get a quarterback. I would rather go get Drew Aller at pick 99, or even better, get him in round 4 if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and have him sit and develop, because he's got legitimate starter-level upside, in my opinion. So last call here for following me on X at Jack_Sperry. And now that we get to our marker there, shout out to Steve Burns, Zap, Tegan, Kale Smalley, Parlay Prince, Kareem, Yapping Yinzer, Jordan Latour, Sergio, Luke, Boston, and Bigfoot for Sale. Thank you guys so much for giving me a follow here and supporting me on my social media. Hopefully you guys enjoy the content that I put out on there. All right, so now that we are less than 3/4 of an hour away from the start of round 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft, if you guys want another free raffle entry, everyone who reposts my pinned tweet tonight on my X account that you guys just followed will get a free raffle entry. So if you gave me a follow, you guys are getting automatically a free raffle entry tonight. If you want another free raffle entry, or if you already follow me on X, this is your opportunity to get your free raffle entry. So if you don't know what my pinned tweet means that it's the top post on my account. So go to my account at Jack_Sperry, and then repost and like and do all that different stuff to that pinned tweet. If you do so, you're going to get a free raffle entry tonight. Greatly appreciate your guys' support. All right, and some other ways to help out the channel, because listen, man, super chats are great, and we definitely appreciate all the financial support that you guys provide for us here. But we also understand that not everybody has the means to donate money to a YouTube channel. So there's other ways to help out the channel, guys. Click that subscribe button. That really helps us out. Clicking that thumbs up icon helps the YouTube algorithm and getting more Steelers fans in this chat room. And again, if you want free raffle entries, you can follow me on X at Jack_Sperry, or share today's stream on X as well. Okay, so those are the 4 ways to help out the show for free. But of course, if you want to super chat and get a question or a comment on screen, we can absolutely get that done as well. Okay, man. What is that, Ponzi? Okay, cool. Just give us a second here. Ponzi's trying to figure something out here real quick here, ladies and gentlemen. But if you got questions, we're going to catch up on some super chat questions. A lot of questions have already been coming in. We're going to catch up on all of them here before the Steelers and the rest of the NFL is on the clock here in about 40 minutes or so. What are you trying to figure out here? Push what? Oh, okay. All right. So we have a certain collection here at Chat Sports, guys, and we pushed it close to Valentine's Day. But guess what? Mother's Day is coming up here in just a few short weeks. And if you haven't gotten your mother something, if you haven't gotten your special someone something, this is something that you guys can get for your special someone here for Mother's Day that I think they would absolutely love, especially if they didn't grow up a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, and then, your mom married your dad and had to become a Steelers fan, or your wife married you and she had to become a Steelers fan. I think that this is the perfect piece for you guys. This is our Married Into This collection. This was actually our first piece of merch that we put up on our website. Now we have multiple pieces, but Married Into This merch for today only is 25% off at chatsports.com/married. So if you guys want to get something 25% off here at a great price for either your mom or your special someone here, you guys can get 25% off chatsports.com/ST merch. You can get either color, the black or the white, when it comes to the unisex crew neck sweatshirt. And then you've got the women's only t-shirt that's available as well on the website. So if you want to get one of these pieces, I greatly appreciate your guys' support. Every single piece in our Married Into This collection is 25% off at chatsports.com/married if you guys want to take advantage of this deal here today. And then we also have another deal for the rest of our collection here, guys. If you guys spend $59 or more, what's that? 49? What did I say? Oh, I said 59. If you guys spend $49 or more on our website, you guys can get $10 off your order. And that includes everything on our website, chatsports.com/merch. So we got Pittman t-shirts. We've got Steelers Talk logo t-shirts. We've got the Married Into This collection. If you spend $49 or more, you guys get $10 off your order, okay? So if you're not somebody that wants to get the Married Into This stuff, you want something else, if you spend $49 on our website today, you're going to get a $10 off discount at checkout. So chatsports.com/ST merch to make it happen today, and that's everything from the F the Ravens t-shirts to the Pittman t-shirts to the Married Into This collection, channel logo t-shirts. We got a lot of options up on our website, guys. So if you want to help support the channel, if you guys spend $49 today, get $10 off your order, chatsports.com/ST merch to add some nice pieces here of Steelers apparel to your collection, and you guys can help support the channel as well. Okay. Super chat time. First one coming in from Despain. says, do you think Omar will redeem himself tonight? I sure hope so, man, because, yes, last night was embarrassing. I mean, everyone is laughing at the Pittsburgh Steelers today. I woke up today, and that video of Makai Lemon on the phone with the Steelers, and then all of a sudden his agent is running in, giving him a different phone, saying the Eagles are trading up for you, get on stage right now. Like, it was embarrassing, right? Because the Pittsburgh Steelers, what they like to do is they like to call the players that they're planning on taking before they're officially on the clock, which, of course, is not a very good strategy because there's the opportunity for, the team that's currently on the clock to take the player that you're calling, or another team to come up and trade up for the player that you're currently planning on taking. That's exactly what happened. And there was a report today from a Cowboys reporter, Nick Harris, and he said that there was people inside the Cowboys organization that got wind that the Steelers were planning on taking Makai Lemon. And that makes sense, Ponzi, because they've got connections to probably Mike McCarthy and, the number of coaches that used to coach for the Cowboys. Somebody leaked the information to somebody in the Cowboys organization that the Steelers were planning on taking Makai Lemon at 21. And then when they got word of that, the Cowboys essentially called the Eagles and said, hey, we know you want a receiver. The Steelers are planning on taking Makai Lemon at 21. If you want him, you can offer us two fourth-round picks, and we'll move down to your spot. And I think that's exactly what happened. And, it seems like the Dallas Cowboys completely swindled the Pittsburgh Steelers and Omar Khan. But tonight, you have an opportunity to get a really good receiver, right? Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard in particular are the two guys I've got my eye on early on in the NFL draft here on day 2. But there's other good options out there as well. Safety, if they can land a really good future starting safety, that'd be terrific. If you can add to the depth of the defensive line tonight, maybe if you get a decent quarterback prospect later in round 3, that would be something I have an open mind to, right? So there's definitely an opportunity for Omar to turn this thing around. Now, I don't think the Iheanachor pick is absolutely god-awful. There's reasons to like the pick. He's already pretty good. He's got really good feet, honestly, and his athleticism is off the charts. And he's got maybe the highest upside out of any tackle in this class. All right, maybe outside. I mean, there's a grouping of J.C. Latham and Monroe Freeling and Iheanachor who are perfectly built for the position and all that different stuff. But I would say Iheanachor's not a perfect prospect, and he's not necessarily super polished either. There's a reason why he was one of the last tackles taken. He needs a lot of work with his hand placement. He doesn't have very accurate punches, and he allows people to get into his chest and drive him backwards at times. So he's going to have to do a good job, taking to the coaching that James Campen and Jari Evans is going to give to him. And, he's already begun that process. And he hasn't played football for very long, guys. He's only played football for 5 years in his entire life, so he's still learning. You're hoping that after, a good offseason with James Campen and Jari Evans, that this is somebody that might be able to compete for a starting job and help contribute right away. And then I also think, Ponzi, this pick with Iheanachor, part of the rationale was looking ahead to the future, because next year there's the potential that the Steelers are going to want to draft a quarterback in round 1. But Dylan Cook and Broderick Jones are both in contract years, and I would say it's unlikely that either one of them is going to get a long-term contract after this year. So by getting a first-round tackle here, you really solidify your tackle duo of the future in Troy Fautanu and Iheanachor here. And, you don't have to play Iheanachor right away necessarily, but you spent the first-round pick on him, so if he can play, I'm guessing he will. Guess we'll just have to see how everything kind of develops here, throughout the offseason process. But, hey, if you get Iheanachor, and you add another really good, young, high-upside offensive lineman to this group that already includes Troy Fautanu, who's awesome and very versatile, and Zach Frazier, who's one of the best centers in football, and Mason McCormick, who had a breakout season last year. And who knows, they might even take another guard in the NFL draft this year to really complete this group. I mean, that's an offensive line that is not only going to work for Aaron Rodgers, who's a non-mobile quarterback, but also it's going to be a great situation for a young quarterback to be injected into, whether that's Will Howard or Drew Aller or Garrett Nussmeier or Carson Beck or a quarterback next year, right? When you eventually do go to the younger option, they're going to have a good offensive line in front of them. Hopefully that means they're going to have a good run game to help support them, all that different stuff. So if they can get Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard tonight, I think that's actually a pretty decent start for the Pittsburgh Steelers in the NFL draft this year, but we're just going to have to see what Omar Khan has in store for us here tonight, and hopefully, like you said, we can use these 4 picks to our advantage and make this football team better. We got a $10 Venmo here from Jason Ballack. And he says, any chance we draft one of the guards left and then pick best receiver in round 3? Well, actually, I put out a video earlier today breaking down my updated mock draft. And honestly, like if Emmanuel Pregnon is available and there's an opportunity to go get him, he is a plug-and-play starting left guard in this league immediately. So, like, theoretically, you could draft him in round 2, and then guys like Elijah Surratt, Skylar Bell, Deion Burke, some of these other guys, Zachariah Branch perhaps is going to be falling to round 3 to pick number 76, and you could address receiver there. Now, based on the reporting that's out there, it sounds like the Steelers are trying to move up for a receiver tonight. We'll see if that ends up coming to fruition, but I don't think the Steelers are necessarily ruling out taking a guard tonight. I think it kind of depends on how they view Brock Hoffman. We'll see how they feel about him. He's only 26 years old, so maybe they do view Brock Hoffman as a legitimate starting left guard. I don't know. It kind of depends on how they feel about him, but if Emmanuel Pregnon's there, I would definitely think about it, man, because that's another really good young offensive lineman you're adding to the group. And if you add him, you've got Troy Fautano at left tackle, Emmanuel Pregnon at left guard, Zach Frazier at center, Mason McCormick at right guard, and then Max Iheanachor is eventually taking over at right tackle. That's a really good, really young, and really talented offensive line for any quarterback to play behind and any running back to run behind. So, plain simply, guys, good trench play is a non-negotiable in the AFC North. You got to have good trench play to win in this division. The Steelers understand that, and Omar Khan is a sucker for good trench players, man. So I would have gone in a different direction yesterday. I would have taken Omar Cooper Jr. at 21, who's unfortunately no longer available as we head into day 2. But if you land Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard, those two guys can work. With DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. in this starting rotation at receiver. $2 from James Smith says trade up for guard or wide receiver. Depends on the guard and depends on the receiver. The players that I would be willing to trade up for tonight, Emmanuel Pregnon is probably the only guard left that I'd be willing to trade up for now that Kalen Rutledge went to the Houston Texans last night. And then with wide receiver, the two guys that I would think about trading up for are Jeremy Bernard and Denzel Boston. Those are the two guys I would think about moving up for here. So only 3 players, honestly, at this point, I'm really looking at as players I'd be willing to trade up for if I were the Steelers, but I guess we'll see what ends up happening here throughout the course of the evening. Now, our in-house draft analyst here, Tom Downey, has Chris Bell and Ted Hurst ranked above Jeremy Bernard. I disagree with that. Bernard is the number 7 wide receiver on my big board, just behind Casey Concepcion at 6. And, of course, Concepcion went to Cleveland last night. Chris Bell, I just don't think that he's at the level of route runner that Aaron Rodgers, in particular, requires. You need to be a professional route runner immediately. I don't see that on Chris Bell's film. Still has a lot to learn in terms of the route running nuance. And honestly, his skill set is very similar to DK Metcalf's, and I think his skill set's very redundant with DK's. And then Ted Hurst, he reminds people of George Pickens, like a Walmart version of George Pickens. But I think it's going to be a big transition going against the competition he played against in college at Georgia State. Versus the NFL. I think that press coverage in the league is going to be it's going to be something that wakes him up a bit. It's not going to be something that he's going to be necessarily ready for. I don't think he plays with great play strength. And honestly, I think he's overrated as a contested catch receiver as well. He's got some great highlights. He's really good after the catch, really smooth athlete, can make some really great highlight plays. kind of like George could, but I think he's going to have to take a year or two to really develop into what he could be, whereas the Steelers want somebody that can perform right now, and I think that's Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. So those are the two guys that I'm looking at right now at the wide receiver position, and then Emmanuel Pregnon is probably the guard. If they really want another offensive lineman, they want to complete this O-line for the future, Pregnon's probably the only guy left on the board I'd be willing to trade up for. $2 from Dillo says, let's start this draft off with a bang, getting EP. Talking about Emmanuel Pregnon. I would love getting Emmanuel Pregnon, just locking in this offensive line for the future with a bunch of great young talent that can just maul people up front. I would be fine with Emmanuel Pregnon in the second round as long as you still get a really good wide receiver in round 3. Like you got to make sure you get a good receiver that can be a legit wide receiver 3 in this league immediately tonight. $10 here from Misfit Trail Riders says, what do you think about wide receiver in the second round and maybe Jennings Dunker in the third? Listen, man, Dunker, there's some things to like about Dunker where he's very physically imposing, and I love his demeanor as a rusher, but he's on the ground a lot. The balance is not good with him. He's built more like a tackle. And there's a reason why we're talking about him not playing tackle, and it's because he sucks at tackle. So, if he sucks at tackle, is he really going to be that much better as a guard? I feel like people, when they see tackle prospects that aren't good, they just their first response is, "Oh, we'll just kick him in the guard, and he'll for sure be good as a guard." It's I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Now, he's got that ginger mullet, he's got the ginger mustache, he looks like a Pittsburgh Steeler. I don't know, man. I think that he would be a little bit risky. Maybe you take him in the third. I'd be fine with that value, and you have him compete with Brock Hoffman. But
something about him screams Steeler to me, though.
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
Dude, if he gets drafted, he will be a Steelers legend immediately just because of the vibes. But honestly, man, the football player I think is pretty volatile. $5 from Tegan Stewart says, unlikely scenario. But how would you feel about Pittsburgh getting an early second-round pick along with 53 to get Pregnon and Bernard? So, listen, man, you'd pretty much have to give up your first 2 third-round picks, 76 and 85, at the very least. You might even have to give up more than that to get an early second-round pick alongside 53. I think a team where it could make sense is Atlanta at 48, a team that doesn't have a lot of draft capital this year, might be looking to trade down and get more picks. Maybe you could trade 76 and 85 for 48, and maybe they would take that. I don't know. But yeah, if you can find a way to get Pregnon and Bernard, that would be the dream scenario in round 2 for me. Not likely, like you said, but that would be probably the dream scenario. $5 from Hot Rod 24. My man says, what's up, Sperry? I was lucky enough to go to the draft last night, and it was amazing. If only we didn't get absolutely effed by the Cowboys. Let's go wide receiver. Yeah, man, that was embarrassing, man. Pittsburgh as a city, the people there are just so good-hearted, and they just love football, and we've been waiting for this moment to host the draft for such a long time, and the Yinzers completely showed out last night. And to go through that, where Steelers fans had to watch Mekhi Lemon walk out on that stage and put on that Eagles hat and take photos with Goodell and with the Eagles jersey, and then you have Max Iheanachor at 21, and I'm not even trying to say Iheanachor's a god awful pick, but it's I don't know, man. It just felt underwhelming because the buildup of, oh my gosh, Mekhi Lemon is falling, he's gonna be a Steeler. And then we get to the point where he was so close to becoming a Steeler that he was on the phone with Omar Khan, and then we didn't get him. And then instead of pivoting to another really good wide receiver in Omar Cooper Jr., we take a tackle that might not be a good player in year 1. I understand the frustration, man. If you hate this pick, I get it. Last night, I was ripping Omar Khan for this pick. I think that there's things to like about the pick, but I certainly think there's a lot of things to not like about the pick as well. So it's not a great pick in my opinion. And I think there was a better option out there for this team. But I kind of understand where the Steelers were coming from, but still disappointing. $5 here for Black Wolf. Says, what's up, my Steelers Nation chat? Okay, let's move on from the lemon trade up. Who you see now, Jack, that is a Steeler receiver that we need tonight? I would love, if we're going to go receiver in round 2, the 2 guys that I would be targeting, and the 2 guys that the Steelers have been showing a lot of interest in are Denzel Boston and Jeremy Bernard. Okay, and Boston was a projected first-round pick, and he's still available, okay? And the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in him. I wouldn't have been surprised if Boston was the pick at 21 last night. So I think the Steelers really like him. And the thing I keep hearing about Denzel Boston is that he's a Michael Pittman Jr. clone because he's a bigger receiver and all these different things. But I think they're actually pretty different because Boston is more of a vertical threat. Like Boston, like the way I like to say it, Ponzi, is the farther the route is, the better he is as a route runner. Like if you're asking him to run a really short level quick game, like a whip route or an arrow route or something like that.
It's just not his game.
It's not his game. Now he can do it. He's had some good examples of it at his time in Washington, but what he's really good at is getting down the field and setting up defenders down the field. So 20-plus air yards down the field. So if you're wanting to get more vertical, if you want to see Aaron Rodgers throw the ball down the field more next year, Denzel Boston could be your guy because he is one of the best vertical separators in this class. Is he like the best? Is he the type of receiver that maybe Steelers fans envision as like that shiftier type of wide receiver that's smaller and all this different stuff? No, but if you get a guy like Denzel Boston, you've got 2 guys that are really good vertical threats in DK Metcalf and Denzel Boston. And if you play them on the outside, that forces defenses to play too high safety, which is going to open up the run game. And then when they do bring that second safety down, like, good luck covering these guys in single coverage because they're both big-bodied guys. Rodgers is going to be throwing up those 50-50 balls to these bigger receivers that are going to come down with those receptions. And then you can put Michael Pittman Jr., who's more of a short to intermediate, savvy, tough hands type of chain mover type in the slot. And by the way, Ponzi, I think I've been saying this for weeks. I think Pittman is a better slot receiver at this point in his career than he is an outside receiver. And I think he can make a very similar kind of career transition, kind of like Larry Fitzgerald did at the end of his career, like Adam Thielen did towards the end of his career, where he became more of a true slot receiver. And if you have those 3 as your starting wide receiver trio, you've got the most physically imposing trio in the league. Like Mike McCarthy says he wants to play bully ball and he wants to play with physicality. Just imagine an offense where you got DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., Denzel Boston, who is, by the way, an excellent run blocker, and then you got Darnell Washington blocking at tight end. And then you got Rico Dowdle, who's smashing in between the tackles. And you've got this really young, very talented, very physical offensive line. Like this could be, smash mouth Steelers football with a guy like Denzel Boston. So I know there's some people that really want a smaller, shiftier guy, and I'd be fine with that kind of receiver. But like the idea that Denzel Boston can't separate and, he's another Michael Pittman Jr. and all this different stuff. Honestly, I think the receiver that reminds me the most of Michael Pittman Jr. that could be available tonight is Elijah Surratt from Indiana. Because he's not really like a downfield threat outside of the back shoulder ball. Like he's not somebody that's going to set somebody up and separate vertically 20-plus yards down the field like Boston can. He's going to be more of a contested catch guy. But like Pittman, he's savvy underneath. He's good after the catch, quick feet for a guy of his size. With the back shoulder ability that Surratt has, I honestly wouldn't mind him in round 3 tonight. Obviously that would mean we have another Michael Pittman Jr. and maybe people don't want that.
2 Michael Pittman Jr.'s.
But with a guy like Aaron Rodgers, he loves throwing that back shoulder. He loves big receivers to throw to. James Jones was an amazing receiver in Green Bay where he loved throwing up that 50-50 ball to him. And if he had 3 of them, and DK brings a lot of speed, Roman Wilson can be like a smaller, shiftier slot changeup. I wouldn't hate it, man. There's multiple options the Steelers can go down tonight at receiver that I think would be really good options. And I think it starts with Denzel Boston, and I think that they could be working the phones right now to try and trade up to get Boston in their building.
Do you want to go to that report real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So this is a report about the 49ers. that the 49ers should consider very open to moving back and continuing to acquire draft capital at number 33. They're targeting several players and don't necessarily need to pick at 33 to land at one of them. And then Schultz followed up later saying the Browns, Steelers, Saints, and Dolphins are among the teams looking to move up and expect a strong wide receiver run well into the third round. I think, like, if you're the Steelers, you probably could get a guy at your round 2 selection. But is it your guy? So, like, that's the question that Omar Khan needs to be asking himself. If he says that, he wants to trade up for a guard.
I wouldn't be shocked at that.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they trade up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, a safety.
There is a new report from Schultz not too long ago, kind of following up from what Ricky, People's Insider, saying the Giants have engaged in trade talks. Kayvon Thibodeau.
Well, I mean, after bringing in Arvell Reese last night, like, you got to trade Kayvon Thibodeau. Like, it's a foregone conclusion at this point. So I think Thibodeau can definitely be got. And no, the Steelers should not trade for him.
No, we got too many.
Because that's the problem, is we have too many edge rushers. We definitely don't have a shortage of edge rusher talent at this point. But just to keep you guys updated here on what I believe the remaining team needs are for the Pittsburgh Steelers, I think that we need 2 more wide receivers. You can get one tonight and then one tomorrow. I don't think you have to get 2 receivers tonight. I keep seeing that take out there. With Pittman and DK on the team, under contract for the next 4 years, do you really think we need to get 2 day 2 receivers, especially when you already have Roman Wilson, who the team likes? Like, no, I think you should get a guy tonight. And I think you should get somebody on day 3. But, spending 2 of your 4 day 2 picks on receivers, I don't think is going to be something that happens. I still think the Steelers could go offensive guard, depending on how they feel about Spencer Anderson and Brock Hoffman. Maybe they love those guys, but I still think that's a position they could address. Safety is definitely a position I think that they will address at some point. Jaquan Brisker's on a 1-year contract. I think they want to bring somebody in to potentially take the free safety role of the future. And then, of course, defensive line. They've talked about Darrell Jackson Jr., definitely somebody to think about when we get to round 3. They've shown a lot of interest in Darrell Jackson Jr. throughout this process. Quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller are the 2 guys that I would be somewhat okay with the Steelers taking tonight, especially Nussmeier. But, honestly, with Aller, I'd be cool just wait until round 4. I think that, Aller and the Steelers, kind of a perfect match. Aller needs to sit and develop. The Steelers have, likely a starting quarterback that's going to be 43 years old and, one of the best, mentors at the quarterback position over the last several years. Just ask Will Howard. And, Aller can come here. He can sit and learn behind Rodgers. Mike McCarthy's known for developing quarterback talent. I think that Aller is a super talented player. There's no surrounding cast for him over the years at Penn State. Like, outside of Tyler Warren, he had some good running backs, but the perimeter weapons sucked. The coaching sucked. You could tell he was not coached at a high level from a footwork perspective at Penn State. I know we got some Penn State fans in the chat, but, I'm just being honest with what I saw in his film. But, you bring him in here and you give him a year to learn with Mike McCarthy in the building and behind Aaron Rodgers. I think Drew Aller, big body guy with a big arm, he could be the next Joe Flacco in the AFC North. I kind of think that is something that could happen. All right, guys, for the last 20 minutes, before we get going here on day 2 of the NFL Draft, what I want you guys to do, Ponzi's going to be putting a link down there in the live chat room right now. I want you guys to click that link where it's going to take you to a tweet from Prize Picks, our presenting sponsor, and we want to blow them up, all right, with a bunch of comments. We want to get in there, and I want you guys to spam Chat Sports in the Prize Picks tweet. And Ponzi, don't we have a special promotion with this that's tied to this as well? If you want to explain that.
So the special promotion is that we will be picking 2 people to get any item of their choice. If you're watching here, you assume you want a Steelers item from our shop under $50 from our merch store. So an item of any your choice, 2 people, and we're competing with everyone across Chat Sports who is live right now.
Yeah, Chat Sports, guys, so is what we want you guys to tweet on the tweet, is what we want you guys to comment on the tweet. So that link is down there in the comments section right now in the live chat room. I want you guys to go there, comment Chat Sports, and then 2 random people that are going to be decided by our CEO, James Yoder, and our merch guy, Arnold, are going to decide which 2 people are going to get a 50% off discount code for anything on the Chat Sports Steelers Talk website in terms of our merch, okay? So if you guys want a piece of our merch, 50% off, all you have to do is click that link, go to the Prize Picks tweet, and spam Chat Sports for your chance to get that 50% off discount code. All right. About 15 minutes to go here, Mr. Ponzi.
They'll win the item, not 50% off.
Oh, they'll just win the item.
Yes.
Okay, so no 50% off. You just get the item of your choosing. All right, so we're going to pick 2 people.
That will be our. We're competing with everyone under the pinned tweet that I have put in the chat.
So it's not just 2 people in our chat. It's 2 people across all the live shows. Okay. Okay. Well, for your chance to win, go to our link. It's in the live chat room. Put Chat Sports in the comment section of that tweet for your chance to win. There will be 2 people across all of our streams across the Chat Sports platform here on YouTube that are going to be getting something of their choosing from our merch shop. Okay, so make sure for your chance to win, you go do that. It's free to do so. It takes a little bit of your time here. I greatly appreciate your guys' support because we want to make a good impression on our presenting sponsor at Prize Picks. All right, so we've got about 15 minutes to go here. And we're doing this for the final 20 minutes?
I assume so.
Okay. Do we have a super chat here? We do. We can get to.
See.
Next question, and you can kind of go back and forth to keep it going, but I just want to read the questions here. I don't want to just be dead space. $2 here from Spencer. Says, what do you think of Chris Brazzell II? So I'm a little bit lower, I think, on Brazzell. Now, he's electric as an athlete, like great speed, like all these Tennessee receivers do and have. You know, he's got, honestly, really good route running ability and, like, the ability to stop and start and, you know, explode out of his cuts. Like, for a bigger receiver, he's a really impressive athlete. All right, but I think his hands are a little bit of an issue. Okay, I think that you see he had a big issue of drops at Tulane before he, kind of fixed them at Tennessee. But when you watch him on film, he's not like a natural catcher of the football. He double clutches the ball a lot. He catches the ball with his chest a lot. And, sometimes he makes catches where it's like he makes the catch, and if he makes a smooth transition, he can use that 4.3 speed of his to run away from somebody and make a big gain after the catch. But because he takes time and he really stops to catch the ball, like these defenders catch up to him, and he's honestly not a good yak threat at all right now. So he's going to have to learn how to be a more natural catcher of the football at the next level. And honestly, in contested catch situations, I don't think he was consistent at all. Now, if you watch a highlight film of Chris Brazzell, and not the film, the highlights are going to say, oh my gosh, crazy catch and contorting his body. And, this guy's the best receiver in the class, which is why a lot of people are really high on him. But I feel like if you actually sit down and watch all the film on Chris Brazzell, don't think he's a good run blocker, like, at all. He doesn't really, contribute much in that regard. Doesn't have a lot of play strength. He's a bit skinny. I know, ironic. I'm calling someone skinny here, but we're talking about somebody that wants to be a receiver in the National Football League. I don't know, man. Like, and I don't know if he's necessarily there with the technique as a route runner either. Like, I think he can get there, but also we just haven't seen him run like a full route tree at Tennessee. Like, it's a very limited route tree, and a lot of these Tennessee receivers don't work out in the NFL. So I think he's a pretty big risk. And honestly, I'm not sure if he's ready to be like a legit starting weapon in the league right away. I think that he would be somebody that maybe Rodgers wouldn't love because of the inconsistent hands, because of maybe the lack of route running nuance. I think he's probably a better fit elsewhere, and I think the Steelers are actually in agreement with me on that, Ponzi, because they haven't met with him at all throughout this process. No combine formal meeting. When they met with like 20 receivers, they didn't meet with him, and then no top 30 visit. So I'm not sure if Chris Brazzell is really on their radar, if I'm being honest with you, because he's more.
So this promotion, by the way, will end in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So get your comments in on the latest Prize Picks tweet. comment Chat Sports.
Chat Sports for the next 2 minutes, and then our boss is going to be naming 2 random winners across all of our live streams, and we are live across a lot of different channels here at Chat Sports. So best of luck to you guys. Thank you so much for getting that engagement here on that Prize Picks
helping
tweet.
us out, and hopefully we help you out.
Yeah, hopefully you can get a nice piece of merch here for free from our merch store.
Although if you don't win,
you can just exactly. You can just purchase a piece for yourself here. Again, our merch store deal alert today is if you spend $49 or more, you get $10 off. Okay, so chatsports.com/STmerch. We've got F the Ravens t-shirts on there. We've got our Steelers Talk logo t-shirts. We've got Married Into This stuff. By the way, our Married Into This stuff is perfect for Mother's Day, which is coming up here in about, 2.5 weeks now?
Yes. Before we continue this, but I see James in Miami. You're commenting Chat Sports in our comments. It's got to be under that pinned tweet. It's the pinned tweet that I'm linking in the chat.
Yeah, so make sure you click the link in the chat and then comment Chat Sports in the comment section of that tweet, okay? All right. So again, guys, if you spend $49 on our merch here, you guys get $10 off. Chatsports.com/STmerch, and then our Married Into This collection particularly is 25% off here today. Chatsports.com/married is the link to go to for our Married Into This collection. Perfect for your mom. For Mother's Day, if she married into Steelers fandom, like if she wasn't a Steelers fan or not really a football fan before she married your dad, you guys can get her this piece. I think it's a fantastic addition for her wardrobe, especially for Steelers game days. And same thing goes for your special someone, your wife. You know, if she wasn't really a Steelers fan or a football fan before she married you, this is an awesome piece for her. I can tell you, man, these sweatshirts are super duper comfy, and I know that the t-shirts are as well. So again, that's chatsports.com/married if you want to get some merch from us here today. All right, next super chat. As we get to under 10 minutes before maybe the con artist is going to be giving us a new wide receiver here.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh, by the way, $5 Venmo from Mike Hoytink. You can just put Mike. Says, at this point, I think Omar is going to stick and pick with all 12 picks. He seems more interested in safe picks and being able to claim value than in making any splash picks and trading up. I disagree with this, Mike. I know I can understand why you feel this way because of yesterday, and you had the opportunity to trade up a few spots to get Mekhi Lemon, and they decided not to do that, and then they got sniped. But we've seen Omar Khan make trades in the NFL draft before. We saw him trade up for Broderick Jones in his first NFL draft. And it sounds like, based on the reporting, that the Steelers are one of the more active teams trying to trade up here in round 1. So will something come to fruition? Who knows? Like, these are negotiations. It doesn't, just because someone's talking and trying to get something done doesn't mean something will get done. But I do think that the indications are the Steelers know that they probably wanted to get Mekhi Lemon yesterday, and they didn't feel high enough on Omar Cooper Jr. or Denzel Boston to take him at 21. Probably they also felt like Max Iheanachor, they couldn't get like a tackle or maybe even a guard in round 2. They didn't love their chances of getting a starting caliber offensive lineman on day 2, but you can definitely get a starting caliber receiver tonight. So I think that was part of the thinking as well. But if they have an opportunity to trade up for, I think the 2 guys that are on their radar specifically are Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard, I think that they could move up tonight. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, we'll see. But hopefully they can land us one of those 2 by the end of the night. $20 from Brandon Nicholson says, been a minute. What's up, Brandon? Good to see you, my friend. Not the biggest fan of our first pick after hearing the phone story. Took the joy out of this draft for me a bit. Hope we can turn it around and snag some dogs. Yeah, man, I think today will be huge, okay? Today I think will be absolutely massive to see what they do. Because if they, get a receiver that I think is not a great fit, and maybe they don't get a DB, and maybe they draft a quarterback that I don't love. Like, there's ways that today is very disappointing for the Pittsburgh Steelers as well. But There's also the opportunity here where you can get a starting level wide receiver. You can get your future starting free safety. You could get a rotational defensive lineman. Like you could. There's scenarios here where Omar Khan absolutely knocks it out of the park. And if you knock it out of the park here today, I think that makes the Max Iheanachor pick look a lot better in hindsight. And even though it is an embarrassment that the Steelers were on the phone with Mekhi Lemon and then got sniped by the Eagles and the Cowboys there at number 20. I think Iheanachor has a pretty decent chance to be a good player in this league, and if you surround him in this class with a bunch of good players here on day 2, I think that we could look back on this class very fondly, like we have in Omar Khan's previous drafts as the GM of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, before we get things going here on day 2, I want to tell you about our presenting sponsor today at Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. Now, you guys can take a look here at some of the NFL draft stuff that they have up on the Prize Picks app right now. I'm taking the less on Fernando Mendoza. I'm taking the less on Jeremiah Love and the more on Jordan Tyson here. So these are future projections for players that were drafted last night. You guys can put in that future projection here for the upcoming football season. $20 entry fee. You get $120 back if you get all 3 correct. And one thing that I love about the new social feeds feature on the Prize Picks app, guys, is that you guys can share Prize Picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live show. Yep, okay, so before we get things going here on day 2, let's recap what went down yesterday. Fernando Mendoza, of course, went number 1 to the Las Vegas Raiders. David Bailey was the pick for the Jets at number 2. By the way, go watch Max Iheanachor's game versus David Bailey last season. He was pretty fucking good, man. He shut him down. And by the way, I think Iheanachor is like the perfect matchup for Bailey because Bailey's a pure speed rusher, and Iheanachor's like #1 trait is his ability to move and kind of take away the edge for these speed rushers. So, for speed rushers in the league, I think Iheanachor is going to be able to just erase them at the NFL level. Then Jeremiah Love, maybe one of my least favorite picks for any team in the first 32 picks last night. The Cardinals have $60 million tied up into their running back room before they made this move, and they have big holes on their offensive line. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have a lot of good players on their team, period. So I disagreed with that move. I don't think they're in any position to draft a running back. But then at number 4, Carnell Tate from Ohio State went to the Tennessee Titans at number 4. They decided not to go with an edge rusher there. And then the Giants decided to go edge rusher again in the first round this year with Arvell Reese. Sounds like Kayvon Thibodeau could be traded at some point during the NFL draft here this week. But then Mansour Delane, a trade up for the Kansas City Chiefs, the cornerback from LSU. I believe he was there's only 2 corners that went last night. Mansour Delane was the first. Yeah, Christian, I said 2. Yeah, there's 2 corners, and Mansour was the first. And then Sonny Styles went to the Commanders. Really like that pick. Jordan Tyson to the Titans, pairing him up with Chris Olave and Tyler Shuck. Spencer Fano, after a trade down from the Browns from 6, ends up going to Cleveland. Then Francis Mauigoa goes to the Giants at 10. Caleb Downs falls to the Dallas Cowboys at 11. They had to trade up one spot to get him. I'm sure they're happy with that. Caden Proctor to the Miami Dolphins at 12. Ty Simpson ended up going to the LA Rams at 13. I think he has a chance to be the best quarterback in this class with him going to that destination with Sean McVay and those weapons and all that different stuff. Fernando Mendoza is going to a place that, every quarterback goes to die. So I like Fernando, but I also like Ty Simpson. I think there's a chance Simpson becomes the best quarterback from this class in that environment in LA. Then Venga Iwane goes to Baltimore. Unfortunately, we have to play him twice a year now. I would have loved to see him in black and gold. Instead, he'll be playing for Jesse Minter in Baltimore for the Ratbirds. Ruben Bain Jr., maybe the biggest value pick for me of this entire draft was Ruben Bain Jr. to Tampa. Like he was my number one edge rusher on my board this year. I think he's going to be a special player in this league. I don't care about the arm length thing, just like I didn't care about Aaron Donald being a smaller defensive tackle when he came out. And guess what? Aaron Donald fell to the teens, ended up becoming maybe the best defensive player of all time. I'm not saying Ruben Bain's going to be that good, but I think we're going to look at him in a similar way when he becomes a really good number one edge rusher for the Buccaneers down the road. Then Kenyon Sadiq, and a little bit of a surprise for the Jets, but after what the Jets did at the end of the first round, it makes a lot more sense. At 17, Blake Miller, who was my number 2 tackle in this class. Love that pick for Detroit. They can move Penei Sewell over to the left tackle spot. Then you got Caleb Banks, another surprise, nose tackle from Florida going to Minnesota. Big risk there with the foot injury stuff. But then Monroe Freeling from Georgia ended up going to Carolina with Ekem Ekwonu dealing with some injuries. Mekhi Lemon, of course, ended up being traded up for the Philadelphia Eagles. Then the Pittsburgh Steelers took Max Iheanachor at number 21 instead of Omar Cooper Jr., which I'm still a little bit salty about. But then Akeem Mesidor went number 22, an edge rusher, 25-year-old edge rusher out of Miami. He'll be the replacement for Khalil Mack eventually. Malachi Lawrence, very high upside. Edge rusher from UCF goes to the Cowboys at 23. Casey Concepcion, the receiver from Texas A&M. Got to play him twice a year now. He goes to Cleveland. Dylan Thieneman goes to the Bears at 25. Good fit there. They like to play a lot of single high coverage there in Chicago. Then Kalen Rutledge, the number 2 guard off the board from Georgia Tech, was hoping the Steelers could maybe get him in round 2. He ends up going round 1 to Houston. Then Chris Johnson, the other corner that gets taken here. Who went 29 here, Ponzi? Oh, Caleb Lomo went to the New England Patriots. Sorry, folks. Ponzi pushed the graphic a little bit too early for me there. But Peter Woods ended up going to Kansas City at 29 in a trade-up situation. Omar Cooper Jr. went to the Jets at 30. So the Jets finished with David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, and Omar Cooper Jr. That's probably the best haul of the night last night. Then Keldrick Falcon, another trade-up for the Titans. And then you got Jadarian Price, the running back from Notre Dame, ending up going to the Seattle Seahawks to replace Kenneth Walker III. All right, here we go, folks. We are about to get started here. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. We are back open in the 2026 NFL Draft. So if you're ready for the draft to start, if you're ready for the Pittsburgh Steelers to work those phones, well, actually, I don't think they've opened it just yet. I think Goodell is out there getting ready to open the second round. But San Francisco will be on the clock at 33.
And sources have said that they're going to stick and pick.
Okay, so the 49ers, I mean, this is usually a pick here where, like, you know, everybody always says, oh, we're fielding calls, because this is usually a pick where a lot of these teams want to, you know, trade up to and get their guy. Like if there's somebody that they had a round 1 grade on that falls to 33, usually there's a lot of calls made to the team that's picking first in the second round. Sounds like the 49ers will be sticking and picking. It'll be interesting to see who this will be for. But I want you guys to spam go in the chat right now if you are ready for day 2 of the NFL Draft. Let's go. We've got Rick. We've got Exify. We got Robert Kirkpatrick. I'm giving shout-outs right now. Let's go, people. Let's churn it. Let's get those goes in the chat. We got Dave P., Spencer, the RT Schultz, Jammer, we've got Steelers fan, Exify, Ben, JT Clover, Gene, Lenny, Czar Craig, Logan, Half Baked, JT Clover, Steeler, MVS, Jimmy, Steeler fan, Tony, Solo Hoops, Christian, John, Troy, Philip Abuga, Rad Doctor, Jason, Tremaine, Christopher, keep them coming. Let's go. All right, so while they do these opening festivities that they always do here, let's take some Super Chats.
We shall. Give me 1 second.
All right, keep spamming those goes. Keep spamming those goes. $2 from Bernard Nixon says, do we get a running back later in the rounds? I mean, maybe you take like a 7th round running back or something like that, but I think the Steelers like their setup right now where they have, obviously, Rico Dowdle, Jalen Warren.
Nice to have Jalen Waddle.
I wish we had Jalen Waddle, but it's Jalen Warren, who's awesome. And then you got Caleb Johnson, who I don't think the team is ready to give up on just yet. And then you've got Travis Homer, who's a decent, like, fourth running back. But it wouldn't shock me. I definitely think they add to the room in some capacity, like a UDFA, late, seventh-round pick, something like that. I could see them drafting a running back later. But, probably, who knows? It's going to be BPA by the time you get to round 7. All right, next one here from Wheezy. Says, I just want to get Rodriguez.
I would love that.
Oh, man. Kayvon Thibodeau just posted the Fast and Furious. What's the guy that died? What's that
Paul Walker.
Yeah, the Paul Walker meme where it's like the see you again one there where he rolls down the window and it's like a goodbye. So I think Kayvon Thibodeau is heading somewhere, guys.
I think he's headed to New Orleans.
I think he's going to New Orleans as well. We'll keep you updated. But Weezy says, I want us to get Jacob Rodriguez. I would love that.
I would love it.
I mean, you're a Texas Tech Red Raider fan. I would love to see Lee Hunter, too. Like, I'm a big Lee Hunter fan. But Rodriguez, the thing that makes him special, Ponzi, and the reason why I thought he might go in round 1 last night, and I think he might go relatively early here, is his peanut punch. And we all know, as Steelers fans, how important the peanut punch is and forcing fumbles and, turning the football over.
Especially in a frigid AFC North.
Yes, and T.J. Watt has been the most valuable defensive player in football, not necessarily because of the sack production, even though that's been great, not just because of the run defense that he provides, which is great, but it's the sack production. Well, it's not the sack production. It's the forced fumble production. Yeah. It's the sack fumbles. It's the peanut punch that he has, which is the best I've ever seen. And Jacob Rodriguez's peanut punch from a linebacker is as good as I've seen since Darius Leonard. Of course, the former Colts linebacker who had those long arms, and he was so accurate with his punches, and he could force 6-7 fumbles a year. And, like, if you force, 4 to 5 fumbles a year as a linebacker, like, you are changing games. Like, those are game-changing turnovers. And, he's really good out in zone coverage as well, reading the eyes of the quarterback, gets a lot of interceptions as well. The most valuable defensive players in football, guys, are the guys that get turnovers. And, like, Jacob Rodriguez has a knack for getting turnovers that I've, never seen before. So, if we end up getting Jacob Rodriguez at 53, I probably wouldn't trade up for him. But if we get him at 53, I can't necessarily say I hate the pick. I would love the pick, honestly.
And, the thing is, not to just go on and on about Jacob Rodriguez, because I could go on for, hours. But, he was a converted quarterback at Virginia. He transfers to Texas Tech, becomes a leader of that locker room, and, if you watched him these last 2 seasons, his growth from last season to this season in college football, it was incredible. He always had that peanut punch and those smartness, but he was able to learn how to use his body correctly, learn how to force more fumbles, learn where to be in the right spot. He's so smart, and he was the leader of that Texas Tech defense, man. He is a dog.
Yeah, I mean, he is a dog. And by the way, Lee Hunter, the nose tackle from Texas Tech, is also a dog. Wouldn't mind him being a pick here for Pittsburgh either. $20 from Red Doctor says, let's have a better day too. I'm right there with you, my friend.
That puts us with the gong.
Going to take a pickle shot here for you. Appreciate you.
And we can hit the gong.
All right, here we go. The 2026 NFL Draft Day 2 is officially open. Hey!
Let's go.
All right. Let's see what the con artist has for us today.
After getting conned.
I got to say, he better deliver a good receiver to us today here, Ponzi. I need somebody that can be a starting wide receiver in a trio day 1. I don't want Roman Wilson to be my starting wide receiver 3 next year. All right, I'm fine with Roman being like a smaller slot kind of specialty piece that's a rotational guy, but I don't want him to be a full-time starter like they tried to make him into last year. I want somebody that can, run routes like a professional, because that's important for Aaron Rodgers. If he's going to trust you, he's got to trust that you're going to be at the right place at the right time, or he's not going to look at you. Just look at Roman Wilson. Last year, he was not in the right place at the right time consistently enough, and he ended up getting benched because of that.
Yeah, so healthy scratch a lot of times.
So, you need somebody that is already a polished route runner, somebody that's got natural hands, that's not going to have a drop issue. You'd like to have somebody with maybe a little bit of vertical stretching ability. You'd like to have somebody with some yak ability as well. There's a number of different options that are out there, so we'll see what ends up happening. So thank you for the $20 there, Rad Doctor. $2 from Jagger. says, and isn't Ponzi a Cowgirls fan? Sellout. Ponzi, you want to answer this question?
Well, born and raised a Cowgirls fan, but when I'm working here with Steelers, I'm a Steelers fan, baby.
Well,
Fuck them Cowboys.
He is definitely. We're definitely working on transitioning him here, guys.
Whoa.
Pause. Well, give me a few years here, and we'll get Ponzi to have a terrible.
Soon you'll be on Caleb.
All those different things.
Caleb.
All right. Justin Watson here, $2 says we badly need a quick winner separator. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, but Michael Pittman Jr. can, win quickly, but he's not separating, right? The way that Pittman wins quickly is he wins with, the savviness, and he wins with the tough hands. So, he's pretty good in that area, and so is DK Metcalf. The quick slants, the screen stuff, those guys are good at those two things. I think what you kind of need and what you would really like is, you would like some separation at all three levels of the field, but you would also like some more field stretching ability because right now, like I've been saying, you can't trust Roman Wilson to be a bona fide starter for you. I think he could maybe be a decent, rotational piece as a slot weapon because he hasn't been used in the slot his first few years here in Pittsburgh. He's been pretty much exclusively an outside receiver under the Mike Tomlin regime with Arthur Smith. And I said coming out of Michigan, he's not an outside receiver. He is a slot guy. And I think, in a rotational role from the slot, he can still do some good things. He was a day 2 pick for a reason coming out of Michigan. He was a really, really good slot receiver. And in fact, he was giving Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from Toledo, the most trouble in the one-on-ones that year in Mobile at the Senior Bowl.
Pick is in, by the way.
All right, the pick is in, and it is a wide receiver. But it's not the receiver that you might think.
Weird.
Dazon Stribling, the wide receiver from Ole Miss. Now, this guy, Ponzi, needs, this was one of those guys that maybe the Steelers could have been interested in, but he just screams 49ers because he is a big guy that's very physical.
Yeah.
He comes down with 50-50 catches down the sideline. He's really good after the catch, too. He's a good run blocker, so he's going to fit that Shanahan mentality. Still needs to develop a little bit in the route running nuance and, the technical side of things. But, I think that Shanahan is going to kind of groom this guy in his first year because they've got 2 older starter receivers there in San Francisco. They've got Mike Evans and obviously Christian Kirk. Those 2 guys are older players. They're going to look for a long-term replacement for Brandon Ayuk in that building. Dazon Stribling, big guy, can come down with those 50-50 balls that Mike Evans is going to do for them this year. Honestly, Stribling, from a skill set perspective, you can put him in the slot too. He reminds me a little bit of Juju Smith-Schuster, where he's a big guy that's going to do the dirty work for you, that's going to run block. You can put him in the slot. It can be and he can do some good stuff after the catch. He reminds me a lot of a younger Juju Smith-Schuster, and I think that that's a really good fit in Kyle Shanahan's offense, which is why they end up taking him here at the top of round 2. This might be a little bit earlier than people were expecting. I think he was 91st on the consensus big board. So, I mean, the 49ers have to really like him.
He was second on our NFL draft analyst, Tom Downey. He was on, I believe, number 10 wide receiver overall.
Yeah, and I like him. I think that,
actually, no. He was, let's see here.
But I think you give Dazon Stribling some time here. He could be a really good player in this league.
Looks like 14. So
we have our next pick, by the way. We'll get it up on screen here. The Cardinals at pick 34 have selected.
I didn't even see that.
And frankly, I'm glad this guy's off the board. I'm glad this guy's coming off the board here so that the Steelers aren't tempted by him because I'm not the biggest fan of this player that's coming up here at 34. But Denzel Boston still on the board. And by the way, Denzel Boston at the very least will be wide receiver 7 in this class.
Have some issues with this graphic. Why is it being like this? All right. Whenever it comes up, we'll get it. But, I mean, talk about, kind of shocker.
Yeah.
There we go.
A shocker here at 34 or 33 for
33, because Denzel Boston, I thought.
No, because I don't know. Well, maybe. Like, if they were thinking about Mike Evans' long-term replacement, then maybe. But, like, he's under contract for multiple years, all that different stuff. All right, we have the pick at 34, guys. The Arizona Cardinals will be taking Chase Besantis, guard from Texas A&M, here at number 34 overall. And listen, man, decent pick. And for a team like Arizona, I think it's a good pick because they're a rebuilding team. Besantis is a young, athletic guard that probably is going to take a little bit to develop. All right, and that's why I was lower on him for the Steelers, because I think that he's going to take his lumps and take his losses early in his career. But he's got a lot of physical talent. I think he's a good fit athletically for that Sean McVay-style offense that they're going to run under new head coach Mike LaFleur. I think that's a good fit there for Arizona. And if the Steelers are going to take a guard here in round 2, my preference would be Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon, who I think is more ready to play right away. I think he might be a better scheme fit than Besantis would have been here in Pittsburgh. I mean, he would have been a fine fit here in Pittsburgh schematically, but I think Pregnon is just exactly what Mike McCarthy typically looks for in his guards. Just hulking, huge, great pass protector. So I think that guard, especially if Pregnon is available, like that is a possibility for the Steelers here, depending on how they feel about Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson. I don't think they're going to move Fautanu to guard, or at least I really hope they don't do that, because like his athleticism out on the perimeter, like, is what makes him special as a tackle. And he's got accurate hands, but he doesn't have like the best anchor in the world. So I don't necessarily think he'd be that good as a guard. I think he's better as a tackle. So that's where I'm at with him.
I mean, I really feel like, if people, Steelers fans might get mad at this, but like, we kind of had this conversation of drafting a guard, like just to have one. And I feel like that's a good conversation to have, just because like, I think the wide receivers in round 3 are decent enough to start.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I think, obviously depending on how the board falls, but like, man, if Boston makes it past Buffalo here.
Well, I mean, what's so interesting here, I think Elijah Surratt could be on the table at 36. He had a great connection with Fernando Mendoza, who's the new franchise quarterback for Las Vegas. I would be shocked if the Bills don't take Denzel Boston here.
See, that's what I'm thinking right here.
Because like, they didn't take a quarterback yesterday. They traded out of the first. And, like, to trade out of the first and still get Denzel Boston, who's, like, a great over-the-top threat. Like, he's a better version of Gabe Davis, and Gabe Davis was super productive with Josh Allen in Buffalo for many years. Like, that is a dream-come-true pick for the Bills if they get Denzel Boston here.
The pick is in.
At 35. The pick is officially in, so we'll get you guys the update on screen here once we get the pick. And I'm guessing it's going to be Denzel Boston.
It has to be, right?
Like, you look at their receiver room, they've got DJ Moore, who they traded for this year. And then they traded – oh, they didn't trade, but they have Khalil Shakir, who's more of that shiftier kind of guy. DJ Moore can be more of that Z. And then Denzel Boston, I think, would be like the perfect X for them.
I'm really, really hoping – maybe this is my bias.
Good news for the Steelers, it's not Denzel Boston. So Boston's still available at 36. But, like, the Raiders could use a bigger receiver. I know they got Dante Thornton that they drafted last year out of Tennessee. But, like,
such a Buffalo pick, dude.
I wouldn't be surprised if Elijah Surratt is the pick for the Raiders. All right, we have the pick. It's T.J. Parker, edge rusher out of Clemson, instead of Denzel Boston. I'm just going to say it, man. Denzel Boston's perfect for them. I think that's a bad pick, personally.
It's a terrible pick.
But, like, they did bring in Bradley Chubb, an older edge rusher, this offseason.
But they paid him all that money.
Yeah, I know, but you still got to find a future there. And Parker, I think, brings a lot of power to the table. I think he's a decent edge setter. So I would have gone with Boston there. But, hey, the opportunity is still there for the Steelers to go get him. $5 from O-Dub says, just got to see Max in person on stage in Pittsburgh. I'm slowly starting to like him. Now let's go get a wide receiver, Omar Khan, hopefully Jeremy or Boston. I'm with you on that.
The draft isn't over.
Yeah, and the draft is not over, folks. Like, honestly, today is going to be super important. Like, if we get through today and we're still sitting here and we're like, man, we had a couple disappointing picks today, then yeah, we're probably going to be looking at this draft class. It's probably the worst draft class since Omar Khan has been the GM.
Whoa, trade.
Do we have a trade?
We have a trade.
It's not the Steelers, though. So the Raiders are trading down from 36, and it's the Houston Texans who are moving up. And
Who are they picking?
I don't know.
No, don't be for Jacob Rodriguez, man.
It might be for Rodriguez, but it also could be for a DT.
Yeah, it could be for like Lee Hunter.
It could be for Lee Hunter, but Caden McDonald is still on the board.
Man, I thought he was already picked. I'm stupid.
If I'm Houston, I'm trading up for Caden McDonald here because, like, when you have a pass rusher duo that good, and you have a secondary that's that good in man coverage, you just got to get me to third down, man. You just got to get me to third down and medium, third down and pass. All right, and Caden McDonald is probably the best pure run-defending nose tackle in this class, helps you do that. So that is a massive value for your team. If you can get a Caden McDonald here to get you to those third and longs, I think that's a no-brainer pick here for Houston, but we'll see what they do. Just so you guys know, though, married into this merch here at Steelers Talk, 25% off today only, chatsports.com/married. Mother's Day is coming up here soon. 2.5 weeks. If you haven't gotten your mom anything, if you haven't gotten your wife anything yet, and they kind of married into this whole situation that we call the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base, I think it's a great piece of merch so you guys can get them. Super comfy sweatshirts. They come in black or white, and then the ladies' T-shirts come in white. So super comfortable materials, 25% off, chatsports.com/married.
And also, to give us a little bit, I did see some clarity in the chat. If you do buy $49 or more of the married into this collection, you do get the $10 off.
Yeah, so it's the 25% and the $10. So
exactly.
So both deals do apply. So if you're wondering, if you get over $49 of married into this merch, okay, you're going to get the 25% off the entire order, and you're going to get 10% off the entire order as well. So here are the trade details. The Texans are getting 36 and a fourth. And the Raiders are moving up 20 spots from their fourth round pick, moving up to a third rounder to go down 2 spots. Yeah, so I think that's a good deal for the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean they'll probably get their Elijah Surratt will probably be there. If I'm Fernando Mendoza, I am banging the table for Elijah Surratt there.
100%. And right now we're kind of waiting on potentially the Pittsburgh Steelers trading up. To take a receiver, and Denzel Boston, Jeremy Bernard are still on the board. Honestly, the Steelers might be waiting to pull the trigger on a receiver trade until one of them comes off the board.
And I agree. Also,
because they like both of them. I think the Steelers like both of them. They had Boston and Bernard both in for top 30 visits, and they both got formal combine meetings. There were only 6 players in the entire class that got both a combine formal meeting and a top 30 visit, and Boston and Jeremy Bernard were 2 of those 6.
Yeah.
Another one of those 6 was Mekhi Lemon. So it seems like those are the receivers that they want. Can they find a deal to move up? By the way, as predicted, Caden McDonald, the pick here. Awesome pick for Houston. Best run-defending nose tackle in the class, in my opinion. Lee Hunter is slightly behind him in that regard, but very, very close. I think Lee Hunter's a better overall player because I think he has a little bit more juice to get in the backfield and get TFLs. But Caden McDonald is the best in this class at just holding the line of scrimmage and making sure nobody goes anywhere up the middle. And that gets you to third down and long. And if you go up against that Houston Texans defense in third and long, as we learned in the playoff game last year, you're not going anywhere. So, honestly, this is a player that helps them out tremendously on defense after they lost Tim Settle in free agency this year.
So, if I'm like the Giants here, I got to be pissed.
Why?
Because they were probably trying to get Caden McDonald because they lost Dexter Lawrence.
Take Lee Hunter.
I mean, I guess they could take Lee Hunter there, but
if you were listen, man,
I think
I have a higher grade on Lee Hunter than I have on Caden McDonald. So I wouldn't be mad at that.
I thought because they had a top 30 in combine with Caden McDonald though. I don't think they only got combine with Lee Hunter.
Well, that's fine.
But still, I guess. But
I wouldn't be shocked if Lee Hunter goes here at 37.
Yeah, fair enough. Just to take a look at the big board for anyone who's wondering, this is according to our draft analyst here at Chat Sports, Tom Downey. Let me get the.
We can get back to super chats too whenever we get a second.
Yeah. Just do a refresh though.
Yep. So yesterday the Giants took Arvell Reese in a surprise move at edge, and then also they took Francis Mauigoa.
I'm not mad at the Francis Mauigoa pick.
Well, me neither, but you passed on Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
So, both picks were disappointing picks for the Giants for me. And our Giants host, by the way, agrees. And by the way, the two guys that he wanted, Sonny Styles and Caleb Downs, now they're in the division with them, and the Giants have to play them twice a year. But you guys can see the best available on screen right now. You guys can actually look at the top receivers available as well. I think the guys to keep your eye on are Denzel Boston from Washington and Jeremy Bernard from Alabama. Those are the two players that the Steelers have shown the most interest in that are still available. Now, it doesn't mean that that's for sure who they're going to take or that they're targeting, but it seems like those are the two guys that they like. So maybe Omar Khan is kind of waiting to see, okay, when does Denzel go so that, now that we can go up and take Bernard, or maybe Bernard goes first so that we can trade up for Denzel Boston, that maybe they're waiting to see one of these two guys go off the board. So it's like, okay, now is the time to go get them. And so that we don't have to give up any draft capital we don't need to give up.
See, I'm wondering only if, Denzel Boston was one of the people who had, the combine and the top 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Boston,
if that's their guy, then
Boston and Bernard got the top 30 and the combine, so both of them got both. So
I guess it's just who they like better.
So both of them got both. So they clearly like both of these guys. That doesn't mean that other guys on the list are like not realistic or can't happen. I think Elijah Surratt is something that could happen for the Steelers with his back shoulder ability. Yeah, that's kind of like adding another Michael Pittman Jr., but the Steelers clearly like Michael Pittman Jr., so maybe they would like another Michael Pittman Jr., a younger one. I don't know.
Very interesting.
But I'd be willing to bet here, man, that the Steelers would really like to get either Boston or Bernard here with this second round selection.
Colton Hood.
All right, Colton Hood. I hate this pick. Colton Hood is like a pure man corner. And they run like that. If Denard Wilson's going to run the Mike McDonald defense, and they're going to play off coverage on every play, Colton Hood sucks at off coverage. Maybe he can develop, but he is, to me, a pure man-to-man corner, and that is a pure off coverage defense that they're going to run. I just don't know what they saw in Colton Hood's film to say, oh my, yeah, this is the guy that you want running in a corner in a Mike McDonald system.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I hate this pick.
I think that's a bad pick for New York, dude. Every time the Giants pick, I'm like, that's not what I would have done. But
how long till fire Harbaugh?
How long to the tweet from Marshall Green? What does John Harbaugh provide for the New York Football Giants? That is a tough pick, man. I'm not gonna lie. They needed corner, but there was better corners for them on the board, in my opinion. So I would have rather taken Avian Terrell there. I would have rather taken a lot of players in that.
Terrell would have been better in there.
100%. $2 here from NO says QB Jack Strand with the last pick, same size. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think this is probably in comparison to Drew Aller, if I'm not mistaken, NO. But I don't know, man. I would definitely want to take Aller over Strand. I think he's got a better chance, but that's just me. $2 from Michael, who says, still got faith that Rodgers is coming back. Yep, 100%.
I mean, dude, Mike McCarthy basically confirmed it. It was like, oh, yeah, we kind of want the young guys playing the OTA reps, all that, the non-mandatory minicamp reps.
Yeah, Mike McCarthy, every time he speaks, he's like, yep, I'm having weekly conversations with Aaron.
And we discussed it, guys.
We're talking about football. We're talking about, the offensive plan this year. Oh, he's more engaged than people realize. Oh, I told him I don't really want him here for the early OTAs because I want the other guys to get reps. It's so obvious he's coming back. So yeah, Michael, I'm nearly 100% sure. Now, does Aaron have the right to say at this point, I'm retiring? Yes. Does it seem like he wants to retire? Hell no. He's working out in LA. He is, staying in shape, throwing in LA at his training facility. He's having weekly conversations with the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. You don't do that unless you're seriously, like, if you're really considering retirement.
Basically openly flirting.
Yeah, and like even Michael Pittman Jr. has said, I think he wants to play this year, all this different stuff. So, like, obviously we haven't gotten confirmation, but Mike Tomlin said last year at training camp, oh yeah, I knew Aaron Rodgers was coming way before it was confirmed, right? And I just can't believe people are falling for the same thing where people actually think he's going to retire when at the end of the day, it's just Rodgers being Rodgers. He's pretty much already made his decision. He just wants to get to a certain point in the offseason to make it official. $2 from Robert says, who would be your ideal wide receiver after we draft Beck? Oh my gosh, what a question. What a fucking question, Robert.
Okay, guys, we're manifesting this. No, I'm kidding.
This is unreal, man.
It would be actual nightmare.
I mean, yeah, if they draft Carson Beck in round 2, I will be livid. Livid.
Might break you.
Like, if you guys think I was mad last night, just wait till you see my reaction if they draft Carson Beck at 53 overall. Or worse, they trade up for him.
And we will have that clip ready for your disposal. Ready for your viewing.
Yikes, man. Yikes. All right. The Raiders pick is in, and this is a player that a lot of people like.
I like them too.
And I like this player, and this is one of the players that I would have, taken if I were the Steelers at 53. He would have been on my short list. So we'll talk about that. It's Traden Stukes.
Yeah.
Cornerback from Arizona. I think he's more of a safety than a corner. He played nickel at Arizona. He runs really fast, and what's really special about Stukes is his stop-start ability. Like, sometimes he's out there, and the way that he stops and then gets back to full speed, like, in an instant, like, it's just special, man. He can just stick with people. Big enough to play in the nickel, at 190, play a quote-unquote big nickel role, but he's fast enough to be able to stick with the smaller slot corners. But, with that speed and all that different stuff, like, I wouldn't be shocked if he plays safety for the Las Vegas Raiders. And, I like that. I like that pickup. I like that pickup for Las Vegas. It's a good player. He's a bit of an older player. I think he's like 25 or something like that.
I think he was one of the older players in the draft.
Yeah, he's one of the oldest players in the draft.
But people flame, Akeem Essador with him.
Obviously, obviously the Raiders feel like he can play pretty soon. So
he is. Yeah, he's been playing since 2020. So hold up. Just doesn't give me the age right away. Of course not. But next super chat.
Next super chat from Madara says, what is the furthest Boston will fall? I don't know, because I didn't think he was going to get to this point. So, the opportunity is here deja vu here, Ponzi. We have a receiver that the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in that's falling to a particular pick. Because the Steelers pick at 53. We're currently at pick 39 with the Cleveland Browns on the clock. So, we'll see how far Boston falls. If he falls to 53, I think the Steelers would have a hard time saying no. Let's just put it that way.
So he'll turn 25 during the season.
Okay, so he's 24 now. He'll be 25 in the season. Talking about Traden Stukes here. Next super chat, $5 from Lyndon. Says, drug test Omar Khan. What scenario fixes this? Early round trade up for a wide receiver or Pregnon? Yeah, like Pregnon I think would be a good pick. And
I think I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I think Pregnon would be a good pick. I would also really like Jeremy Bernard or Denzel Boston. So that's where I'm at there. And listen, man, it doesn't fix it. Like what quote unquote fixes it is, well, yeah, you got to get the right receiver, and I think Jeremy Bernard would fix that. And then you get a good rest of your class. You get a good safety. You get a good linebacker, good corner, good defensive lineman. All right, well, Denzel Boston's off the board here, guys.
I love it.
And he's sticking in the division, pairing up with Casey Concepcion. And now the Cleveland Browns wide receiver room looks pretty damn good there, Ponzi. You got Denzel Boston as your X, your big-bodied guy. Then you've got Casey Concepcion as your route runner, separator, yak threats. And then you got Jerry Jeudy as a route runner. Isaiah Bond is there.
A 4?
You got Harold Fannin Jr. as a tight end. That was great for them last year. Man, the Browns have a legitimate receiver room for whoever their quarterback is going to be next year.
Shador.
And now I think that the Steelers are probably going to get very, very aggressive to try and trade up for Jeremy Bernard.
I didn't think they were going to pick a wide receiver after they picked KC Concepcion, but, I love this pick. I think it's a great pick.
I think it's a great pick for Cleveland. Unfortunately, there's a lot of these picks from the Ravens, from the Browns. Obviously, the Bengals haven't picked, though. But the Browns and, the Ravens, what they've done so far, every pick, I'm like, man, we got to play that guy twice a year. You have to play against Denzel Boston and KC Concepcion.
That's just
twice
a matchup
a year.
nightmare.
That's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie.
Although I think our corners can match up well.
Oh yeah, I think that our corners can handle them, but that's a legitimate wide receiver duo of the future there in Cleveland, and now the pressure's on for Omar Khan to get one of these receivers, dude. I'm telling you, and Jeremy Bernard I think is the guy. Where it's if you missed out on Mekhi Lemon and you like that kind of archetype of receiver, Jeremy Bernard isn't Mekhi Lemon, but he can do a lot of the same stuff that Lemon does, and he's very smart like Lemon is. He's got super reliable hands like Lemon. He's a really good route runner, very smart, nuanced route runner that can tempo his routes. I think that's very, very important. When you're pairing a rookie receiver up with Aaron Rodgers, he expects every one of his receivers to be breaking open at the time that he is expecting them to break open. And because Rodgers is such a quick mental processor, he's not sticking on you. If he gets to your guy, if he gets to your route in the progression and you're not there, he's not going to just stick in the pocket and wait for you to come open. He's going to move on to the next thing. So, it needs to be a well-oiled machine in an Aaron Rodgers West Coast offense. So you got to have a receiver that can come in immediately and be someone that can run routes effectively and somebody that can do those things. And I think Jeremy Bernard can do that. And he's really good after the catch too. Maybe not dynamic, but he can get the job done in that regard. I think he could be a really good number 2 receiver in this league. And he's immediately a really good number 3 receiver. All right, so while we're on Jeremy Bernard watch here on Steelers Talk, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. And if you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You can even look ahead to next year's football season with future projections on receiving touchdowns for receivers like Puka Nacua and passing yards for quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. If you guys put in this exact projection, you guys can put in a $20 entry fee. If you get all 3 correct in a power play here, in this scenario, you get $120. So one thing that I love about the new social feeds feature is that you guys can share prize picks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app today. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring tonight's live show. So just so you guys know, everything on our website, chatsports.com/stmerch. It's $10 off when you guys spend $49 on our website. So if you guys get anything on our website, including our Married Into This merch, which is an additional 25% off, by the way, you guys can get $49 or more in merch, and you're going to get $10 off your order. So if you guys want to get some of this Married Into This merch here before Mother's Day, you want to get one for your wife and your mom, you guys can do that. Chatsports.com/married. I think it's a great piece here for Mother's Day if your mom or your wife married into this thing that we call being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. So you spend $49 on our website today, you get $10 off the order no matter what you order on our website, but you get an additional 25% off with all of our Married Into This merch today. Chatsports.com/married. No. $5 from Kermit is my God says, let's redeem ourselves. Thanks for all the great coverage, Jack and Ponzi. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Kermit. Now the Cincinnati Bengals, for the first time in the NFL draft, will be on the clock. Of course, they used their first-round draft selection trading for Dexter Lawrence. $5 here from Darth Shawn. Says, do you think in round 3 or 4, if Aller, QB out of Penn State, is available, they take him? I think definitely they would consider it in round 4. I think the question is, would they consider it in like pick 99 in round 3? I think that's maybe the earliest that they would consider that, but who knows? I mean, if they like a guy, like, I don't know. I know Mike McCarthy is confident in his ability to develop quarterback talent. So, all right, pick number 41, the Cincinnati Bengals get Cassius Howe, somebody that reminds me a bit of Nick Herbig. He's very explosive, plays like a madman, very smart edge rusher, but he's undersized. He doesn't have length. He doesn't have the size that you look for, kind of like Herbig coming out of Wisconsin. That was the things that were being talked about with him. And he has turned into one of the best rotational pass rushers in football, if not the best, and he's about to probably get paid a lot of money by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I think it's a good pick by the Cincinnati Bengals. Once again, man, every single pick that these teams in the AFC North are making, I'm like, damn.
Wasn't he teammates with Shamar Stewart?
I think so.
Yeah,
but this guy's actually a good pass rusher.
Yeah, like him.
Just so you guys know, I don't think we showed it, but pick number 40, the Kansas City Chiefs.
We did. We had it on.
I know, but I didn't talk about it. R. Mason Thomas, another guy that's not the physicals that you look for, but really good tape. He's really, really smart. He gets after the quarterback, really explosive first step. I really like R. Mason Thomas and Cassius Howe's film. Like, I had pretty much an identical grade on both of those guys, so it makes sense that they're going at the same point in the NFL draft here, guys. So, a couple edge rushers coming off the board. It seems like that edge run is happening right now. And now you get to New Orleans at 42. And once again, we heard, the Steelers might be trading up, and Omar Khan is sitting on his fucking hands. If someone takes Jeremy Bernard, I'm going to be pissed.
I wouldn't be surprised here if this is where we're officially on Kayvon Thibodeau watch.
Yeah, this might be trade to New York right here.
Because apparently he is out.
By the way, they haven't taken a receiver, so would they trade the second-round pick, though, for Kayvon? Like, I don't think he's worth a second.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
I think he's worth more of like a...
Drafted 5th overall, right?
Like a 3 or a 4.
Yeah, I think so, too.
He's a good player, but
maybe like a pick, so I don't know.
Yeah. Darth Sean says, do you think in round... never mind, we just answered this one.
Yeah,
$5 from Eric. Says, who is roughly the best guard available after we take a whiteout in the second round? First, I wouldn't be opposed to trading back into the second after. Yeah, that's possible. I would say keep an eye on Atlanta at 48. That might be a spot where the Steelers have identified as a maybe trade-up kind of location. Because Atlanta wants to trade down for more picks, apparently. Like their GM has been saying, like, if there's opportunities to get more picks, we're going to be listening. So I would say 48 coming up here pretty soon is going to be a spot to keep an eye on here. But Pregnon, to answer your question, Emmanuel Pregnon from Oregon still available. Hell, if the Steelers traded up for him, I would actually like the pick. You solidify a super young, super physical, super talented offensive line with the potential to be like a Detroit Lions offensive line, a Philadelphia Eagles type offensive line, like the type of group that can just dominate and provide your future franchise quarterback, whoever that's going to end up being,
Carson back,
a really, really good, situation. So if you can get Emmanuel Pregnon here in the second, I think that'd be a good pick.
Christian Miller, the pick here for the Saints.
All right. I think that's a really good value. I think that you can make an argument that right now on day one, he's one of the better prospects in the class. He's one of the better pass rushers from the interior in this class. I think he's just okay as a run defender, but still developing a little bit. I think the role that they used him in there in that Georgia defense, which is such a weird scheme. Like it's so hard to project Georgia defenders at times because the roles that they ask these players to play are just not the kinds of roles that these players are going to be asked to play in the National Football League. But I think Miller's a good player, and they need good players, especially at DT. Like Brian Brzee sucks,
stinks,
absolutely
bad.
Terrible. So like that pick for New Orleans, and honestly, I'm liking what they've done so far with their first 2 picks. Jordan Tyson, if he can stay healthy. I mean, the problem is you got Chris Olave, who seems like he's injured a lot, and then you got Jordan Tyson, who seems like he's injured every year. So hopefully those guys can stay healthy, but
Good football
If
players.
they're on the field together, it's an unbelievable duo. $5 here from Anthony says, I hope they get Zachariah Branch, such a gadget player that can play X slot. He cannot play X, dude. Come on, dude. He is so small. He is so small. He cannot play X.
Let's be real, guys.
With all due respect, Anthony, he is tiny. So
Tiny man.
Could he play Z? Maybe. And, there's certain plays on his film where he looks like Tyreek Hill, where, like, the crazy speed and the crazy acceleration. But they used him as a true gadget piece, and you got to project with him a little bit because, like, most of his routes were like slants, drags, outs, and screens. So I think he's shown some good flashes as like an intermediate and deep level receiver. He certainly got the speed, but he just doesn't have a ton of experience doing that. And, like, he could be your special teams punt return guy and your kind of speedy slot gadget piece immediately. But, like we've been talking about, if Aaron Rodgers is going to be your starting quarterback, you need wide receivers that can run routes on time. And I'm not sure if Zachariah Branch is capable of doing that. So I wouldn't hate the pick. I think 53 might be a little bit early, but he's an electric playmaker with the ball in his hands, man. That's all I'll say. $2 from Bernard says, do you think A-Rod is a diva and a drama queen? I mean, in certain aspects, absolutely. Does that change the fact that he's clearly the best option at quarterback for the Steelers this year? Hell no.
No.
$10 from James says, don't the Steelers have a tendency to get diamonds out of the later rounds of the draft, specifically Emmanuel Sanders and AB come to mind? So whoever the Steelers take at wide receiver, I believe, I think that it ran out of runway here for James, but I think I get the gist here.
No, I think that was the I believe.
Oh, okay.
Whoever the Steelers take a wide receiver, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider this the later rounds at this point. This is still an early round pick if they take one here. If you mean take one, like, actually in the later rounds, 5, 6, or 7, I think they're going to draft 2 receivers this year. So I think they're going to take one today, and they'll take another one, at least one, tomorrow. And I think that's where we're at. So, and I think one of those guys has to be a punt returner of some variety because you don't have Calvin Austin III. I don't know if there's really anybody else that I would really trust with that role right now. Not Caleb Johnson. If you could find a really good punt returner of some variety, like Zachariah Branch, for example, if they draft him, he could definitely fill that role. You get one of those receivers to play that role for you, I think it'd be good. $5 from Siglo says, okay, we went OT. Now I think we move up to get either one, Emmanuel Pregnon, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. We can get a wide receiver and third. So I think he's saying in the third. Listen, man, like Emmanuel Pregnon and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. If you get either one of the Emmanuels here, I'm going to be thrilled. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's an awesome player. He didn't test as good as Thieneman this year or anything like that, and these safeties always feel like they fall. So I think the Steelers really like him, and he is their type of player, a guy that turns the football over, great peanut punch like we talked about with Jacob Rodriguez, so he forces fumbles, and good coverage player, smart player. He's not the best athlete in the world, but I think that he's a damn good football player, man. So if he's there at 53, I think there's a decent chance the Steelers end up if the Steelers end up taking him. Oh. So we have a trade where the San Francisco 49ers are sending D. Winters, linebacker, to the Dallas Cowboys, which probably means the Cowboys aren't addressing linebacker in the draft, and Ponzi's absolutely in shambles that they're not going to be getting Rodrigo here.
My hopes are gone.
Man, that's disappointing for you, Ponzi.
D. Winters is fine, but I feel like same thing. They're once again using the whole stopgap veteran linebacker they traded for.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some decent athleticism, but he's getting older. He's
25.
He's only 25.
He's 25, so he's not that old. It's just
and the Jacob Rodriguez dream is over. He's heading to the Miami Dolphins.
No.
So Jacob Rodriguez, one of my favorite players in this class.
So this screams to me, they tried to trade up,
and then they found out that Miami
was picking him,
and
so
they're like, all right, D. Winters, 25 years old, athletic.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's definitely better than Kenneth Murray.
But like that Miami team is trying to add players that is going to be foundational pieces for them, and it's a low value position. And from a down to down basis, Rodriguez is not like honestly like an amazing player. Like he can be beat in pass coverage. Like he's not necessarily the biggest guy in the world, so he's not the best run defender in the world either. But what makes him special is the turnover production, the peanut punch, the forced fumbles, the interceptions, the instincts in zone coverage. That's what makes Jacob Rodriguez so special. And now you pair him up with the players that they took yesterday. Obviously, Chris Johnson is the other rookie in that class there that they're pairing up with here. And then also, obviously, Caden Proctor at tackle on the offensive side of the ball.
Looks like we got another trade.
Another trade? All right. So the Lions are moving up to 44 here. By the way, this was the exact spot that I had the Steelers trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon in my mock draft earlier today. But the Jets, who don't have a third-round pick, are moving down with the Detroit Lions. And I wonder who this is for. Because they took their tackle yesterday. Could they be going edge? Because we've got a little bit of an edge rusher
run going here. It's 50 and 28, 128. Also got the full terms on the D Winters trade. Be interested to see what happens there.
Okay.
Let's see. First, we'll go over the D Winters.
That's a fifth-round pick.
We don't know what year.
We have no idea, so I'm sure we'll get that information. But a fifth-round pick for D Winters, starting linebacker. So it's only 25. So I don't necessarily hate that trade for the Cowboys, especially like if they wanted Rodrigo and couldn't get him.
And then, let's see, did we get the full terms on this one? Yes, we did.
All right, so Lions trading up to 44. Jets going down to 50, and they get an additional fourth. They still don't have a third-rounder. So obviously the Steelers aren't offering them a third-rounder here because somebody traded up for less than that. So the Steelers appear very comfortable to stick and pick, at least at some point. But again, Atlanta, I think, is a team to keep your eye on. Atlanta at 48 is a team that a lot of people say want to move down, and including the GM of the team. Mike Hoytink with a $2 super Venmo here says, does your merch department sell custom Steelers cushions for sitting asses on hands? It should. It's becoming an apt Omar novelty. Yes, I'm still ticked off from last night, and here we go again. I mean, listen, if they lose out on Jeremy Bernard, who is like, in my opinion, a legitimate wide receiver 3 on day one that has the upside to be like one of the better wide receiver 2s in the league. Like, for me, he could be like what Adam Thielen was for the Vikings. Like, he reminds me so much of Adam Thielen when he was on the Vikings, when he actually had some athleticism. Like, similar size, similar profile, similar football IQ and instincts. It's Mike, not Brian.
Oh, Mike. Sorry.
Mike Hoytink.
Had the wrong one. Wrong $2. My bad. Mike.
Now, here's a discussion. Jermod McCoy is still on the board.
Do the Lions take him?
Well, maybe they do, but there's a discussion here to be had, though. If he gets to 53 and, like, you're good with the medicals, like, there's a discussion to be had here because he probably needs another knee surgery. But you have Jamel Dean, you have Joey Porter Jr. You can get the surgery if you're Jermod McCoy, and you could be landing one of the best corners in the NFL draft this year. Like, he's got the chance to be the best corner from this class. And you've got the time, and you got the picks. Like, you've got other picks to address your other needs later on. So, like, I think it's a legitimate chance. Now, Derek Moore, I like this pick.
I do like this pick.
Really, I think you could be a good number 2 edge rusher in this league. Lots of power.
A great pick.
Good first step. Like, this guy, like, he sticks in Michigan. I think this is a really, really good pick here for the Detroit Lions. And now we're on the clock here with Baltimore at 45. And if they want to really stick it to the Steelers here, they're going to take Jeremy Bernard.
Which would be...
And that would be such a doom for me, man. Because, like, I came into today really hoping that we could land Boston or Bernard.
I'm sure Trader Joey would love it if we drafted Carson back.
I'm also high on Elijah Surratt from Indiana as well, but his skill set is very redundant with Michael Pittman Jr. Like, if you're okay having multiple Michael Pittman Jr.'s on your team, then I guess, sure. Like, he's got the best back shoulder catchability in this class, which would be a perfect fit for Aaron Rodgers on slot fades. So I wouldn't hate Elijah Surratt if Bernard goes here. The pick is in.
Hair tight. Haven't seen anything. These picks are coming in fast, guys, by the way.
Please don't be Bernard. Please don't be Bernard. Come on. If Bernard falls to you at 53, like, that is legitimately, like, good value to me. Like, that's good value on a receiver that probably doesn't have number one upside, but I don't think the Steelers are necessarily looking for a number one receiver right now. Like, they view DK Metcalf as their one, and he's under contract for 4 years. You've got Michael Pittman Jr. under contract for 4 years. Like, what they're looking for is a complementary third piece to add to the group, not someone to become the next necessarily number one receiver. So, like, you just got to find somebody that's ready to play immediately, somebody that can play on Aaron Rodgers' timing and can tempo his routes in the correct way, somebody that's reliable with his hands. And, hey, if he can provide some vertical stretching ability, great. If he can provide some really good yak ability, terrific. Skylar Bell, another name to maybe consider in round 3. Now, if you get to 53 and you have a choice between Jeremy Bernard, Emmanuel Pregnon, or Jermod McCoy, who's the pick? Because all of them are available.
I might say Emmanuel Pregnon. Dude, like, I'm sorry. I know wide receivers a need. I know it is. I know it's not sexy. I
know I traded up for Pregnon in my mock today. I don't think I'd be able to not take the receiver at 53.
But, like, dude, you get the left guard. You have all of them under team control. Like, that's how you win. That's how you start winning.
It really does depend on how you feel about Brock Hoffman.
It is not Jeremy Bernard.
All right, good news here. If you're wanting Jeremy Bernard here, Zion Young. But listen, man, this is bad news because Zion Young was I had a late first, early second round grade on this cat. Like, he's awesome. Like, they needed edge rusher to go along with Mike Green and those pieces that they have there right now. And, of course, Trey Hendrickson now. I think he's their starting number 2 edge rusher. And then Mike Green is their number 3 edge rusher moving forward. That's a good duo. Zion Young is your number 2 edge. Damn, dude, it seems like every pick that these AFC North teams make, I'm like, man, that's a good player. I'm not looking forward to playing them twice a year.
Yeah, it's just. Everyone's kind of dooming in the chat right now. They're saying it's gonna be back.
Please don't speak that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
You are not paralyzed.
I am paralyzed.
Jesus, dude, if we take Carson back, I don't know what I'll do, man. I really don't.
Get back into some supers to stop thinking.
Yeah. So can we take actually a look at the teams that are coming up here?
Yeah, I got you.
So we got Tampa on the clock. How many of these teams coming up need a receiver?
We shall see.
Because, like, again, I think 48 is a number to watch here with Atlanta because I think they want more picks. I think the Steelers could potentially trade up to 48. And with 48, Ponzi, I think that's a spot where with a team like Atlanta that wants more picks, you could trade like 76 and 85 to move up to 48, and then you get 48 and 53. So you can maybe take Pregnon and then Bernard.
Yeah.
Like, I think that'd be a good, smart move by Omar Khan here. So let's see what happens. Oh, my God. If we take C.J. Allen, oh, my gosh, dude. That's another, like, that's another no thank you to me.
This might be a now imagine.
Okay. So I look at this graphic here. Like, would the Colts take him? I mean, they lost Michael Pittman Jr., but I don't know. Did they? Because they got Downs. They've got Alec Pierce. Did they add anybody in free agency other than those two? Like, they might take a receiver at 47.
No, they lost Pittman. I think they would probably take like a Surratt though if they're gonna Try to replace that.
Honestly, yeah. Like, if you want to replace Michael Pittman Jr. with Michael Pittman Jr., like,
the pick is in for the Bucs, Josiah Trotter.
All right. So, thumping linebacker out of Missouri. The fact that he went ahead of C.J. Allen is hilarious because they're like the same, like, mold of player, but like Trotter's got a little bit more thump to him, in my opinion. So, listen, man, Panthers could take a receiver at 51. I wouldn't be shocked by that. Jets could, I don't know. They like Adonai Mitchell. I don't think they'd take a receiver at 50, but if we learned anything from last night, Ponzi, it's that you can get cucked right before, you're hoping somebody falls to you. Let's see if Omar Khan has learned his lesson.
Now, I will propose this because this is also something I saw in the chat. Not to put more doom. If Garrett Nussmeier is the pick.
I would like that a lot more than Carson Beck. Like Nussmeier, I like Nussmeier, man. Like, I think his 2024 tape is like legitimately good tape. Like, good pocket presence, good pocket footwork, not afraid to push the ball down the field. Now, he might throw some interceptions, but like he can mentally process defenses, and he's going to be able to do that day one at the NFL level. He's not like the AFC North quote-unquote quarterback that they say they're looking for. He's a smaller guy, doesn't have big hands. No, he's got bigger hands than Will Howard, so maybe they would like that. But obviously, he has the connection to Doug Nussmeier. Mike McCarthy, his dad, was a coach under McCarthy for multiple years. So obviously, there's an established relationship between Garrett and McCarthy. I don't think they'd take him in round 2. I think maybe in round 3 it's a possibility. Like, it's a legitimate possibility in round 3 that Garrett Nussmeier's the pick for us tonight. And I think Drew Aller is also in that conversation. Maybe Carson Beck is a part of that conversation in round 3 as well, but I hope not. But, like, out of those 3, if you want to just talk about, okay, which quarterback between Nussmeier, Aller, and Beck would I want to start an NFL football game for me this year? The easy answer is Garrett Nussmeier. Easy answer.
Yeah.
All right? Like, especially if he's healthy, and it seems like he is. Like, this past year, guys, he played with an oblique injury and, like, something to do with, like, his back.
Oh, got a little tidbit. For the information, the Steelers, from Nick Farabaugh, the Steelers are currently calling teams attempting to move up from 53.
And I have to assume that's for Jeremy Bernard.
Or Pregnon.
Or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Like, there's multiple.
If you
if the Steelers stay put, they're going to get a good player of some variety, whether it's a safety, whether it's a guard, whether it's a receiver, unless they all go in these upcoming picks. Like, I don't know if this pick necessarily needs to be a receiver, but like Jeremy Bernard, if you like the Mekhi Lemon type of receiver and skill set, and that was the type of receiver you wanted to add to your team last night, like, obviously you'd rather land Mekhi, but if you can't get him, and that was the case, that's the case right now, Jeremy Bernard's a really good consolation prize for that type of receiver. Like, super smart, savvy route runner, good athlete, over a 9.0 relative athletic score, so over 90 percentile with the athleticism testing. Super smart, great feel out in open space, great vision as a runner too. Like, they used him as a screen threat a ton at Alabama. He was really good at it. So we'll see if Omar's able to get a deal done. I mean, we know Omar likes to talk about trades. It seems like over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of talking about trying to get a trade done and not actually getting a trade done.
Yeah.
You know, Jacoby Myers, Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, we did it!
The Steelers are trading up to pick 47!
Just as we were talking shit!
Omar Khan has woke up!
He woke up from his nap!
Now, who is this for? This is.
All right, let's look at the board. Let's look at the board.
I would be shocked.
All right, who do you want to look at first? Wide receivers?
Well, let's just look at the best available and go down. So Jermod McCoy, I think, has to be a part of the conversation here. I don't think he's the most likely to go here, though. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is possible.
Did have top 30 in combine.
He did not have combine.
He did not have combine?
He had top 30, no combine.
Got it.
I think Emmanuel Pregnon is on the board here. I projected a trade up for Pregnon in my mock draft today before we went live. But Jeremy Bernard is on the board, and the Steelers have really, really liked him throughout this process. Got the top 30 visit, got the combine formal. Please.
Carson Beck, man.
If this is Carson Beck or Drew Aller, I'm going to fucking lose it. Listen, man. I would get the decision to go with Emmanuel Pregnon because you're not going to get a day one plug-and-play starting left guard for the rest of this draft. He's the last one available, in my opinion. And you can get a good receiver in round 3 here. And Steelers fans are going nuts for this trade up here. You got to love that. Who is this pick for? I got to say, though, Ponzi, I just want the peace of mind of knowing we get a good receiver here. And I know the Steelers love Jeremy Bernard. I mean, but we were at this point last night where I was hoping to get Omar Cooper Jr. All right? I don't want you to show the graphic here. I want you to turn this up here, Ponzi. I want you to turn up the volume. I don't want you to show the pick here until we get the official announcement here. Here we go. The pick is in. Who are the Pittsburgh Steelers drafting? Come on, give me Jeremy Bernard or Emmanuel Pregnon. Come on! Jeremy Bernard is a Pittsburgh Steeler! Let's go! Jeremy! Let's go, man! Jeremy Bernard, my number 7 quarterback or wide receiver in this class, is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Oh man, I love this pick. After the embarrassment of last night, losing out on Mekhi Lemon, you get one of my favorite receivers in this entire class. Versatile, can play inside or out, great route runner, will be able to sync up with Aaron Rodgers, I think, in year 1. Super reliable hands, really good after the catch ability. He fits what this team needs at the wide receiver position right now. So, you might be asking, what did the Steelers give up? Here are the official trade details. Okay, the Steelers are moving up to 47 to take Jeremy Bernard, and obviously the Colts are going to get pick 53 here. They get one of the Steelers' 4th-round picks, 135, and they get we have a late-round pick swap here in the 7th round. So they get 237, we get 249. I think this is more than good enough here. I think that this is good value for the Steelers. You go up and you get your guy at this position that they have shown so much interest in throughout this process. I think that he will be a great contributor as a legit wide receiver 3 to go along with DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. Whoever's throwing him the ball, he's going to be open for him. I can tell you that right now. I love his route running ability, super reliable hands. Now, is he necessarily like a big-time deep threat or anything like that? Not necessarily. I think that he's more of a short to intermediate level threat here. But really good on screens, really good after the catch, super reliable hands. Like, this guy reminds me of a younger Adam Thielen, okay? And obviously the Steelers liked Adam Thielen in that skill set last year. And I think that this guy's going to be a mainstay here in Pittsburgh for a long time. I like the Iheanachor pick because of this. Jeremy Bernard is a top 7 receiver in this class for me, and the Pittsburgh Steelers just landed him. All right, we're going to do a quick short here, and we're going to get into this breaking news live reaction cut for you guys right here on Steelers Talk. Jeremy Bernard is a Pittsburgh Steeler. All right. Omar Khan finally woke up and traded up to the 47th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. And with that pick, we have gotten our young receiver, Steelers Nation. It is Jeremy Bernard out of Alabama, who is my 7th-ranked wide receiver in this draft class, only behind the 6 guys that were projected first-round picks, all right? He was the guy that was right after Casey Concepcion on my wide receiver rankings this year. And the reason why I love Bernard is because of how pro-ready he is to come in right away and be a contributor for an NFL offense. He's really good after the catch. He's really good athlete, a relative athletic score of over 9.0. That's on a 10-point scale, so he's a great athlete, super reliable hands. He's going to be able to separate to the short and intermediate levels of the field for sure, and definitely maybe provide you a little bit over the top as well. So I think Jeremy Bernard is an excellent pick here for the Pittsburgh Steelers, can play inside or out, and I'm glad the Steelers got their guy. Sending that to Ponzi, and then we will get into this breaking news cut. Let's go, man. Let's go. Jeremy Bernard is a Pittsburgh Steeler. We got our wide receiver. Obviously, this team was hoping to land Makai Lemon last night. It didn't work out that way. They get their offensive lineman in the first round. What's that? Yes. Put it early. Put it like right away. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, so I just sent Ponzi our short. He's going to make that real quick, and we're going to get into this breaking news cut here as soon as he's ready to rock. But in the meantime, let's talk about this pick, because Jeremy Bernard is number 7 quarterback, or not, I keep saying quarterback. He's the number 7 wide receiver on my board. I have a true round 2 grade on him, so it's the right value here. And with Denzel Boston off the board, knowing how much the Steelers liked him, I thought that there was a chance that they could trade up for Jeremy Bernard today. He seemed like the Steelers' guy. I think what I like about him specifically is that I think he can get on Aaron Rodgers' wavelength very, very quickly, because the Steelers are expecting Rodgers to be back next year. They think there's a very good chance that he will be coming back. And if Rodgers is going to be the starting quarterback of this team and you're going to be adding a rookie wide receiver, Rodgers has very infamously not connected with rookie receivers throughout his NFL career. And the reason for that is that he's very particular and he holds his receivers to a very high standard in terms of the timing of their route running. And it was one of the big reasons why Roman Wilson didn't work out last year, is because he just couldn't get on Aaron Rodgers' timing, and Rodgers just didn't trust him enough to get him the ball consistently. So what Bernard does at almost anybody, better than pretty much anybody in this class, maybe he might be second in this category, only to Makai Lemon, where in terms of the route running timing, where he's breaking open at the right timing within the progression. And, he knows how to tempo his routes, and he's not just running full speed and all this different stuff. And he's got a versatile route tree, and he can get open to the short and intermediate levels of the field. He was used as a screen threat at Alabama last year, and he's really good in open space, has great vision and great spatial awareness, and he's got super reliable hands. He's not mossing people necessarily like Makai Lemon does. Like, Makai's hands are insane, and his catch radius for a guy of his size is insane. But Bernard, like, if you throw him a pass within his range, he's going to come down with it. He might not be the best contested catch guy in the world, but he's not bad at that either. Like, he's just a very well-rounded, well-balanced wide receiver that can play inside or out. I think he's very complimentary to DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. And what have we been saying this entire offseason, guys? Omar Khan, you better fix the wide receiver position this offseason because you've neglected it these last 2 years. And I said you can't just get one player. Michael Pittman Jr. is not enough, all right? Roman Wilson, you can't just rely on him to be a contributor in this offense next year, all right? You got to bring in competition. You got to bring in somebody that can probably start right away as a rookie. And I think Jeremy Bernard, even though he might not have like the crazy high upside of like a number 1 true alpha receiver in this league, I think he can be one hell of a number 2 receiver over the long haul, and he can definitely be a legitimate starting number 3 wide receiver in this league immediately. And that's exactly what the Pittsburgh Steelers needed to add to this room. The Steelers feel like DK Metcalf is their number 1. They feel like Michael Pittman Jr. is their number 2, and Jeremy Bernard is likely coming in on day 1 as this team's wide receiver 3. I think that, you look at DK, Pittman, and Bernard's skill sets, all of them in certain concepts that they want to run. All of them can play in the slot. All of them can play on the outside. And I think that this wide receiver trio that we now have in Pittsburgh allows Mike McCarthy and Brian Angelico to truly play concept-based football. Instead of saying we have to play this player in the slot because he can't play on the outside, we do have a player like that in Roman Wilson, but he doesn't have to be a starter, right? You can just put him in certain situations when you want a smaller slot, type of guy in the game, right? But he doesn't have to be a starter now because Jeremy Bernard is one of the highest floor wide receiver prospects in this class. He has a decent ceiling as well as a legitimate high-end number 2 receiver. I think, he could be, what maybe Adam Thielen was with the Minnesota Vikings, where he could put up a lot of yards, a lot of touchdowns, and a lot of production in a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform. So I definitely like the Max Iheanachor pick more. Now that we have a top 7 receiver in this class, would I have still maybe rather gone Omar Cooper Jr. at 21 yesterday, especially because Emmanuel Pregnon is falling? Like, if we would have taken Omar Cooper Jr. at 21 yesterday and Pregnon was falling, like, you could have done the same trade up here with the Colts and gotten Pregnon. And I would have probably rather had Cooper and Pregnon as opposed to Iheanachor and Bernard. But I'm not going to be too picky here. All right, I think that these 2 players have a good chance to be Steelers for a very long time, be very good, very productive players for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving forward. So I'm very happy. What's our status here, Ponzi? Almost done, he says. So we will get into our breaking news, live reaction cut, instant reaction cut once we have that ready. And I'm juiced up, man. I'm juiced to watch this wide receiver trio play next year. And by the way, I'm not sure if the Steelers are done. I think that they're probably going to take another receiver at some point in this draft. Now, I don't necessarily think it's going to happen today. I think they probably take another receiver tomorrow, and it's going to be more of the special teams, punt returner type of variety here because Bernard, I don't think, is going to do that for you here in Pittsburgh. Now, maybe Roman Wilson can do it. I don't know, but I think tomorrow we'll probably see a smaller, shiftier type of guy get taken, and that guy will probably be our punt returner this year, but getting a guy of this caliber, man, he was one of the top 2 guys that I wanted coming into the day. I said, if you can get me Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard today, I would love that. And Omar Khan delivered for us here today. He couldn't deliver for us yesterday, came very close to delivering Mekhi Lemon, came up short in embarrassing fashion, frankly. But Max Iheanachor, paired with Troy Fautano, is hopefully going to be the tackle duo here in Pittsburgh for the next decade. You got some very good pieces on the interior of your offensive line. You still might address interior offensive line, especially if Pregnon falls to you at 76. I would even consider trading up for Emmanuel Pregnon. If somebody's willing to take 76 and 85, or even 76 and 99, like, I would trade up for Pregnon again. I'd be working the phones right now if I'm Steelers GM Omar Khan. Like, Pregnon is an awesome football player, man. Like, my grade between Venga Ioane and Emmanuel Pregnon, it's not minuscule, but it's close enough. Like, these 2 guys were the 2 guys that I looked at in this class, and I'm like, yes, you can put these 2 guys in a starting lineup in the NFL today, and they are going to have no trouble being good players in the NFL. Like, they are finished products, essentially. And Pregnon's not as good as Venga, but, like, if you end up drafting him, I think he's got a really good chance to be a multiple contract guy. And if you can have Iheanachor and Pregnon on the same offensive line in this class, and you get Jeremy Bernard, like, that's an awesome first 3 picks. So if I'm Omar Khan, I'm really trying to trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon right now. I'm trying to package a couple of my 3rd-round picks to try and get Pregnon and pair him up with Jeremy Bernard here in round 2 or in early round 3. Let's show the trade details again here, Ponzi, while you're still working on that, just in case people are wondering what the Steelers gave up to move up from 53 to 47. Obviously taking Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver from Alabama. I absolutely love the pick for the black and gold. But the Colts, obviously moving down to 53, they get 135, so that's your second 4th-round pick. And you do a 7th-round pick swap. So the Steelers go down from 237 to 249. But to make sure you get this guy, because for me, there was a little bit of a drop-off in terms of the quality of wide receiver prospects after Jeremy. I think probably the next highest guy on my list for the Steelers would have probably been Elijah Surratt out of Indiana. And honestly, he's so redundant with Michael Pittman Jr., which I guess I would have been fine with in theory. Like, Michael Pittman Jr. is a damn good football player. You can't have enough Michael Pittman Jr.'s, I guess. But, like, what's that? Let's go. Finally. All right. Steelers Nation, it's been a long wait, but we have a legitimate wide receiver starting trio here in Pittsburgh. We didn't have one last year. We didn't have one the year before that. It really limited the offense here in Pittsburgh, as we all know, over the last 2 years. And now we have our guys, DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., and Jeremy Bernard. Hopefully that's going to be good enough here to take this passing game to the next level. Let's talk about it right now. After multiple years of neglecting the wide receiver position, Omar Khan has finally delivered a legitimate wide receiver trio here in the city of Pittsburgh, as they have drafted and traded up for wide receiver out of Alabama, Jeremy Bernard, pairing him up with DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr. here in the Steelers offense. Welcome into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, presented by Prize Picks. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and this is exactly why you guys click that subscribe button. We're getting you guys this breaking news coverage as soon as we possibly can to break down the pros, the cons of this move, how Jeremy Bernard fits inside this offense. We're going to be doing this kind of analysis for every single pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And guess what, guys? The Steelers aren't done. They got more picks coming up here in round 3. They might even trade up for another player here coming up soon. They've got the draft picks to do so, and some really good players are falling. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button for the latest updates surrounding the black and gold during the NFL draft. Now, in terms of the trade, okay, trading up here, moving from 53 to 47, so not a giant trade up, right? I think that the Steelers were probably being a bit patient early on day 2. Seeing who would go first, Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard, because the Steelers did a lot of research on both of them, and I think that they were kind of seeing, okay, who's going to go first, and then once one went, and it ended up being Denzel Boston to Cleveland, by the way, I think the Steelers really started to work the phones, and they eventually found a deal here with the Colts where they are giving up their second, fourth-round pick this year, 135, and then there's a late-round pick swap here. So for the second time this offseason, actually, the Pittsburgh Steelers pull off a trade with the Colts to land a wide receiver. Of course, Michael Pittman Jr. Was formerly a Colt. We had the trade with them to get him during the first day of free agency. Now we land Jeremy Bernard, who was the number 7 wide receiver on my big board this year, guys. He was only behind really the big 6, with the big 6, of course, being Tate, Boston, Lemon, Cooper Jr., Tyson, and Concepcion. He was the first guy in my second tier, really, of wide receiver prospects this year. I had a true round 2 grade on him, so the value is right. But the reason why I love him as a player, guys, is his savviness, his football intelligence, how reliable he is. Like, if you were tired of the Deontay Johnson drops, if you were tired of the antics that George Pickens had here in Pittsburgh, you're going to love Jeremy Bernard, because he's going to bring his lunch pail every single day. He's a decent run blocker. He's going to give high effort every single rep. He's a really good route runner. And, with the Steelers losing out on Makai Lemon and his skill set yesterday, it makes a ton of sense why the Steelers pivoted to Jeremy Bernard, because he does a lot of the same things that Makai Lemon does at a really high level. He's tough after the catch. He's a good athlete. Obviously, Makai and Jeremy are not like dynamic athletes where they're going to be like, oh my gosh, he's running away from people. But they're really good in open space with good vision, really reliable hands. Now, I think Makai, where his game kind of goes to another level, is that, I think that his route running is on a slightly higher level than Jeremy's. And then also, like, he's capable of mossing people and making crazy contested catches. Jeremy has very reliable hands, but he's not going to be making those crazy acrobatic catches the way Makai Lemon is capable of. But in terms of, pivoting to a receiver here in round 2 after that debacle last night with the Makai Lemon situation, I'm very happy that the Pittsburgh Steelers were able to get this player, and I was happy that Omar Khan got off his hands here, picked up the phone, and went up to go get him. Because honestly, man, if somebody took Jeremy Bernard before the Steelers got to 53, like, there's a big difference here between Jeremy Bernard and the next wide receiver that I probably would have considered for the Steelers here on day 2 of the NFL draft. So I came into today saying if we can get Denzel Boston or Jeremy Bernard, I will be pretty happy with that result. Omar Khan delivered here, and now he's heading to Pittsburgh. We're going to talk a little bit here about how he's going to fit inside the Pittsburgh Steelers offense here in just a second, but let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. What's your one-word reaction to Jeremy Bernard and trading up for our next wide receiver 3? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comments. And with that, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this season. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You can even look ahead to next year's football season, where you can look at future projections on receiving touchdowns for Puka Nacua or passing yards on quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. If you guys put in this 3-pick projection here on a power play, you guys can put in a $20 entry fee, and if you get all 3 correct, you can be walking away with $120 from our friends at Prize Picks. And you guys can actually follow me on the app at Sperry to see all of the lineups that I put out throughout the course of the calendar year. And you guys can actually copy my lineups with a single click. So download the app today. Use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app today. And a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's edition of Steelers Talk. Now, my one-word reaction here to this pick is finally, the Pittsburgh Steelers ended up getting a receiver in this draft. I know a lot of people wanted to take one yesterday. I know I did, especially because Omar Cooper Jr. was on the board at 21. And if I could still go back in time, I would still go pick Omar Cooper Jr., and I'd probably pick Emmanuel Pregnon here in the second round. And I probably would have rather had that duo than Max Iheanachor and Jeremy Bernard. But I think that this is, pretty close to that, and I think it's a very good combo here of offensive line and wide receiver to start this NFL draft. And then another thing, too, that connects to this word, my one word here, finally, is that the Pittsburgh Steelers finally have a legitimate wide receiver trio heading into next season. Because over the last 2 years, as we know, Omar Khan has not done a good enough job building out this room, having Van Jefferson as our number 2 receiver a couple years ago. Last year, having a rotation of different guys like Calvin Austin III and Roman Wilson and Adam Thielen and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and failing to trade for Jacoby Myers and failing to trade for Rashid Shaheed, and just a bunch of failures on the part of GM Omar Khan to actually get this team a legitimate starting wide receiver trio for their starting quarterback. And now they have made 2 trades with the Colts. They have traded with the Colts for Michael Pittman Jr. on the first day of free agency, and now they trade up with the Colts here to pick 47 to take Jeremy Bernard, who is going to be somebody that slots in immediately as your starting wide receiver 3, in my opinion. I think long-term, Jeremy Bernard is going to be your long-term probably wide receiver 2. I think that he's got that kind of upside, and he probably doesn't have the crazy upside to be like a true number 1 in this league, but so dependable, versatile, can play inside or out. With this kind of player, and you pair him up with DK Metcalf and Michael Pittman Jr., 2 guys that can also play outside or in the slot, especially in certain concepts. This is going to allow new head coach Mike McCarthy and new offensive coordinator Brian Angelico to play concept football and kind of play based on the matchups and where they want to put these players based on the matchups that they have every given week. And I think that could be the secret sauce here with the Steelers offense this season, especially with Aaron Rodgers throwing them the football. I mean, last year Aaron Rodgers had really no one to throw to because his one legitimate starting receiver was DK Metcalf, and nobody else on defense was really scared of the other option. So they would just double DK Metcalf a lot. And, what do you expect Rodgers to do? Throw it up to a double-covered DK Metcalf, 10 times a game? No, that's not going to happen, right? So I think now with these 2 guys, Michael Pittman Jr. and Jeremy Bernard, being added to this group, it's going to free up DK Metcalf. And we're going to see a better version of DK Metcalf next year. We're going to see an offense here where, you got Pat Freiermuth on the field as a receiving threat as well. You got multiple legitimate receiving threats on the field at one time. That was not the case last year in the Steelers' offense. And I think as a result, if Aaron Rodgers decides to come back to play this year, I think that he's going to, throw the ball downfield more. I think that he's going to be much more efficient. I think that he is going to be a better quarterback for this team, and this offense will be better. in year 2 of the Aaron Rodgers experiment here than it was in year 1. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comment section. Grade the pick and the trade up here from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. To let me know what you guys think about Jeremy Bernard and his addition to this wide receiver room. And we'll finish up here with just a little bit of a retrospective here on the first 2 picks. And we've said all along, guys, like offensive line and wide receiver were probably going to be the first 2 picks of this draft. Now, admittedly, I thought that the offensive line pick would be a guard, but the Steelers decided to go with a tackle last night with Iheanachor, who I think, I like that pick more now that we have been able to land Jeremy Bernard here at pick number 47. I think that these are 2 players that have a really good chance to be good players for the long haul here in Pittsburgh. And Iheanachor has a chance to be like a legit all-pro caliber tackle. Jeremy Bernard, I think, is going to be so dependable. He's going to be ready to go on day 1. And I'm thrilled to get these 2 guys here in Pittsburgh, and I can't wait to see what Omar Khan has in store for us here later tonight. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already, because when and if the Pittsburgh Steelers make more picks, we're going to make sure to get you guys coverage of those picks. With Emmanuel Pregnon at this point at least still falling, there's a chance the Steelers could still maybe trade up to go get him and get your starting left guard this year. Maybe that could happen. I would really like these first 3 picks if they could do that, but we'll see. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. And until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right. So, after Jeremy Bernard, Avian Terrell came off the board to the Atlanta Falcons, so he's playing with his brother. That's so cool, man. That is so cool. You're going to have the Terrell brothers playing in the same defense. Oh, dude, that is so perfect. I love that. Then Lee Hunter, your boy out of Texas Tech there, Ponzi, goes to Carolina. I don't hate that. I mean, they got Derek Brown there, who's awesome, but he's injured a lot. And hey, man, like you got Lee Hunter and Derek Brown. Like you're not moving those 2 people. D'Angelo Pons goes to the Jets. That's hilarious because they're going to ask him to play man coverage, and he's super tiny. So hate that fit for New York. That's probably my least favorite pick from New York in this draft. Jake Golday, the linebacker from Cincinnati, reminds me a lot of Leo Chenal. Current Commanders linebacker, formerly the Kansas City Chiefs. Kind of a weird role that he played at Cincinnati because he kind of played like a hybrid edge linebacker type of role that you don't really see a whole lot in the NFL. But, hey, I think he's a good fit in Brian Flores' system. So I kind of like that pick for Minnesota. And then Brandon Cisse, corner from South Carolina going to Green Bay. Love that fit. I think that he's a really good player. And he's going to be a starter there in Green Bay this year, I think. Pat McAfee is making the pick for the Colts at 53. Do we know who the pick is at 53? And Pat
McAfee's a close-lipped man.
Well,
He also got a Venmo, by the way.
Pat McAfee knows how to work a crowd.
Yeah. You have a Venmo, by the way.
Great. All right, we have a Venmo here. Anthony Gagnon.
I'm just saying.
And just go Anthony. He says, Bernard reminds me of Juju, but no way we made.
How much was it?
Huh?
How much?
$2. And he says, no way we make 2 trades. I wouldn't completely rule it out, man. I think I have Pregnon as the second true guard on my board. I had him above Rutledge. I had him above Basantis, who are both off the board now. I think he would be one of the steals of the draft at this point. Whoever gets him is getting a steal.
Apparently our Eagles host has a source saying Eli Stowers to Eagles.
All right. Well, I think Eli Stowers is going to be an Eagle here. $5 here from Siglo. So did we? I think we already watched it. Yeah, we already saw this one from Siglo.
Yeah, I was getting the next one ready. C.J. Allen is the pick for the Colts.
C.J. Allen, linebacker from Georgia. Coming off the board. All right. Well, for you saying that Bernard reminds you of Juju, I don't think it's. I think he's closer to Juwan Jennings or Adam Thielen. Probably closer to Thielen, younger Thielen, because he's a better athlete than Juwan Jennings is. Like he reminds me a lot of young Thielen, and Thielen was so productive, man, at Minnesota. Now, was he like the best receiver in the league, like true alpha number 1? I would say no, but like he was a very high-end number 2 for a long time. And I think that's what we're adding here in Jeremy Bernard. So, like, DK is going to be the number one weapon in the offense. That's going to continue to happen with how much money he's making. Michael Pittman Jr. paying him quite a bit as well. So, here's the thing. All three of these receivers, by the way, Ponzi, under contract for the next 4 years.
Yep.
So they're planning on this being the future of the Steelers wide receiver room, and they're locking it in here for the foreseeable future.
And, something else to note, of note here. Manuel Pregnon has not been picked.
Dude, if I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers,
I'm taking 2 of my thirds.
I'm taking 2 of my thirds, and I'm trying to trade up for Pregnon. If I'm the Steelers,
who would take this trade?
I don't know.
yeah, it's fair enough.
Anybody that wants to.
Let's see the next 4, shall we?
I mean, no.
No.
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, whatever.
I do want to look at the board, though, since we haven't really refreshed that.
Sure. But Jason says if both Boston and Bernard go without us snagging either one, where do you go with our pick? Well, I would have gone with Emmanuel Pregnon at 53. But obviously we didn't need to go over that. All right, we have a trade. Moving up to 55 is not the Steelers. It is the Patriots. Do they need guard help?
No. They just drafted.
Oh, I think they just brought in Elijah Vera-Tucker, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. The best available, Jermod McCoy, fallen quite a bit. Because last year, Will Johnson was the corner that fell. He fell to 48 to the Cardinals.
Oh, wow. Pick is already in for the Patriots.
Okay. But, this next pick for the Steelers, if Pregnon's there at 76 or if they trade up, it's going to be for Pregnon. But, if he's not there at 76, which I can almost guarantee, he's too good to fall to 76. That would be one of the values of the draft if they get him at 76. But I think safety is definitely on the board at 76. I think defensive line is definitely on the board at 76. Let's take a look at the best safeties, shall we?
Yeah, give me one.
Because I think that's the position that they're probably going to be looking at next. Now, maybe it's Darrell Jackson Jr. too. That's a name to definitely keep your eye on here as we get closer to round 3.
But, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's falling.
That's true. If Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there, he's the pick. Now, between Emmanuel McNeil-Warren or Pregnon, if both of them are there, which one do you take? I think you go with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
I don't know, man. I feel like you don't.
Actually, you're right. I would go with Pregnon. I can get a safety later.
Well, because if the safeties are falling, that means if Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's falling, that means all the safeties are falling.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm fine with A.J. Halsey.
You know who my pro comp is for A.J. Halsey?
Who?
Jaquan Brisker. It just makes so much sense to draft A.J. Halsey. He gets interceptions. He hits so hard. He reminds me a lot of Jaquan Brisker. So I think the Steelers could be eyeing A.J. Halsey. But if I'm the Steelers, guys, I am absolutely working the phones trying to package 2 of my third-rounders to move up for Pregnon.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why not to?
And by the way, that makes the Iheanachor pick
even better.
Way better. Because Iheanachor can be, he fixes the long-term tackle issue that we were going to have to deal with next offseason if we didn't address it this year. But if you get that bona fide plug-and-play starting left guard that is almost certainly going to get a second contract, that's how sure I am that Emmanuel Pregnon's going to be good.
Gabe Akis. That's how you say it, right?
Gabe Akis, run-defending edge from Illinois. Lots of power.
Yeah, our Patriots host was saying that he wanted him too.
I wonder if my Jeremy Bernard post is going off here because I posted before we went live the Jeremy Bernard thing. Yeah, it's got 91 likes. It's doing pretty well. But yeah, man, I think Jeremy Bernard, really, really good player. I had him as a top 10 receiver in this class. I have a true round 2 grade on him. I don't think he's a future number 1. He's got some limitations, but if you want somebody that is going to be able to contribute and put up yards and help get touchdowns and help with the screen game and get open and be a great route runner, he provides all of that. And it's not like he's a true outside or a true slot. He can play anywhere. Versatile, great teammate. Like, if you were tired of the antics that George Pickens brought here, if you're tired of the drops from Deontay Johnson, you're not getting either one of those with Jeremy Bernard.
LMAO. Tom Pelissero compared Ray Finkel to Jacob Rodriguez. That's funny. But I really do think, out of these four, the most interesting story of the night for me, Sperry, right now. Where does Jermod McCoy go?
I don't know, man, because I feel like the team that takes Jermod McCoy is going to have to
basically take a redshirt year.
Pretty much take a redshirt year, and he's already taken a redshirt year. He didn't play last year.
So my whole thing with McCoy, right, is that like I kind of view it as like a work in progress where obviously the health is the main concern, but like if he turns out to be as good, because he could be the number one corner from this class.
Yep. I mean,
the knee condition, from what I understand, is not relative to the ACL.
It's not, but it's considered degenerative, and it's expected to require surgery.
Exactly.
So,
like, I get it.
Are the Vikings going to end up with Emmanuel McNeil-Warren?
Yeah.
Because I predicted the Vikings to take him at 18, and he's still on the board. Minnesota's coming up.
Dude.
I don't know, man. If I'm the Steelers, like I said, Manuel Pregnon, my number 2 guard in this class, I'm moving up to get him if I can. Because the drop-off in guard prospect from him to Jennings Dunker and Jalen Farmer, it's pretty wide, in my opinion. So, do the Steelers like him enough? How much do they like Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson? Like, if they really like one of those guys, oh, shit. We have a massive trade in the National Football League, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Grenard is heading to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
The Minnesota Vikings are trading Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles.
For 2 third-round picks. So number 98 and a 2027 third. That is a great deal for the Eagles. They just got way better.
I mean, wow. They get their number 1 edge rusher.
We'll get the trade as soon as it's up.
We will get the trade details coming up here, but
because we have the full trade.
Jonathan Grenard is heading to the Philadelphia Eagles. What a draft for the Eagles so far. Getting Mekhi Lemon, getting Eli Stowers in the 2nd round, and then still landing Jonathan Grenard here.
Yeah. That is such a great draft for the Eagles. Full trade is in. They also get like a 5th, I believe. The Eagles do.
That's a steal. Jonathan Grenard's a legitimate number 1 edge in this league, and you just got him for a pair of 3rd-round picks. Howie Roseman did it again. Howie Roseman did it again. The best GM in the league. It's an absolute joke that the NFL keeps letting Howie get away with this shit.
Dude, this is a huge trade. Great trade. And I like Grenard.
Grenard's an awesome player, man.
Yeah.
The Vikings are that desperate for picks?
Well, I just think they need to shed salary.
Yeah, it's true.
Because, like, at that point, you're looking at it from this war, like, do you really think them being super competitive with facing all this cap space? Like, they'd rather get the young guys, and, you know, maybe they do compete with Kyler Murray, but, like, at the end of the day, I think this is a great trade for both parties, actually. 2027 is supposed to be a super loaded draft class, getting a 3rd-round pick, getting potentially to move up, like, more draft capital, that's good. A lot of people are holding on to 2027 picks. So, like, I think that's a great, great deal.
Who the hell is this guy?
Who is he? Nate? Burt? I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to even try. The Jaguars have picked a player I didn't even know existed.
Oh, my God.
Who is this?
Nate Borkreicher. I have a 5th to 6th round grade on this guy. He's going in round 2.
Who?
This is a terrible pick by by Jacksonville. Here are my notes on this guy. Okay, for Nate Borkreicher. I say Borkreicher is an overachiever type with a lanky frame and reduced athletic tools, but he catches the hell out of the football in traffic, and he blocks his butt off with good technique. His ceiling is almost certainly limited to a backup and specialist role, but considering tight ends with his mindset as a blocker don't grow on trees, he's worth bringing in to compete for heavy personnel work as a backup tight end. The one area he could really surprise would be if he's finally able to add to his frame and get up to about 260 pounds, where he could be a real ass kicker in the run game. But at 25 years old, it seems that bulking up has proven to be a challenge for him for one reason or another, or perhaps his reduced athletic limits get challenged and he isn't comfortable moving around at that weight. Wow. So this is somebody that's an undersized blocking tight end that I have a 5th to 6th round grade on, a mid-day 3 grade on. And I mean, this is like the crazy, like, what the hell are we doing pick right here.
Yeah, that's additionally for the Eagles.
How does this guy go before Emmanuel Pregnon?
Additionally for the Eagles, they get a $100 million contract extension for Jonathan Grenard. A.J. Brown's gone, guys. Like, we all know that.
A.J. Brown is so gone, dude.
They cannot afford to not trade A.J. Brown.
Yeah, they literally have to.
They literally have to.
They literally, have to, unless they're backloading the shit out of this contract, which is, I guess, possible. That's what they do with all their contracts. But
to get Eli Stowers, Mekhi Lemon, and Jonathan Grenard with your draft, dude, Howie cooked. You got your Dallas Goedert replacement in the future, even though he signed on to the team. You have your A.J. Brown replacement, and I think he could even be better for A.J. Brown in that offense. And you get a star edge rusher.
All you have to give up is a pair of thirds? Like what are the chances that either one of those third-round picks that you would have taken players with become even close to as valuable as Jonathan Grenard? They all of a sudden
have a Super Bowl window opened up, depending on if Jalen Hurts can throw the football.
Yeah, and I think the wide receiver room is a weird one for them because they don't have – they got Dontavian Wicks, who's got some size, but other than that, they've got, Hollywood Brown, who's small, Mekhi Lemon, who's small, Devontae Smith, who's small. It's a lot of small targets for Jalen Hurts, whose specialty is throwing the go ball down the sideline, really. Like, I don't get it. Listen, Mekhi Lemon's a great player. I don't know if he's like a terrific fit with them.
So the move saves $34 million in cap space for the Vikings. So I think they're firmly in the green now.
By the way, this is a great deal for the Eagles as well in terms of the contract. Jalen Phillips, who left the Eagles this year, signed for 4 years, $120 million.
Yeah.
So it's a really good deal for Jonathan Grenard, who I think is better than Phillips. So he upgraded at that position this offseason. Just an awesome move.
Yeah. Get us to 117,800. Get us closer to 118,000 subscribers.
Also, we have, help us get to 118,000 subscribers, guys. If you want daily, free, informative, entertaining Steelers content every single day, we're getting you guys breaking news coverage of every single Steelers pick during the 2026 NFL Draft. If you appreciate all the work and all the hours that we put in, because we're going to be live for more than half a day over these 2 streams. And over these 3 streams, we're going to be live for almost a full day. That's how long. We're going to be live tomorrow for day 3. So if you guys appreciate the work that we put in, I'd greatly appreciate it if you click that subscribe button. And just so you guys know, we do have a couple deals going on our merch website right now at chatsports.com/stmerch. The first one is that if you guys spend $59 on our website, so essentially that's like getting two T-shirts, you get $10 off your order. All right,
it is 2 T-shirts with $24.99.
And we got a bunch of different T-shirts, guys. You can get a Steelers Talk channel logo T-shirt. You can get our Michael Pittman Jr. T-shirt. And we got married into this stuff. We've got F the Ravens T-shirts. We got a good selection of Steelers Talk merch on our website. If you get 2 T-shirts, essentially you get $10 off. All right, that's pretty much the deal. So chatsports.com/ST merch. And then with the married into this collection, you can probably get 3 pieces and then get an additional $10 off here. Like, that's a really good deal.
Quick math.
Mother's Day is coming up here.
So if you get the T-shirt, yes. At the sweatshirt, you can get 2 for that.
So 25% off married into this for a special Mother's Day sale. Get it for your mom. Get it for your wife. If they married into this thing that we call being a fan of the Pittsburgh Steelers, then I think they would love this T-shirt. You guys bought these things up like hotcakes around Valentine's Day. Now's your chance to get it 25% off. Chatsports.com/married to get yours today. What's that face for, Ponzi?
Is this a reach?
Oh, a little bit. You know who he reminds me of though? Guess who my pro comp is for him? It's Garrett Bradbury, who is their current starting center. So they're replacing Garrett Bradbury with Garrett Bradbury. Logan Jones, the center from Iowa, is the pick here. It's a reach. He's the number 1 center off the board. Now, he's there tight. So I can't say I'm completely shocked, but it is early for him, in my opinion.
You have another trade.
And by your tone, I'm guessing it's not the Steelers because you'd be going crazy if it was. Because I know Ponzi. I know my producer, man. If the Steelers traded up, he'd be going, oh, Steelers trading up. And he's just like, oh, there's another trade. I'm like, yep, the Steelers did.
No.
Steelers weren't the ones to trade up.
I hid my tone pretty well with the Steelers when I was like, we do have a trade. Nah.
All right.
Let's see.
Let's see what the trade is here.
Browns, come back up.
Browns coming up. Are they going to steal another one of my guys here? Are they going to take Pregnon?
I think it kind of would make sense, too.
Dude, how the hell does Logan Jones go ahead of Emmanuel Pregnon?
Reaching for need, I guess.
And, like, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is falling.
It's falling pretty – I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he was the pick here.
Dude, if McCoy, McNeil-Warren, or Pregnon is sitting there for you at 76, like, you got to take them. You got to take one of them.
I think if I'm the Browns here, I'm either picking – honestly, I might even pick McCoy.
You think the Browns will take McCoy?
They could afford that. They're not going to be that very good. I don't think they'll be that good.
I mean, maybe.
Get a young corner who could develop, learn from Denzel Ward.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it for them. I'd hate that we'd have to go up against Jermod McCoy twice a year later on down the road, but
I would not be opposed for Jermod McCoy or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here, but I think it's going to be Pregnon.
For the do they need guard?
I know they have a bunch of like 1-year deals, 1-year, 2-year deals who are like stopgaps.
Okay. I know they lost Wyatt Teller, their left guard, this year, so guess this would make some sense. God, dude, like, the Browns, I think, are having a really good draft so far. We'll see who they take here. But they get Fano by trading down and getting more picks, and then they end up getting Casey Concepcion, and then they get Denzel Boston. Let's see who they take here at 58. It's Joe Hayden.
Yeah, it's Jermod McCoy.
Joe Hayden making the pick for the Browns. Well, he made the pick for Denzel Boston.
Oh,
and they get McNeil-Warren.
That's a great pick.
God, dude, that sucks. See, like, this is another AFC North pick. It's like every single time a team in the AFC North picks, I'm like, damn, I hate that I have to play that player twice a year. And like, he's got an awesome peanut punch, great cover ability. He's not super athletic, and he obviously played at a lower level of competition, but he hits hard, so instinctive. I had a first-round grade on him. I love Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I projected him to go 18th to the Vikings in my mock draft this year. He ends up going all the way down to 58, and he's off the board. So right now, I would say, obviously, safety is a priority today. I think the Steelers got to get some sort of safety by the end of the evening. But the question is, when is the right timing? And who do you go get? Because there's a number of safeties that I would like on this team. And obviously there's been a slide at that given position. If we can show that the rest of who's still available at that position here, Ponzi.
Yep.
But, I mean, look at that draft class so far for Cleveland. Fano, Concepcion, Boston, and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. 4 players that were expected to go in the first round this year. All of them were inside the top 25 on the consensus big board heading into the week. And they're all Browns. What a class from
Look
Andrew
at this class
Berry.
right here. We have it on screen right now.
I hate to say it, but Andrew Berry and the Browns are cooking.
Another trade.
Another trade. Are the Texans moving up?
Well, apparently I forgot that I guess our system had it a little bit wrong, but it was this is the Bears pick.
Got it. So the Bears, who are picking at 60, are trading down with Tennessee. So we'll have full trade details here in a second. But can we look at the safeties, please?
Yeah. So Texans making their pick right now.
See who the Texans take here. This will be interesting. Top safeties available. Keontae Scott, older player, more of a nickel player than a safety, but he's got really good speed. I could see him playing safety in the league. Could play outside corner, too. Super versatile. A.J. Halsey, who I compare to Jaquan Brisker, I think he's got a decent chance to be the pick at 76 if he makes it there. Zakee Wheatley played at Penn State. And then Bud Clark is someone I would love. Bud Clark was one of my favorite players at the Senior Bowl. Really good cover player. Can play in the slot or free safety. I think you bring in Bud Clark, and he could be your future free safety. I would be happy with Halsey. I'd be happy with Keontae Scott. Like there's multiple good safety options on the board here, guys.
I mean, the best safety just went in terms of Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, who was in the second round, and he went at 58.
One of these guys will be there by 76. So
I think so.
So for sure, like you can stick and pick at 76. You're getting a good football player. But like with Pregnon still there, I think.
And the next pick is not Pregnon.
The Steelers just, what is this? Marlon Klein?
Yeah, this is it.
Tight end out of Michigan. Steelers showed some interest in this guy, but what is with the crazy reaches at the tight end position? Once again, I have a 5th to 6th round grade on Marlon Klein. He's going in the 2nd round. What is going on? I have Klein and Borkreicher, or however you say his fucking name, from Texas A&M, ranked 14th and 15th on my tight end big board. They're going in the 2nd round. What a terrible pick by the Houston Texans.
It's just weird. They traded up to get him, too, I think.
So I think right now, guys.
No, they traded back. I'm stupid.
What the Steelers are looking at 76, it's probably D-line, safety, or guard. The only guard that I think they might take there is probably Emmanuel Pregnon.
Do you think he gets there?
I mean, at this point, we're just 16 picks. So I don't think he gets there. I don't think we go another 16 picks without Emmanuel Pregnon going. But, by the way, the Titans get Anthony Hill Jr., rangy linebacker from Texas. I mean, there's no linebackers worth taking here, I don't think. Not for the Steelers. Like for the Steelers to take a linebacker this early, it's got to be an insane value. Now, Kyle Lewis is fun.
He is fun.
And he was in the building there at Pitt, at UPMC.
Now, you could say.
But here's the thing. You could look at the quarterbacks. But, I wouldn't be shocked if Nussmeier goes in round 3 here, because here's what I'll say about Nussmeier. Like, if you have any reservations that Rodgers is going to retire and you want this pick to be ready to play at some point this year in case Rodgers retires, I think Garrett Nussmeier is the most ready out of all the quarterbacks that are left to play right now. It's not close, all right? Like, his mental processing ability is legit. I think, some of the throws that he was able to pull off in 2024, unbelievable. And he's got a personal relationship with Mike McCarthy, obviously with him being Doug Nussmeier's son, who was the quarterback's coach for McCarthy for many years. You know that Nussmeier's been coached in the quote-unquote McCarthy way his entire life.
And I will say this too about Nussmeier too. I do agree with your take that he is the most pro-ready. I also think he could use a year from behind Rodgers too.
Oh, sure.
Like I
Why
think
not? Why not? Every quarterback could use it.
Exactly. It's a win-win scenario because at the same time he's still moldable enough. Unlike, in my opinion, Carson Beck, where I think you could take him and you could feel comfortable. Like, hey, we could actually develop him as our future. Well, Carson Beck, I feel is like a little. I don't know, man.
100%. I do want to give a shout-out here to Donald Moore. Donald Moore with a $10 Venmo. Shout out to Donald. Gets 2 raffle entries. Shout out to Donald. Thanks for the support there, my friend. But talking about Nussmeier here, I think the reason why he fell, like remember, like all these quarterbacks, Aller, Nussmeier, Klubnik, all these guys had such high expectations heading into the year and they all underwhelmed. I think Nussmeier was the one where, like, you can look at his play and you can throw out his film entirely from 2025 because he was playing injured the entire year. Like, literally, like, he had something going on with his spine and his oblique where, like, he couldn't rotate and he couldn't put juice on the football and, like, he wasn't good last year. And, like, LSU knew it, so they started throwing a bunch of screens and they kind of tried to protect him, and it was just a completely different quarterback in 2025 compared to what it was in 2024, and it was because of injury, and he tried to play through it, all that different stuff. Obviously, it didn't work out, but now he's 100% healthy. We got a report that, like, whatever his injury was, they got it figured out, and he's 100%, and it's not expected to be a long-term thing. So, like, if you draft Garrett Nussmeier, you could back your way into a legitimate first-round caliber talent for a third-round price tag or a fourth-round price tag. So I think Nussmeier's incredibly intriguing. Now, the one thing and the one knock that I'll say about him going to the Steelers is that the Steelers keep saying, we want an AFC North quarterback. We want somebody that's big and has big hands and all these different things, big arm. Nussmeier, I think, would probably have a below-average NFL arm for a starter. It's not bad. He can play in the NFL with that arm, but, like, is it an AFC North arm? Maybe not. He's not very big. He doesn't have big hands. So it's like those concerns about playing in the cold weather, those concerns about taking the beating that players take in the AFC North are legitimate in my opinion. So, you know, it kind of comes down to, do you want somebody that's more ready to play immediately, or do you want somebody maybe more like a Drew Aller who might have a higher upside than Garrett Nussmeier, but he needs more coaching and he's more volatile? I don't know. I don't know what the Steelers' answers to that question would be. For me, if I can get Drew Aller in round 4, I think I'm cool with that. Obviously, you only have one fourth-round pick now, so I think that pick at 121 is interesting. But I don't know if I'm spending a third-round pick on a player that I'm just like sitting for a year, especially with the Steelers still having needs at safety, and like I don't think I'm taking a quarterback before I take a safety.
We do have another tight end drafted.
Yes, but this one actually deserves to
like
this one should be in the conversation to go in this range, right? So round 2, pick 61, Max Clare to the Los Angeles Rams, pairing up with Ty Simpson there with Los Angeles.
I thought he was going to be the first tight end drafted after Stowers.
I'm a big fan. I have him as tight end 4. I have Stowers and Delp above him.
I do like Delp, but I think Clare.
But Clare's a good fit. He's a solid player. Receiving tight end. Decent player.
Now, still.
All right. Ponzi, if you want to take over here for just a second, I'm going to go maybe grab some food and get some more water.
Okay.
Before we get to pick 76. Maybe the Steelers trade up. I mean, goodness gracious, Emmanuel Pregnon's still here.
Yeah.
If I'm the Steelers, I'm trying to trade up for him, but I mean, who knows? Like maybe they love Brock Hoffman. They just love him, and they think that he's going to be like a full-time starting left guard for this team for a long time, which I don't necessarily buy because they only gave him a 1-year short-term contract. So Ponzi's going to take care of you guys here for maybe the next 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to go maybe get some food, and I'm going to go get some more water here because I've run out. So Ponzi, take over here for a second.
How are we feeling? Look at the best available here. Javon McCoy, obviously, and I feel like, McCoy probably is going to be the big story of this draft right now. Like, dude, he's going to be, like, I kind of compare him to, like, an MLB prospect. Not in the way of, like, he's going to take 4 years to develop, but more so of, like, you're drafting him with the assumption that he's not going to immediately contribute, but he could contribute in the future. So I think that, I really do think that if you really look at it as, by the way, we do have another trade, not involving the Steelers, but the Bills are coming up to pick number 62. Could be Pregnon. I don't think so. I think, honestly, they're going to probably make their move for wide receiver. Could be a Chris Bell, also coming off an injury. Ted Hurst. I mean, I think McCoy's going to be good. The problem is you don't know if he's going to be on the field for you at all. So, like, if for a win-now team, it's just, yeah. So, Ponzi is Zoo TV era. Yeah, I really like these glasses. They're helping me out because, like, I look at the screen, like, all day. Like, I'm on my phone. I'm on my, here producing. And, like, these glasses are so good. Shout out to my wife. She really got me these glasses. But, like, they really help out with my headaches. They really help out with general. So I really do like, having these. So it's really good. You're my favorite drug lord. yeah, sure. We'll say that. Instead of I'm dealing with good vibes, guys. I'm dealing good vibes. But looking at the wide receivers, I really do think it should be a wide receiver here. I think, they're really struggling. Hold up. Did I just see this? Correct? No, it's not. I really do think it should be a wide receiver because, like, they don't have anyone else other than, like, DJ Moore. And Khalil Shakir is nice, but, like, dude, get Josh Allen some help, man. Yeah, the Browns are having a good draft class. Unfortunately, they're having a really good draft class. I mean, you take a look at it here. Like, I really thought when they traded up, I thought they were gonna, or they stayed put at 39, and they traded up for Concepcion. Like, dude, just disaster here. I feel like every AFC North team's had a good draft. I feel like, maybe it's one of those years where it's like the AFC North finally has their head screwed on right. But, like, dude, Spencer Fano, first pick, Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston, Emilio Warren, like, they're cooking. It's a shame. It really is a shame. We do need a left guard. We'll get to more Super Chats here in a bit when Sperry gets back. But, I mean, dude, this draft kind of been wild. We thought these wide receiver runs were going to happen, and now we're really seeing a tight end run happen. And guys who weren't even projected to go into the second are being second-round picks. But that just happens when you're in the NFL draft. As we do have the pick for the Buffalo Bills. It is...
I'm ready.
All right. Get Sperry back on. Get this all ready. Sorry about the delay, guys.
Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
All right. What's up, guys? I'm back here. Got a little bit of a bite to eat because I haven't had dinner yet. But we're now getting closer to 76. I think we're now kind of in range for when the Steelers could maybe think about trading up for Pregnon, who, in my opinion, is the only guard that's left on the board where I would say very, very – let's see. I would think it's tough for the Chargers to say no to Emmanuel Pregnon because I projected the Chargers to take Pregnon in the first round of my mock draft this year. They brought in Trevor Penning on a 1-year short-term deal. I feel like he is a John Harbaugh type of dude. Now, is he a Mike McDaniel type of dude where they like to run a lot of outside zone and that Shanahan-style offense? I don't actually know if Pregnon is like a terrific fit for L.A.,
I don't know, man, but I feel like you just got to go offensive line. If you look at that playoff game last year and come away with the take that your offensive line was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Come on.
I don't disagree. Davison Igbinosun goes to the Buffalo Bills. I hate this pick. Listen, Colton Hood and Igbinosun are the two corners in this class that are they're bad zone corners, they're bad off-cover corners, but they're good in man. They're very good in man. That's what those guys do. Now, does that mean that they can't get better in those regards? No, but Buffalo is the most off-zone team in the league outside of the Seattle Seahawks or the Chargers and Baltimore. And
they pick players who are not scheme fits.
And it's I don't know why they're taking this player. It's he's not good in off coverage. That's what they're going to ask him to do. Also, who's playing in the slot? Because you've got Christian Benford and you've got Maxwell Harrison, who's a first-round pick last year.
Yeah, you got rid of Taron Johnson.
Who are you? Yeah, what's that?
They got rid of Taron Johnson.
Yeah, they got rid of Taron Johnson, who is one of the best nickel corners in the league.
I just don't understand the vision.
What is Buffalo doing, man? They passed on Denzel Boston multiple times, and they're taking Davison Igbinosun to a terrible scheme fit. I don't know, man. That's another pick that I'm not the biggest fan of, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. But that's why I'm not an NFL GM, Ponzi. These guys probably know a lot more than I do. But
Banner Bean's an idiot, to be nice.
Yeah, that's fair. Excuse my chewing.
I might have to go get me some here in a bit, too. Is there still a lot left?
Yeah, still a lot left. So let's see what the Chargers do here. This could be Pregnon, but I tell you what, man. I've identified Pregnon as an excellent fit with the Steelers for a long time. Hell, in our Chat Sports mock draft, I traded up to 32 to make sure I got him.
And he might be available at 64. Dude.
If I'm Omar Khan, I'm trying to move up, man.
I'm packaging 2 of my thirds.
Well, at this point, I don't even know if you have to do that.
Oh, yeah, you might not have to.
We're 12 picks away. At this point, I would trade, I don't know, 85 and 99, 85 and 121.
Even we have 121 still?
Yeah. We traded 135.
Okay. I might take 85 and 121. Rodgers be hesitant if we draft QB? No. I mean, I remember people saying last year when we drafted Will Howard, does this mean that Rodgers not coming because we drafted a 6th-round quarterback? No. The plan, if they take a quarterback here at 76, if it's Garrett Nussmeier or whoever, the plan is going to be for Rodgers to play one more year and Will Howard and this other rookie to compete and, play as the backups and, develop and see if one of them, really sticks with McCarthy and the coaching staff and see if one of those guys, really garners the belief of the coaching staff and the organization, and then you readdress the position in 2027. By the way, the Chargers did not take Emmanuel Pregnon, but it's another interior lineman, Jake Slaughter from Florida. I'm not the biggest fan of Jake Slaughter. Not a lot of play strength, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to hold up at the NFL level, but he was a second-team All-American. Gotta feel is something wrong with Pregnon? Did he get something wrong?
Is he injured? What is going on? By the way, Kyle Lewis is sitting there, and it's just it's in my – I don't think the Steelers should necessarily take him. Honestly, we're not live on the Commanders Report tonight, but if I'm the Commanders, I'm really thinking about Kyle Lewis.
Well, we're seeing a center on here too. If you're talking about that.
That's true. If we're going to talk about the Commanders, who are coming up here at pick 71, Sam Hecht is probably the best center available for them. But we're not here to talk about the Washington Commanders. We're talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. And there's a lot of good players. Here are the 4 best players available right now. I would be thrilled with any of these players at 76. So I honestly think the Steelers are looking at their situation, and they're like, you know what? We probably feel pretty good. One of these guys is going to follow us. But if I'm them, Emmanuel Pregnon is the type of animal here that you're not going to be able to get for the rest of the draft. If he goes before pick 76 and you want to get a guard, there's nobody else in this class, in my opinion, that you can say with a lot of confidence, yep, that's our starting left guard this year. Pregnon's the last one available. So unless you really like Brock Hoffman, unless you for some reason, really believe in Spencer Anderson. In my opinion, you shouldn't have that much confidence in him to not trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon. You have picks in this draft. I know you already traded up, but you only gave up one pick, essentially, to move up. Like, there was a couple pick swaps in there, and you only ended up giving up one of your 12 picks this year. So you have 11 picks in this draft still, and you have an opportunity to get a future starting right tackle, a contributor in the wide receiver room immediately and long-term in Jeremy Bernard, and then your immediate starting left guard in Emmanuel Pregnon, and really solidifying this Steelers offensive line as one of the most talented and well-rounded offensive lines in football. And what's the price tag to make that happen again? Like, maybe 85 and 99? Maybe 99 and 121? Maybe 85 and 121? That price tag is worth it to me.
And there's a good chance you could still get another good player with your third.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, is there a world? This would be best case, I think, for 4.
Damn. Okay, we got, for the first time in a while, somebody's taken a player here that I wanted for the Pittsburgh Steelers that I really like.
It's not the end of the world, though.
It's not the end of the world. There's still good safeties left, but the Seahawks are taking a safety here. And it's my guy, Bud Clark from TCU, off the board to the Seattle Seahawks.
Shout out to Connor Griffin, hit his first home run today.
Yeah, shout out to Connor Griffin.
There's another thing happening. We're not talking about it.
We're not talking about it.
It's bad luck.
Yep. But Bud Clark, one of my favorite safeties in this class, is on his way to Seattle. Really good cover player, versatile, can play free safety or nickel. I mean that I've had Bud Clark pegged as a Steeler. No way.
What?
Ricky just posted, and he said, "Is this the pick with Sid the Sloth, meaning Carson Beck?"
And
could this be Carson Beck here in round 3?
Such a Cardinal pick, dude.
Listen, man, I actually think if the Cardinals go quarterback here, they should take Garrett Nussmeier, because Nussmeier, I think, would be a perfect fit in a McVay, Shanahan style offense, because he's so good at mental processing. He can get to the backside of the read, all those things. Like, he strikes me as a Shanahan McVay guy. So if I'm Arizona, I'm taking a quarterback at 65. My pick is Garrett Nussmeier, not Carson Beck. But, hey, man,
Ricky,
take him off the board, please. Please, Ricky, be correct.
Unless the Steelers just straight up.
If I don't have to worry about Carson Beck for the rest of the night, I'll be happy about it. Especially if Garrett Nussmeier is still a possibility, at some point during this third round. Because we're about to really kick it into high gear here. We're at pick 65, so we're getting close to the Steelers' first third-round selection at 76. And, of course, right after that, it's going to be pick 85 and then pick 99, the second-to-last pick of the night. Well, let's take a look here at the safeties.
Actually, we got something real quick.
Oh, okay. Just give me a second here. So now we are officially in round 3. The pick is in for Arizona, so we'll let you guys know who the pick is here in just a second. But just like we did earlier with the Prize Picks Twitter thing, we're going to have another promotion here, guys, but this time on Instagram, okay? So Ponzi is going to be putting in the link like we did earlier. Click the link, go to Instagram, and then make sure you guys spam Steelers Draft, okay? It's not Chat Sports this time. It's Steelers Draft, okay? And it's the same promotion here, 2 people?
No. This is just to help us out.
Oh, this is just to help us out. So
but we will give some shout-outs. I'll give you some shout-outs.
All right, we'll give you some shout-outs here. Ponzi's going to keep an eye on it.
Oh, boy.
It's Carson Beck.
It's Carson Beck, baby.
It's Carson Beck. He's not going to be a Steeler. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, my gosh. Let's go. Make sure you blow up Steelers Draft. Come on, spam it, baby.
Not in this live chat, in the comment that I'm putting right now in our chat. So you got to go to Instagram. Instagram, comment Steelers draft. So not in our chat.
Not in our chat. Click the link, go to Instagram, and put the comment on the tweet. Well, it's not a tweet; it's a post.
Instagram post.
It's an Instagram post.
Sorry, I'm boomer over here, man.
Carson Beck, quarterback out of Miami, is the third QB off the board. And, of course, that means he won't be a Pittsburgh Steeler, which is great news, by the way. Arizona, a team that could take a quarterback, has taken their guy. Okay? So they're off the board. Also a quarterback that, honestly, I had a fifth-round grade on. I think that his ceiling is like a mid-level, backup quarterback in this league. I don't see a starting future with Carson Beck down the road. Garrett Nussmeier still on the board. Drew Aller still on the board. So, hey, Pelissero was kind of right on Carson Beck.
Yeah.
I guess Arizona fell in love with him.
Giving some shout-outs here. Metal Maniac, I see you. I see Blocko. Sterling. Jason Ballack. Czar Craig. Max Factor. That's all the ones so far. Get down there. I'll give you some shout-outs.
Ponzi's giving shout-outs to everyone that clicks the link, goes to the IG post, and then comments Steelers draft in the comment section. Oh, no, man. I spilled some guacamole on me, man.
Oh, no.
All right, Ponzi. I'm going to take a slight break here.
All right. I'll keep giving you shout-outs.
Because I gotta clean up this mess that I just made, so... Give me a second here, guys. I'll be right back. I just got to get a little paper towel here to clean up my mess. Ponzi will take care of you here for the next few minutes.
Get down there. Comment Steelers draft. I'll give some shout-outs. See, I see Judah. I see Metal Maniac again. I see a Metal. So get down there. I'm giving shout-outs. Yeah, Sperry was so excited Carson Beck got drafted. He jumped up for joy. You guys are blowing this one up. I see, let's see, Malio. I see Flovin. Let's see. Get down there, guys. Yeah, trading up for Pregnant would be great if they can do that, especially with some of these guys coming down, man. Denver. Do you think we'll get Taylon Green? No, I'd rather get Drew Aller, man, or Garrett Nussmeier. I'd be happy with either of those guys. But Carson Beck, man. He's a Cardinal. Yeah. What a crazy. I do see what's going on in Pittsburgh. I do see what's going on.
All right, folks. Carson Beck is officially an Arizona Cardinal, which means he won't be a Steeler, and of course means Garrett Nussmeier and Drew Aller are still available for Pittsburgh as we approach pick number 76. Now, I think there's enough good players on the board here where you're not really considering quarterback. I think with the Steelers, the right way to approach this here is that, Rodgers is likely coming back this year. All right? He's not. I think McCarthy has a really good idea of what Rodgers is leaning towards. I mean, they're having weekly conversations about football, and according to McCarthy, Rodgers is super involved in the game planning for the year in terms of constructing the offense and saying, he's super involved with everything going on in the building. And, I don't want you here during OTAs because we want Will Howard and Mason Rudolph to get more reps, all this different stuff. It all points to McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers are like, you know what, man? You take your time to make sure this is what you really want to do this year. Once we get to mid-May, once we get to maybe even early June, it'll be easy. All right, cool. We got Quamo Brown with a 2. Denver Broncos now on the board, by the way. I believe this is their first pick, is it not? It's their first pick. That's crazy. He says, I like Chris Bell. Here's the thing about Chris Bell. Not a super refined route runner right now, so I'm not sure if Aaron Rodgers would like him. And from a skill set perspective, very redundant with DK Metcalf. So I don't want 2 DK Metcalfs on this team, especially one that's way worse than him. I like Chris Bell as a player, but I don't think that he's the best fit for the Steelers. And I think that this was sent before Jeremy Bernard was the pick, but that's where I'm at right now. $5 from Bernard says, Batch said if the Steelers take a QB at some point tonight, the door shuts on an Aaron Rodgers return. The team will go with the rookies and Mason. No, they won't, especially if it's like Drew Aller. Like third-round picks don't start right away. I don't understand what Charlie Batch is talking about here. No. If I would say a Mason Rudolph trade would be more likely than they're going to tell Aaron Rodgers to fuck off if they draft Garrett Nussmeier tonight. No, that's not what's happening. Aaron Rodgers has been the Steelers' number 1 quarterback option the entire offseason. They decided not to pursue Malik Willis and Kyler Murray and any other quarterback in free agency for that matter because they're that sure he's coming back. Everything points to Rodgers coming back just like it did last year. I can't believe people are still falling for this. Maybe it's because people want to believe Rodgers will just retire and go away, and they don't want Rodgers back for another season, so they're holding out hope that he's not coming back. I hate to break it to you guys. There's like a 95% chance he's back next year. So I don't think Charlie Batch knows what the fuck he's talking about. With all due respect to Charlie, saying, Rodgers isn't signing because of money. No, this was the same thing last year, and the money was not the issue. In fact, Rodgers took less than what the Steelers were offering him. So, no, the wait is because it's Aaron Rodgers related, not money related. Rodgers just wants to make sure that this is what he wants to do, and the Steelers are okay with that process. So, it is what it is. $5 from Bernard says, with the Steelers fan base hates Aaron Rodgers, guts, does it make him change his mind? No, it won't. Rodgers doesn't give 2 shits about that. In fact, he likes the Steelers fans. Whenever he talks about the people from Pittsburgh, whenever he talks about Steelers fans, he likes Pittsburghers way more than Pittsburghers like him. That's just a fact. By the way, the next pick, Denver Broncos take Tyler Onyedum, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, undersized. But decent player. Probably a rotational guy for them right away. Not a terrible pick, I guess. Is this Elijah Surratt at 67 for Las Vegas?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not. It's Kayron Crawford. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't take Surratt. Just because of his connection with Mendoza. Maybe it was, but Tony Daniel, $2, says it's going to be Thompson, MSU, wide receiver Sperry, Calvin Austin III, light. I think Thompson's better than Calvin. Super fast, great ball tracking ability down the field. So if you're looking for that guy to come in certain situations that can just take the top off the defense, he's an underrated route runner as well to the short and intermediate levels of the field. Decent after the catch, but not great hands. Thompson has a big drop issue.
So you're telling me that I didn't even know the Eagles had 2 third-round picks. The Vikings got the lesser one.
That's hilarious.
They couldn't even get the better one?
For Jonathan Grenard, a number 1 edge rusher.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But anyway, Howie did it again. What can you say, man? Howie did it again.
Brazel gives me Plex vibes from Tony Daniel. Is that Plexico Burris, I assume?
What?
It says Brazel gives me Plex vibes.
Oh, yeah, Plexico Burris.
Okay.
I mean, I honestly think he reminds me more of like MVS, which I think is like a bad word in Steelers Nation because the MVS was so bad. But listen, Brazel has a drop issue. He cut out some of the drops last year, but when you watch him on film, you can tell that he's just not a natural hands catcher. He likes to catch it into his body. He'll make some crazy catches. All right, the highlight reel. I understand why a lot of people and a lot of fans that don't watch film like Brazel because they watch the highlights, and the highlights are amazing with the speed and the downfield vertical threat ability and the hip fluidity for a guy of his size. I get it. Like, Brazel has really fun upside, and I think that he could be a really good receiver in this league, especially if he develops in the right way at the next level. But he's going to have to clean up the drops. I think he's going to have to become more of a natural hands catcher than he is right now. He's not really good after the catch, even though he ran in the 4.3s and he's really fast. Because he's not really a smooth hands catcher, the transition from catch to runner is really wonky for him. And because of that, it allows defensive backs, linebackers, defenders in general, time to catch up to him. Like the best yak threats in the league, just look at Puka. Puka's the best in the league at this. They just catch you with their hand, and it's like so smooth to transition from catch to runner. With Chris Brazel, it's like, oh, I got to catch it, and then, it's like, I got to double clutch it, and then I got to put it in here. And it's just, it takes too long. And he's not a good yak threat. He's not.
The Eagles just made.
And he's skinny. So
Eagles just made the most Eagles pick of all time.
Yep. 6'9", 346 pounds.
And he's going to be an all-pro.
And he's probably going to, he's a mauler, man. Like, if the Steelers would have, this is a little early. What are you?
I'm just really mad that the Eagles got him because I really like him.
Yeah, I like Markel Bell,
I really
too.
like him.
Like,
I really like him.
Like, he's raw. He's not a perfect prospect, but he's massive. He's nasty. And he doesn't have to play right away. Like, he can learn behind Lane Johnson. He can learn behind Jordan Mailata like Mailata did back in the day. And, they have excellent coaching there.
Yeah. Dude, Randall Pregnant's still on the board.
Guys, I think if honestly, I would still trade up. At this point, the price to trade up is so low to get a legitimate day one plug-and-play starting left guard. I think it's worth it.
I understand he's going to be older.
Especially because San Francisco's coming up at 70, and they need a guard.
Trade with Chicago.
Trade. Come on, Omar. Trade up again.
He's not trading up. The last time we talked about it, if he didn't trade up, we're trying to reverse jinx it, so he's not going to trade up.
Trade up, Omar Khan.
Also,
the price tag to trade up, you might be able to give away like your 5th round pick. And that would maybe be enough.
Now, as we wait the Steelers pick here.
Does Emmanuel Pregnon have an injury or something?
Did he get in a car accident?
Like, what is going on with Emmanuel Pregnon where he's still available in round 3? I have him as my number 2 ranked pure guard in this class.
Best available here, Keontae Scott. I really like Keontae Scott too, but I don't know.
Absolutely.
I think he'll probably go shortly. AJ Halsey.
Yeah, I would be happy with AJ Halsey. I'd be happy with Keontae Scott. I'd be happy with Pregnon. At this point, I'd be happy with McCoy.
Yeah. It's good value.
And, I would prefer not to take a quarterback at this spot with so many good players still on the board. But, yeah. I think, dude, Pregnon has been the pick for me. Like, if they would have taken Pregnon in the trade-up, I would have been, like, pretty okay with that.
It's a funny comment here. He's pregnant.
Yeah, maybe Pregnon is pregnant.
Pick is in for Chicago, so they will not trade. Sadly.
I think Pregnon's a 49er. They need a left guard, and Pregnon is a day one plug-and-play guy. Maybe
he's a bear.
But here's the thing about Pregnon. He's a bigger dude, and he doesn't move as well as some of these other guys. So maybe San Francisco is like, we want somebody that can move for our outside zone heavy run scheme. It's not impossible they don't like. It's not impossible that they pass on it. And then I think Washington probably takes a receiver if we want to take a look at the receivers here.
Yeah,
maybe Malachi Fields, Ted Hurst for Washington.
We had to make it short for that.
Maybe Chris Bell to replace Deebo Samuel.
Are you making it
short?
short?
I'll do a short for Commanders. Yeah, when the Commanders pick. Zachariah Branch, maybe. I don't know about him. Continue on here with this top available receivers.
I think the pick just came in for Chicago. That's why I'm getting that in. Yeah. Here we go. Sam Roush.
Sam Roush. Kind of he is a fast riser at the end of this process because he's athletic.
Got a rugby background.
I was underwhelmed by the run blocking film, if I'm being completely honest with you guys, because he's got short arms. He reminds me a bit of Ben Sinnott when he was coming out of Kansas State. If you remember, he went to the Commanders.
Yeah.
You probably haven't heard his name since because he's done nothing for the Commanders. So I think that's a little bit of a risky pick, but like Ben Johnson likes those guys that can play in line, super athletic. And I think that, that's a decent fit schematic-wise. It's just a matter of can they get the most out of a guy like that.
Very interesting. Crowded tight end room, too.
Guess we'll see. Some interesting options for the Commanders coming up at 71. I think they'll probably go receiver. They might go center because there is a bunch of good receiver options. Excuse me, still on the board. Like we've been expecting a wide receiver run at some point here. We haven't really gotten it. Elijah Surratt's still there. Chris Bell is still there.
Do they think about taking McCoy? I don't
think so. The Commanders?
So. Yeah.
Oh, dude, they might do it. I don't know.
Man.
Just because the Commanders are trying to win now. With Jaden Daniels still on his rookie contract, but
dude, this tight end run is kind of crazy.
I mean, how many tight ends have gone here?
So
quite a bit, quite a few.
Yeah, we'll do a list 4 real quick because it's been enough.
Yeah, we can recap it here. Starting back at pick 53, C.J. Allen. Eli Stowers really got it going with the tight end run here. Then after that, Gabe Akis goes to the Patriots. Nate Borkreicher, I hope I'm saying that right, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Huge reach, in my opinion. Logan Jones to the Bears at 57. Again, a reach. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren falls to 58 in the Browns. Great pick for them. Marlon Klein, number 59, to the Houston Texans. Another massive reach. Anthony Hill goes to the Titans at 60. Max Clare, another tight end, goes to L.A. at 61. David Igbenuson. By the way, Emmanuel Pregnon did not go to San Francisco. Romello Height, the edge rusher from
really
Texas Tech.
I like that pick.
Good pick for them. He's a designated pass rusher type, undersized, under 240 pounds. So he's definitely undersized, but they have 2 big-bodied edges already in Mykel Williams and Nick Bosa. They needed somebody that could come in and be a designated pass rusher. He brings a lot of fire and a lot of juice off the edge. I like that pick for San Francisco. Dude, if I'm Pittsburgh, how about this? Trade up with Washington at 71.
They need picks.
The Commanders need picks. And Cincinnati's at 72. They need a left guard. They will take Pregnon at 72. I'm almost sure of it.
The Commanders
are on the clock right now.
They already have Chris Paul. They just re-signed him.
If I'm the Steelers, I'm trying to trade up for Pregnon right now because I think he would go to Cincinnati at 72 because they need a left guard. Cincinnati does. Their left guard situation is terrible. Washington needs more picks. I think a trade here makes sense. Otherwise, they could use a receiver, corner maybe.
I think
this is either receiver or corner. There's too many good options for the Commanders here to pass on them.
Dude, they could. I kind of like the idea of McCoy.
Dude, I don't hate it.
I understand they want to win
but,
now.
Dude, Pregnon is such a Bengal, and I hate that he's going to fall to the Bengals, and they're going to get a starting left guard that's going to be awesome immediately for him.
Because, you're only trading
in round 3, and they're going to get him for not even have to trade up for him.
You only get 4 picks back.
Washington is using their entire clock. Trade.
Come
on!
Come on, Omar! Omar, what do you got?
I mean, all you have to give up here is like a 5th round pick, I think, to move up.
They're taking their time. You do get time back when you trade.
30 seconds left on the clock, according to the ESPN ticker.
Are we having a trade?
Come on, Omar. I don't think they're going to. The chances it's going to happen, but clock is running out, bro. 15 seconds.
I think this is a trade.
Give me a trade here.
Oh, no. They made their pick.
Commanders are making a pick. Who could it be? I think it's either receiver or corner, I think.
I think this might be where Jamad McCoy
Keith Abney and Malik Muhammad are interesting for them. Wide receivers, there's a lot of good receivers left on the board. I'm sure they're happy with the receiver options that they have. I could see Ted Hurst. I could see Malachi Fields. Kind of depends on what style of receiver they would like. Oh, we have a receiver, and they're taking a true slot receiver, Ponzi. I don't hate it.
I actually like it.
It's Antonio Williams, the receiver from Clemson.
I like this pick.
I don't hate that pick at all for the Washington Commanders. All right, I'm going to do a quick short here.
Send this one to social.
Okay, cool.
Because we don't need.
Right. With the 71st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders are selecting wide receiver out of Clemson, Antonio Williams, a true slot wide receiver that has a lot of juice to him, runs really, really good routes. Is going to provide Jaden Daniels some open targets here for this offense heading into the 2026 NFL season. Of course, the Commanders are still pretty much banking on Brandon Ayuk eventually getting to the team whenever the 49ers eventually release him during the offseason. And then where Williams is going to slot in here is literally in the slot. Terry McLaurin and Brandon Ayuk will be your outside wide receivers, with Antonio Williams playing as that true slot weapon in this Commanders passing attack. I like the pick, guys. I've been kind of wondering what their flavor of receiver would be, with Terry McLaurin being so versatile as well as Brandon Ayuk, but it seems like they want to go with the slot guy here, Antonio Williams, to the Commanders at 71.
Can they see your Steelers hat there?
No, I purposefully put up.
Okay, you already thought about it.
Put up the bill. This is the pick, guys, with Cincinnati at 72 that I am worried that they might take our guy, Emmanuel Pregnon. If he falls somehow to 76, I love this draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers now. Like, I can so get behind the Max Iheanachor pick if we can somehow land Emmanuel Pregnon here. All right, so I'm sending this to Short Social.
Yeah, I'll handle Steelers shorts for us. What are the best 3 Steelers options people are asking?
I would say the 3 best options right now, Emmanuel Pregnon, A.J. Halsey, and I'll throw in Darrell Jackson Jr. from Florida State, the defensive lineman. We can take a look at the linemen here, who's still available. You got Dominic Orange, Grayson Halton, Chris McClellan, Caleb Proctor. I think the Steelers like Darrell Jackson Jr. more than all of those guys. But, hey, could we get Big Citrus?
Yeah,
Dominique Orange.
Dude, is Pregnon gone? Dude, I'm not even mad. Like, I know. Maybe the mid-pick.
All right, this is the pick right here, guys. If Pregnon doesn't go here to Cincinnati at 72, there's a legitimate chance, I think, he falls to the Steelers at 76. Can we look at the picks between now and then?
Yes, we can. Please. So
now it's really going to come down to how much the Steelers like their guard options, Brock Hoffman, Spencer Anderson, because I don't think the Steelers should put Troy Fautano at guard. I think he's much better as a tackle. I don't want them to move him inside.
I didn't see this shirt. Dolphins made a Jacob Rodriguez shirt.
Oh, yeah?
I might have to put Cop.
Because the Saints, would they take a guard? I don't think so. The Browns, I don't think so. Maybe they would. Dolphins, maybe. But, man.
This is like your last, honestly, I kind of feel like maybe this is cursed.
Dude, I've been saying for literally 30 picks now that they should try and trade up for Emmanuel Pregnon. Now, maybe there's an injury thing that we don't have any privied information to. I don't know what's going on, man, but this is Emmanuel Pregnon is an easy top 50 player in this class. and he's one of the only true guard prospects in this class that I would say for sure can be a starting left guard in this league immediately. I think the value's too good here to pass up on him if he's there. And I know it would be 3 straight offensive picks, but all of your talent is on the defensive side of the ball. Like, you need the most help on offense. And if you get Pregnon and you plug him in there, you got Fautano as your left tackle, Pregnon as your left guard, Zach Frazier as your center, Mason McCormick at right guard, and then Max Iheanachor as your future right tackle. That is an unbelievable future at offensive line. Like that group has a chance to be like Detroit Lions, Philadelphia Eagles, dominant level good, and they're all under 25 years old. So the pick is in for Cincinnati. I'm nervous because they really need a left guard. If I'm Cincinnati, I am running this pick up to the podium. This is an easy Emmanuel Pregnon pick for me if I'm Cincinnati. Let's see if they're smart about it. They didn't take him. Takario Davis, the corner from Washington.
Now we worry. I don't think the Saints take one. They have guard.
Bro, please give me Emmanuel Pregnon. That would be one of the steals of the entire draft for any team if the Steelers get him at 76, in my opinion. I have an easy top 50 grade on him. It's not very often that you have a chance to take a plug-and-play starting player along the offensive line in the middle of round 3. And, of course, the Steelers are going to have picks at 76, 85, and 99. And the Giants are trading up. This has got. No, I don't think this will be for Pregnon because they've already taken Mauanoa.
This is for someone else.
DT?
Maybe Darrell Jackson. I think they like them. So, Giants have traded. Oh, is this the Kayvon Thibodeau trade?
Do we have the Kayvon Thibodeau trade?
Is this it? Well, I mean, it's a trade with the Saints, right?
This would make sense. We've been hearing rumors all day.
Is it the Saints?
That Kayvon Thibodeau would be.
No, never mind.
Oh no, I think they're moving up with Cleveland, aren't they? At 74.
Well, although I don't know if that would make sense with Cleveland. Oscar Delp is New Orleans. That's a great value.
Dude, great value for Oscar Delp. Awesome physical talent. He's the number 2 tight end on my board. You're getting Tyler Shuck, my guy, some awesome weapons to throw to there in New Orleans. You already have Juwan Johnson, who's like a big slot receiver / tight end. Delp is a bigger guy that can get it done, man. Like, he is a good football player. And Kellen Moore is going to be able to do some fun stuff in 12 personnel in New Orleans this year, so good pick. Now the Giants are on the clock.
You good?
I think I got like a piece of onion in my throat.
That's the worst. So
we take a look at the board here. Just a couple picks away from the Steelers' pick. Got Jermod McCoy. That is an option for you. And listen, man, Jermod McCoy makes some sense because you've got really good veteran players on this team right now. Joey Porter Jr., probably going to sign a multiple-year extension. Man, God, I got to get this thing out of my throat before we get going here with these picks. Shit. Where was I? I can't
remember either.
Jermod McCoy. If he has to get a surgery this year, I'm okay with that because you have Jamel Dean. You have Joey Porter Jr. for this year. You have good veteran depth. You've got Asante Samuel Jr. and Brandon Echols on the team for one more season under contract. Then you get the next offseason, and McCoy's ready to play. He can play inside or out. Like, If Jalen Ramsey is like gone next year, he doesn't have a good year this year. Like, he could play slot for you. He can play outside. He has the best tape out of any corner in this class. Now, he probably can't play this year, and he didn't play last year. So you have to take a risk on somebody that hasn't played football in essentially the last 2 years starting next season. So are you willing to do that in a win-now season? I mean, you've got the picks. Like, when you have the luxury of 11 picks and you have the luxury of really good corner depth right now, honestly, McCoy makes some sense. I wouldn't hate the pick if the Steelers take Jermod McCoy at 76. However, Keontae Scott, I think, would be a really good fit. Versatile, can play safety, nickel, or outside corner. Emmanuel Pregnon, though, I think if he gets to 76, he's the pick for me, guys. Plain and simply.
By the way, the Giants did not pick Emmanuel Pregnon. It was Malachi Fields.
Malachi Fields, the big body receiver out of Notre Dame, off the board to the New York Football Giants. And I like that pairing with him and Malik Neighbors. Neighbors is not necessarily a super small receiver, but he's not necessarily big. Malachi Fields can be that true sacrificial X, if you will, where he's running the slants and the comebacks and the goes and, that traditional big-bodied receiver. Gets Jackson Dart another legitimate weapon. Deep ball guy there for Malachi Fields. Comes down with contested catches all the time. And now we have Miami at 75, and then we have the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I don't think this is Pregnon.
I don't think this is Pregnon either.
Because he's 25.
If Pregnon is there at 76, he has to be the pick for me. It's
too good of a value.
He's too good of a value. He's the number 2 true guard in this class. Plug and play starting left guard. Unless there's something on his profile, or medical or something, that's like you can't take him and he's off your board entirely, I think you got to solidify this offensive line for the next decade. Next half decade at least. Because, if you get Emmanuel Pregnon, you're looking at a future along the offensive line here in Pittsburgh where good offensive line play is a non-negotiable, by the way, in the cold weather late in the season. You'd have Troy Fautano, a first-round pick, at left tackle. Emmanuel Pregnon, somebody that I would have a high level of confidence in getting a second contract with this team as a third-round value. All right, my number 2 guard in this class. Then Zach Frazier, a second-round pick that's one of the top 5 centers in the game right now. Mason McCormick, who's probably the weakest link among the group, and he had his breakout season last year. He was a good player for this team last year. And then you got Max Iheanachor, who you're hoping develops into a really good player for us next year. And if you get Pregnon, here's another great thing about that pick, Ponzi. If you get Pregnon here at 76, you don't have to play Iheanachor right away. You could theoretically play Dylan Cook at left tackle for this final season. If Iheanachor's not ready to play, Fautano can stick at the right side for this year. And then when you get to next year, Cook and Broderick become free agents. You move Fautano to the left side, and Iheanachor's ready to go. Yep. So, if you take Pregnon, it's Max Iheanachor insurance. It makes too much sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Pick is not Pregnon. This is a reach.
Okay, so we have Emmanuel Pregnon on the board, falling to 76. I think the Steelers would be, unless there's something that I don't know about from a personality standpoint, from a work ethic standpoint, from a medical standpoint, maybe they love Brock Hoffman. Maybe they really want Drew Aller or Garrett Nussmeier. Maybe they really want A.J. Halsey. Maybe they feel like the Jermod McCoy value is too high here. The pick is in for Miami. It is not Emmanuel Pregnon. He is on the board for the Pittsburgh Steelers here at 16. We have over 3,000 people watching live. Click that thumbs up icon right now. If we can get to 1,000 likes right now, I'll give away 5 free raffle entries after this pick. Come on. Click that thumbs up icon. Type go in the chat. Type PIT. Type PIT in the chat. Let's go. We're on the clock. Caleb Douglas is the pick for the Miami Dolphins, and this is a reach. You are right about that.
This is a bad reach.
He is not a great receiver.
Yeah, this is coming from a Tech fan.
This is somebody that I would say has a late day 3 grade for me. And he's going in round 3 to Miami. That is an abysmal pick for Miami. Type those PITs. We're on the clock. Steelers Nation. Come on.
Just taking a look at the best available right here.
Come on. I need Emmanuel Pregnon. I need that Max Iheanachor insurance. Oh, my gosh, man. I said yesterday I would have rather traded down in round 1 and taken Emmanuel Pregnon at the end of the first. He's available in the middle of the 3rd round. Omar, you cannot fuck this up. There are so many good players, man. If they take McCoy or Halsey, I'll be happy with the pick. I will. But like Pregnon at this value.
There's a good chance Halsey might be there.
Yeah, Halsey could make it to you at 85. Keontae Scott could be there at 85. You're not, I mean, maybe Pregnon falls to 85 too at this point, but I think he's the last available plug-and-play starting left guard in this class. My grade between him versus Venga Iwane is not that far apart. Venga went 14. We're sitting at 76 with a chance to get a guy that I have a top 50 grade on right now. Come on, Omar. I mean, this would be an amazing start to day 2. Jeremy Bernard, top 7 receiver in this class for me.
Got to be Pregnon, guys.
Come on, Pregnon.
Come on, Pregnon, man.
Come on.
Just waiting for the pick.
We're just waiting for the pick. The pick is in. The Steelers are taking a player. By the way, we're not going to do a breaking news cut right now, Ponzi. We're going to combo 76 and 85.
I've seen the player. I think we should do a breaking news cut.
Is it a quarterback?
Yes.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are taking a quarterback at number 76, and it is Drew Aller out of Penn State. He is coming to Pittsburgh. Andrew Filipponi has to quit his job. Drew Aller from Penn State has been drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 76. Absolute crazy breaking news here on Steelers Talk as Drew Aller becomes the future at quarterback for the Steelers. Before they wanted and just went out. Okay, so are we good now? All right, we're back. I think we're crashing a little bit because we're going crazy. We have almost 4,000 people in the chat right now. Drew Aller has been drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 76. I think it's a little early, if I'm being honest. I wish they would have waited a little bit, but I can't say that I hate it. I picked him in my final mock draft at 121 because I think this is a perfect fit between what Drew Aller needs and the Steelers' situation. The Steelers expect Aaron Rodgers to be back, which means Drew Aller will have an opportunity to sit and learn from one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if that's the case. He can go through the Mike McCarthy quarterback school. Mike McCarthy was brought in to bring in the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Drew Aller has the starting level upside where you could be walking in to a future franchise quarterback here in round 3. We're going to get the short done here, and then we're going to get into an immediate breaking news cut here with Drew Aller coming to the Pittsburgh Steelers here at pick number 76. Please, Emmanuel Pregnon, fall to 85 so we can get you too. We're going to combo them? Dude, this is Drew Aller. This is a quarterback. Yeah, let's combo 85 and 90. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get this going. The Pittsburgh, oh, never mind. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected a quarterback in round 3 of the 2026 NFL Draft, and it is none other than Penn State quarterback Drew Aller being taken at number 76 overall, where I think that this is a pretty strong indication that the Pittsburgh Steelers expect Aaron Rodgers to be coming back to Pittsburgh this year. Drew Aller is the type of quarterback that's got a lot of upside, a lot of arm talent. Obviously, he fits that AFC North quarterback, size mentality there where he's got the big size, the big arm, the big hands, everything that Mike McCarthy likes. And Mike McCarthy was brought in to bring the next franchise quarterback to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It appears that he has made his first kind of dart throw here at this position here in round 3. He will join Will Howard as a potential franchise quarterback option here in Pittsburgh. And now we wait for Aaron Rodgers. Of course, we got more picks coming up. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button for more Steelers draft breakdowns. Sending to you. Send this to social. Okay. Yeah, let's get into this cut as soon as we possibly can. If you're just joining us, Drew Aller has been drafted here in round 3 by the Pittsburgh Steelers at pick 76. If I'm being honest with you guys, I think it's a little early. I would have rather had the Steelers wait a little bit. I definitely would have taken Emmanuel Pregnon if he was, and he was here. You took Drew Aller over Emmanuel Pregnon. So from that perspective, I don't love it. But if Drew Aller becomes the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers and Mike McCarthy is right about him, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, okay? Quarterback is the most important position in the sport. And Mike McCarthy was brought in to get the next franchise quarterback here in Pittsburgh. He believes in his ability to develop Drew Aller. They went through the whole process with him, and now he's officially a Pittsburgh Steeler. All right, sending now. Okay, so Ponzi, we ready to go? Okay. All right, Steelers fans, Drew Aller is the pick. Let's talk about it right now. Steelers fans, Mike McCarthy, the new Steelers head coach, was brought in to find the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he has officially taken his first dart throw at the position as the Pittsburgh Steelers have drafted quarterback out of Penn State, Drew Aller, with the 76th overall selection in the 2026 NFL Draft. Welcome into Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, presented by Prize Picks. I'm your host, Jack Sperry, and this is a momentous moment here in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers when it comes to the Mike McCarthy era, as Drew Aller is on his way to Pittsburgh. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button because we're going to be covering every single moment of the Drew Aller era, no matter how long or short it ends up being here in Pittsburgh. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button because we're going to be covering everything about rookie minicamp with Drew Aller showing up, all this different stuff. A lot of this offseason now revolves around Drew Aller and Will Howard, the two younger quarterback options here in Pittsburgh. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button to never miss a moment. So, Drew Aller, the guy that Andrew Filipponi said he would quit his job if the Steelers ended up taking, he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. And I think it's a little early, if I'm being honest with you, okay? I think that I would have rather waited to round 4 at the very earliest, probably pick 99, especially because there are so many good players available at this pick. A.J. Halsey, especially Emmanuel Pregnon, that probably would have been my choice here. But plain and simply, guys, Mike McCarthy was brought in to find the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think that, if you're going to do that, you got to kind of go with who he wants. And this is somebody that fits that AFC North quarterback mold, somebody that's got, obviously a big frame. He's got big hands. He's got that legendary arm talent that can throw from any platform and any arm angle, and he can push the ball down the field. Has a beautiful deep ball, and Mike McCarthy believes this guy has a chance to be the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, obviously because they took him here at number 76. It's possible they could have got him later in the draft, all right? I understand that a lot of people with the kinds of players that were available at this pick are probably not too happy about it, especially if you're somebody that thinks Drew Aller absolutely sucks, and there's no chance that he's going to develop into a franchise quarterback in this league. And he may not, all right? But I can tell you, man, I think, with Mike McCarthy's history of developing young quarterback talent and the fact that this team does expect Aaron Rodgers to be back, I think that this could be the perfect opportunity for Drew Aller, who really needs a year to sit behind a veteran, learn proper footwork, learn how to mentally process NFL defenses, all that different stuff. And I think, you give him that year behind Rodgers and to compete with Will Howard now here in the Steelers building for the 2026 NFL season. And it's going to be electric in the preseason. That's all I got to say, man. Drew Aller and Will Howard for most of those games. It's going to be a fun preseason and a fun offseason here for the Pittsburgh Steelers moving forward. That's for damn sure. Now, before we get into some more discussion about what this means for the Pittsburgh Steelers heading into the future, make sure you guys let me know what's your one-word reaction to this pick. I'll give you my one-word reaction here in just a second. Let's talk about Prize Picks, guys, America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash in during the playoffs this year. The Prize Picks app is really easy to use, guys. You just pick more than or less than a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You can even look ahead to next year's NFL season or football season here. You guys can take the more on receiving touchdowns for Puka Nacua, or you guys can take the more or less on passing yards for quarterbacks like Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams, Aaron Rodgers, or Drew Aller. So you guys can put in an entry fee here on this particular Prize Picks lineup for $20. You guys can get $120 back if you get all three correct. So the one thing I love about the new social feeds feature on Prize Picks is that you guys can share Prize Picks lineups with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app as well at Sperry to see all of my lineups. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with Prize Picks today. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app, and a big thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring today's edition of Steelers Talk. Now, my one-word reaction here is future, but I'll put a little caveat here. I know it's against the rules. I'll put a second word in there in parentheses, maybe, okay? Future, maybe, is my one-word reaction here because this guy absolutely has the upside to be, in my opinion, like a Joe Flacco-esque starting quarterback in this league. If he develops and makes the proper steps. I don't think that he was coached particularly well at Penn State. His footwork was all over the place. You could tell, that was not an element of his game that was well coached at Penn State, in my opinion. And then also he wasn't surrounded by, good coaching at Penn State, in my opinion. That offensive infrastructure was an absolute mess. And frankly, the wide receivers that he was playing with were not up to par either. The opposing defenses could really regularly just put those wide receivers on the perimeter on clamps in man coverage, and he very rarely had anywhere to go with the football. Now, another element to this here is that he's coming off a really serious ankle injury, so, obviously the medicals have to check out here for the Steelers to spend this high of a pick on a quarterback, and, the Steelers clearly did their homework on Aller, and they feel comfortable with his level of football intelligence. They feel good with his frame. Somebody that they have looked for here is a AFC North quarterback, and now they bring in Aller, somebody that definitely has more upside than Will Howard, in my opinion. Maybe Howard has a little bit more of a floor than Drew Aller does. Or higher floor, I should say. But I think, you bring in Aller. I think that also, guys, this is just absolutely indication that the Pittsburgh Steelers expect Aaron Rodgers to be back this year, because I don't think you take this particular quarterback if you don't expect Rodgers to be back. I mean, Aller is a legitimate sit and develop and learn type of prospect, and I think it would be pretty unwise for the Steelers to draft him, especially this early, if it's going to be just a straight competition between Drew Aller and Will Howard for the start of the season here and to be this team's QB1 heading into the 2026 campaign. I think what's going to happen is they're going to be bringing in Aaron Rodgers eventually. It sounds like that's almost a foregone conclusion at this point in time. Aller and Howard are going to share the quarterback room this year, learning behind Rodgers. We'll see what happens with Mason Rudolph. At this point, he might get cut. He might get traded. We'll have to see what happens here. I doubt they carry 4 quarterbacks on the roster this year. But the one thing we do know is that Drew Aller is going to be one of those quarterbacks on the roster because you just spent a third-round pick on him. So grade the pick for me down there in the comment section. I'm sure some fans and some people are like, yes, we got Drew Aller. You know, he could be a perfect situation. He gets to sit and learn behind an all-time great, and he's got great upside. And I'm sure there's people that are like, this is the worst pick ever. We should have taken Pregnon. We should have taken somebody else. Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. I'll let you guys know my grade in our Day 2 grades video that'll come out later today. But just a little bit of an update here. The 3 picks that the Pittsburgh Steelers have made to this point. Iheanachor last night in round 1, the offensive tackle from Arizona State. Jeremy Bernard, the wide receiver out of Alabama, in a trade-up situation earlier today. And now Drew Aller here in round 3 for the Pittsburgh Steelers, a new developmental quarterback prospect for the black and gold. And, man, there's one thing for sure. It is going to be a very fun ride here at the quarterback position here in 2026. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Greatly appreciate you guys stopping by here. The Steelers are picking up here another pick in just a few moments here, so we'll probably have another video come out later, as well as our Day 2 grades video, which will come out later tonight. So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. Drew Aller is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't tell you. By the way, is Pregnon still on the board? I guess we'll find out here. Pregnon is still on the board, and we're currently at pick 80 with Baltimore. And I mean, they took Venga, so why would they take Pregnon? So we're at pick 81 with Jacksonville, and the Steelers might still get Emmanuel Pregnon. What's up? I thought I did. Oh, okay, that's weird. Yeah, what the hell? All right, guys, obviously this is a big piece of news here for the NFL offseason for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Drew Aller is now a developmental quarterback prospect for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Since that pick, Chris McClellan, the defensive tackle from Mizzou, went to Green Bay. A.J. Halsey, one of the safety options for the Steelers, off the board. Zachariah Branch, off the board. The wide receiver from Georgia goes to Atlanta, so he stays in Georgia. Jacoby Lane goes to the Ravens. Oh, my gosh, that's perfect. Jacoby Lane sucks. Jacoby Lane is terrible. That's the first time that an AFC North opponent here, Ponzi, an AFC North rival, has taken a player in this draft where I was like, yeah, that player's not good. I have a 6th-round grade on Jacoby Lane. He's always injured. He doesn't play with good play strength, even though he's a bigger guy and he doesn't separate. So, that's a bad combination to have. That is a terrible pick for the Baltimore Ravens, in my opinion. But I'm sure there's a lot of Ravens fans saying Drew Aller's a terrible pick for the Steelers. So.
See, I don't have no issue with the Drew Aller pick. I actually don't mind it at all. Get your quarterback. If you like him that much, get him.
Listen, you brought in Mike McCarthy to deliver the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So if he likes Drew Aller and that's his guy, then you take him, period. Now, personally, I wouldn't have this level of confidence to take him this early. I would have rather taken Emmanuel Pregnon at 76.
But you might be able to get him at 85.
It's I think you could have gotten Aller at 85. I think you could have got Aller at 99. You might have been able to get him at 121. So I don't, in that perspective, especially if the Steelers miss out on Pregnon here. If Pregnon goes before the Steelers pick at 85, my grade on the Drew Aller pick will go down because I think that would be a major missed opportunity for Pittsburgh.
But maybe there's something we don't know with Pregnon.
It's possible, man. At this point, for him to fall this far, you almost have to think that there's something, but
you might be getting one of these 4 guys right here.
Yeah, I mean, Jermod McCoy at 85 would be an excellent value. Keontae Scott with his versatility, I would love that. Pregnon, obviously, would still be the pick for me. He would have been the pick for me at 76. Zakee Wheatley from Penn State. The Steelers have met with him. It wouldn't shock me. I mean, Joey Porter Jr., how about this? The Penn State alum made the pick for Drew Aller. God,
yeah.
That is crazy, man. I think it was too early. I'll be honest. But if Drew Aller works out, it doesn't matter.
No one will be talking about how
if Drew Aller's the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers and like he's winning playoff games, or if he wins Super Bowls for this team and he develops under Aaron Rodgers this year and Mike McCarthy delivers the next franchise quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, people are going to say this is a steal. So like it's just a matter of, does Mike McCarthy deliver, right? And we'll see what happens. Albert Regis, the defensive tackle from Texas A&M, goes to Jacksonville at 81. Minnesota is now on the board.
Dude, imagine this. You get Drew Aller. If you told me that I walked into this draft and I potentially get, like, this is a potential haul of Drew Aller, Kyle Lewis, and Emmanuel Pegnon, dude.
And I'll tell you this, man. I think Will Howard people, the Will Howard stands, the people are like, start Will Howard.
He's going to probably be QB2.
He might be QB2, depending on Aller and how well he plays in the preseason. Like, it's going to be a competition for, like, who's higher on the depth chart between Howard and honestly, Will Howard might get cut. Will Howard just got put on notice. If they keep Mason Rudolph into training camp, that means it's going to be a competition between pretty much Mason Rudolph and Will Howard to make the roster.
You mean Drew Aller? Yeah.
Mason Rudolph, Will Howard to make the roster. Because Drew Aller's making the roster. He's a third-round pick. You're not cutting a third-round pick. Even if Will Howard plays great in the preseason, if he plays great in the preseason, he's going to be QB2 and Mason Rudolph's gone. And maybe the Steelers trade Mason Rudolph, or maybe they just release Mason Rudolph so that he can be a backup somewhere else. But, like, this move has sit, learn, develop behind one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time written all over it. So if you're thinking, oh, Rodgers might retire, clearly the Steelers don't think that, because unless they think Drew Aller can somehow play in year one, which I don't think, which would be stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I honestly think Will Howard would have a better chance to have success this year than Drew Aller would. However, in 2027, after a year learning behind Rodgers, I think Aller probably has the better chance to have success in 2027 than Will Howard does.
Dude, I mean, his arm is incredible.
And it is. Some of the throws that he can make, the touch that he can put on the deep ball, the sidearm passes. Like, I'm not saying it's going to work. And by the way, Ponzi, if he gets in your building and he's, like, not impressive this year in practices and, you know, it's just not impressive, and then you have a chance to go get a quarterback next year, do it. You could do it, and, you know, if somebody likes Aller, you could swap him. You know, you could get a pick for him next year.
So, Steelers have their QB?
But it's
maybe.
But right now, it seems like the Steelers believe in this kid. They think that he can be the next franchise quarterback option. You wouldn't be taking him this high if you didn't think there was at least a chance of that. And, I mean, if they thought that he could play right away, I think they would have. Now, here's somebody just we got Mike Hoytink here with a $3 Venmo, if we can show that here. Just Mike would be fine. Filipino, I think he means Filipponi, hates the Aller pick. That pretty much validates this as a great pick, right? Well, he said a long time ago, if Drew Aller gets drafted by the Steelers, I will quit my job. He won't, but like it's the same thing as Jackson Durham, right? So
yeah.
It's so funny. Listen, man, if Andrew Filipponi said Kenny Pickett was going to be the next Joe Montana, so if he's saying Drew Aller's going to suck, that makes me believe in Drew Aller even more. Now, it's not like I'm like this huge believer in Drew Aller. Like I think that this pick was too early for him, right? I think that 121 would have been the range where I would have been way more comfortable.
We got the tweet from August 16th, before the college football season even started in 2025.
I see Metal Creature says the LOL, they aren't cutting Will Howard before he even plays a snap. Be real. Well, he will play a snap in the preseason.
But he's got to prove it.
But, like, if he can't beat out Mason Rudolph, like, there is a world where Will Howard gets cut from the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. Now, if I had to guess, I think he makes the team. With the way people talk about Will Howard in the building, obviously they don't like him that much because they just took a quarterback in round 3. But, like, I think that they view Will Howard as a really good backup option of the future. Like, I think they view Will Howard as Drew Aller's backup. That's how I think they view this, Ponzi.
Yeah. Let's read through these supers because a couple of these are outdated.
Okay.
Fire 8 with a 10. Dude, why are we not getting a wide receiver? This is nonsense. They did.
They did.
So a Gamer Plus with a 2. So mad the Steelers made the same mistakes and sit. Well, they traded up.
And then they traded up. So
2. What about Juwan Jennings for the slot?
No. Because we have our wide receiver trio now.
Yeah. Fire 8 cooking. Where is Aaron Rodgers? Probably coming back now.
Coming back. I mean, you don't draft a developmental QB prospect like Aller. If you're
Big Citrus went off the board.
Oh, Big Citrus. Another DT for Minnesota?
Well.
So they got Big Citrus and Caleb Banks.
Yeah.
I guess Minnesota really wanted some size up front. But yeah, Aaron Rodgers is coming.
Jose Reyes with a 5. Why is Omar afraid of having good receivers? At this point, we will be starting linemen in the slot, it feels like. Well, they got their receiver.
Well, they got their guy. And by the way, DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., and Bernard are all inside-outside versatile. So it's not like you're going to have your true slot receiver. And actually, you will, Ponzi. You'll have a true slot receiver in this group. It's Roman Wilson.
And he'll be in that 4th role.
But he'll be in the wide receiver 4 role, which I think,
is great.
Which is, I think, the perfect role for him. I think that's the perfect role for him. I need to do Face ID for Venmo. We got a $10 super chat here from Steelers' dad, who didn't want Drew Aller. He actually messaged me earlier this week, and he said, darn you, Sperry, you're taking him in your final mock draft. You're going to have the Steelers take him. And I said, I don't think I have that kind of influence, but maybe I do. John Umholtz, Steelers' dad, says, darn you, Sperry, with a $10 Venmo. Appreciate you, Steelers' dad.
They still might get Emmanuel Pregnon.
Dude, we are 2 picks away from Emmanuel Pregnon still being on the board at 85. So let's take a look at the safeties here that are still available, Ponzi, because that's kind of like...
We'll get to more supers after.
And Jermod McCoy is the corner option that I would consider here at 85.
So just looking at best available here.
You got Jermod McCoy, Keontae Scott, Emmanuel Pregnon. I would be fine with any of these 4 players, by the way. I'd be fine with any of these 4 players.
By the way, Emmanuel Pregnon did not get picked with the Panthers pick. Chris Brazzell.
But here's the thing. Tampa Bay has Ben Bredesen at left guard. I would not be surprised if they take Emmanuel Pregnon 1 pick before the Steelers pick at 85. Dude, Will Howard versus Drew Aller Latrobe training camp reports are going to go nuclear.
I got chills, TBH.
Preseason football in Pittsburgh is going to be so much fun.
We actually might have so much fun at these watch parties.
Dude, preseason watch parties usually suck.
We thought we were going to get Will Howard last year.
We're gonna have 2 different battles going on. We're gonna have Will Howard in the middle of 2 different battles. You'll have a battle between him and Drew Aller for the young quarterback option on this team. There's a legitimate chance that Will Howard could be the QB2, Drew Aller's the QB3, and Mason Rudolph's cut. That's a legitimate possibility.
Or traded. Maybe someone will trade for him.
Yeah, maybe someone will trade for Mason, but I don't know. Buccaneers pick is in. If Pregnon's there at 85, he's got to be the pick. And I've been saying this for literally 50 picks at this point. If you can somehow still land Emmanuel Pregnon at 85, man, that is one of the biggest values.
This is an A+ draft. The order might be mixed up.
I wouldn't say A+. I would say very good. I would say B+ would be my grade if they take Pregnon. But the Emmanuel Pregnon pick is an A+ to me.
I don't know, man. I feel like you get a really good draft. You get your wide receiver 3. You get your left tackle potentially of the future. You get your left guard of the now.
Here's the thing too. I think they still want to address DT. I think they still want to address safety. So watch out for Darrell Jackson Jr. here. By the way, Chris Brazzell off the board at 83. Can we recap some picks here? Because I feel like we've been talking about
Will Howard because
about Drew Aller because obviously we just drafted a quarterback, but Chris Brazzell officially off the board here. And now Tampa Bay is on the clock. The pick is in.
No word yet.
I fear this is Pregnon, but at
Even
this
then,
point, but at this point,
Scott's there.
Every team has passed on him at this point at least once. Most teams twice. The Steelers have passed on him 3 times already.
Is there something wrong with him?
I'm starting to think there's something wrong with Emmanuel Pregnon, guys. But obviously, if the Steelers take him here, they feel like whatever it is, it's manageable. So keep going. That's what we already talked about those. So then the last three, Albert Regis, not a great pick there. Honestly, Jacksonville's having a dog shit draft.
They're having a terrible draft.
Dominic Orange, another big guy for Minnesota. Chris Brazzell goes to Carolina. All right, people, you guys know what to do. We're back up to almost 3,700 people in the chat. Everyone click that thumbs up icon and type those PITs. Tampa Bay, the pick is in, which means the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock.
Let's go.
Type those PITs.
Let's go.
Come on, baby. Who are we going to take here? Please be Emmanuel Pregnon. Please be Emmanuel Pregnon. Spam those PITs. Come on, baby.
Let's go, man. If you get Emmanuel Pregnon.
By the way, I think we can do our pick cut here. Because we have a lot of picks between 85 and 99. That's a good enough gap.
Okay, we can do it.
I think we'll do a breaking news cut here for the Steelers pick at 85, and we'll just include 99 with our grades cut tonight.
Okay.
So that'll be the plan.
Yeah, because we can get off fast enough.
All right, draft Garrett Nussmeier now and have a three-way quarterback battle in camp. Emmanuel Pregnon. Browns are now on the clock.
So the Steelers already made a pick?
So I guess the Steelers already made their pick. For some reason, we're having a delay here with the 84th pick with Tampa.
So the Steelers already made their pick. I'm assuming they might have just seen Emmanuel Pregnon was there, and they just said, why not?
Because the Chargers are trading the 86th pick to Cleveland. Let's see who Tampa takes here. And the Steelers apparently already have their pick in as well. So it was a fast pick for Pittsburgh if it's already in. And the Chargers already traded their pick. Please don't be Emmanuel Pregnon. Type those PITs. The Steelers are on the clock. And the pick is in for Pittsburgh. Come on. We need Pregnon. Because if you just change the order in which those guys were picked for the Steelers, like if you would have had Iheanachor and Pregnon in round one, or Iheanachor in round one, Pregnon and Bernard in round two, and then you get like Drew Aller in round three, like
Ted Hurst.
Ted Hurst to Tampa? Ted Hurst, the receiver from Georgia Tech or Georgia State.
Yeah.
Going to Tampa Bay. Good spot for him. Good spot for him. He can sit and develop. He won't have to play right away. He can adjust to the NFL level, and he's got some nice upside. So I like that. I like that home for Ted Hurst. But I need you guys to spam those PITs in the chat. The Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock at number 85. And Emmanuel Pregnon is still on the board. Jermod McCoy is still on the board. Keontae Scott is still on the board. Okay. Who do we got here? So the Steelers have their pick in. I saw a name flash. I'd be surprised if the name that I saw is actually the player, because we've already taken a player at this position. Unless I'm tripping here. No, from Twitter. Let's see here. I'm hoping for Pregnon. But they've already passed on him a number of times. I mean, at this point, he might just be off their board. Jermod McCoy is still here. Keontae Scott is still here. Emmanuel Pregnon's still here. Wait, so you haven't seen anything? Okay. Twitter's down for you. Okay. All right. Let's see who the pick is here at 85. I think once again, like just based on the film, just based on the tape, I mean, I don't have access to medicals or interviews or anything, but just based on the tape, Emmanuel Pregnon is the obvious pick here. He was the obvious pick at 76 for me. This would be one of the best values of the draft at any position if they get him here. And now Cam Hayward's going out to make the pick, so let's see. Cam Hayward hyping up the crowd. Who we got here? Yeah, he's drawing it out here. He's saying the Steelers are 6-time champions, all this different stuff. Dalen Everett, cornerback from Georgia, is the pick. So they go corner here. And I gotta be honest, man. I don't love Dalen Everett. I like the physical skill set, the long speed. You know, I know Omar Khan and the Steelers love Georgia players, and he is a developmental corner, and you're going to be able to bring him in here, and you're going to be able to develop him. But, like, honestly, if you're going to take a player to eventually develop into a starting player for your secondary, like, I would have gone with Jermod McCoy. Now, I'm guessing Jermod is just off the Steelers' board because that's what, I mean, like, why else would you take this guy? He's got really, I would say, stiff hips is what I would say about Dalen Everett. He's got really good long speed. And he played at Georgia, and, you know, Omar Khan loves his Georgia players. And, you know, he's got some of that, you know, nice developmental, you know, kind of skill set, but I would have gone, obviously, in a different direction. I still got another pick at 99. I'm shocked they took a corner before they took a safety. But I'll just read you guys my notes on Dalen Everett, who I have a round 4 to 5 grade on. So an early round, day 3 grade is what I have on Dalen Everett. And let me just pick up my notes here. Dalen Everett is a long, physical perimeter corner whose zone awareness and read-react skills give him a workable foundation when playing with his eyes forward. His length shows up both at the line of scrimmage and at the catch point, where he can disrupt releases and get hands on throws. His size is an asset against the run, where he brings a confident temperament, good block shedding ability for the position, and strikes hard with improved tackling from his 2024 season, where his whiff rate was significantly higher. Everett's higher feet limit his ability to mirror sudden releases or stay sticky through sharp breaks, a likely reason he avoided agility testing. That lack of man-match fluidity often leaves a window of separation that SEC offenses were comfortable targeting, where his production in 3 years as a starter was simply okay. He profiles as a sturdy, physical outside corner whose value rises in zone-heavy structures that minimize his change of direction demands. And the thing is, I think the Steelers want to play a very man-centric version of defense with Patrick Graham. Because just look at the guys that they have at corner right now. Joey Porter Jr. and Jamel Dean, 2-man corners. I don't think this guy is necessarily a man corner. I think he's probably got to be more in an off-zone kind of system. And I don't love, you know, his man coverage. I just don't. I like his run defense. It's the best thing about him. He's got long arms. But, you know, if he's going to be a long-term starter for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and the Steelers clearly feel that about Dalen Everett here, if they're taking him at 85, you know, you'd have to, unless he makes significant improvement in his man coverage ability. Oh, and Will Merrick just went off the board. I'm surprised by that. I mean, I know I was high on Merrick. He was ranked 209th on the consensus big board heading into the week. I had an early day 3 grade on him. He's an excellent blocker. And Miami just took Will Merrick, who the Steelers were definitely targeting in this draft as well. But I'll do a little short here, and then we'll get into this breaking news cut. I think my one word on this one, Ponzi, is going to be sit. No, just sit. All right, going to do the quick video here. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected cornerback out of Georgia, Dalen Everett. Now, for me, guys, Everett is a very physical corner with long arms. He's got great long speed. And he's a really good run defender, good tackler. You can rely on him in that way. But I think that he's not terrific in man coverage because I think he's a little bit stiff as an athlete. But I think that he, especially in a defense where he can play off coverage, keep his eyes on the quarterback, keep things in front of him, and he doesn't have to necessarily, mirror routes or anything like that like you would in man coverage. I think that he can hold up fine. I think that this is a little bit early for him, in my opinion. I had an early day 3 grade on him. You're getting him here at number 85, so Omar Khan and the Steelers are 2 for 2 for reaching on a couple players here in round 3, at least according to my rankings here this year. All right. Where should I send that? Should I send it to you or to Short Social? All right, let's go. Oh. All right. Do we have – okay. Yeah. Answer yes. I'm going to try to get this sent as soon as possible. If you're just tuning in, the Pittsburgh Steelers have drafted cornerback out of Georgia, Dalen Everett. He's going to be CB 5 for them this year. So you're drafting your number 5 corner for this year in round 3 at 85. Somebody that I don't think is a man-to-man corner. He just wasn't very good at it in college. Maybe that'll be different in the league once he gets a little bit of development. But I know the Steelers showed interest in this guy, but I never really thought it was a great fit. But hey, maybe after a couple years of development under Jamel Dean and Joey Porter Jr., this guy can be exactly the type of guy that they want. Obviously, Patrick Graham likes him. If Patrick Graham likes him, I like him. All right, Shorts, Social. Okay. And the Jaguars just took Emmanuel Pregnon. That's disappointing, man. I think you reached on 2 players in round 3 when you had a chance to get Emmanuel Pregnon. That is really disappointing. So Omar Khan started things off great, in my opinion, with Jeremy Bernard trading up for him. Here in round 3, I think it's been pretty rough. And listen, you look back on this draft and Drew Aller becomes your franchise quarterback. This is an amazing 3rd round, no matter what. And if Dalen Everett becomes a starter, it looks great. But it's going to be at least a year or 2 before Everett even sees the field as a starter, barring some sort of injury to one of your starting corners. You had a need at safety, you had a need at defensive tackle, had a need at guard. Obviously, the Steelers must feel good about Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson if they're not going to take Emmanuel Pregnon, or something has to be wrong with Pregnon. So do we want to get into this pick cut and then get into the promotion here after? I just sent him a message here, so I'll see what we have to do here. But Dalen Everett, if you're just joining us, is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers will pick again at 99. We're currently at pick 88, and it's Emmanuel Pregnon, so the Bears are on the clock at 89. I would have taken Jermod McCoy before I took Dalen Everett. So there's a number of players here that I would have probably taken ahead of Everett here at 85. I think both of the 3rd-round picks for the Steelers have been reaches. So, not the best 3rd round for Omar Khan. We'll see what they can do here at 99. But obviously, this team believes in Brock Hoffman or Spencer Anderson. and break glass in case of emergency. They feel like they can move Fautano to guard, but it feels like you had really good Max Iheanachor insurance right in front of you in Emmanuel Pregnon, and you decided not to take him. Okay. So we're going to get into our breaking news cut here in just a second. But if you guys want to pick up a T-shirt here, we've got our channel logo T-shirts here for 30% off until the end of round 3. So these T-shirts are only $17.50 for the rest of round 3 here. We've just got a few more picks left to go here, but 30% off, which means these T-shirts are now $17.50 for the rest of round 3. That's chatsports.com/Steelers Talk to get your Steelers Talk channel logo T-shirts here. I'm sure we'll probably have a Drew Aller T-shirt of some variety here coming up soon, but if you guys want to help support the channel, we have a special flash sale here, 30% off. So that means $17.50 these T-shirts are right now on our website, chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. All right, are we ready? Okay. We're going to get into this breaking news cut here. Dalen Everett, cornerback from Georgia, is a Steeler. So let's talk about the pick right now. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected cornerback out of Georgia, Dalen Everett. And today we're going to be breaking down this pick right here on Steelers Talk by Chat Sports, presented by Prize Picks. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button, because this is exactly why you guys click that subscribe button, because we're getting you guys breaking news coverage and live and instant analysis of every single pick that the Pittsburgh Steelers make, not only tonight, but we'll also be live all day tomorrow on day 3, where the Steelers have a ton of draft selections as well. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. And with that, let's talk about this pick here, where Dalen Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia, is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers at number 85. And just like the Drew Aller pick, guys, at number 76, I feel like this is probably a bit of a reach for me. Now, Everett brings some nice tools to the table. Long arms, really physical. He's a good run defender as a corner. He's a good tackler, and he's got good long speed. So, good size, all that different stuff. Like, he brings what Patrick Graham likes to the table. Now, I do have some reservations about his coverage ability, specifically in man-to-man coverage, because I do think his foot quickness is not all the way there, even though he's a long striding athlete. He's got some really good speed. I think he's better in off coverage than he is, and he's better in zone, where he doesn't have to change directions as quickly as he does when mirroring routes in man. So, this is somebody that I have an early day 3 grade on. If you would have taken him in round 5, I would have been fine with this pick, but to take him at number 85, especially when the kinds of players that were on the board for you were there. I would have rather taken Jermod McCoy, who I know has injury concerns and might need to get another surgery and might have to miss the entirety of his first season here. But the Steelers have the depth at corner to be able to handle that. They've got Brandon Echols and Asante Samuel Jr. as really good veteran depth on contract years heading into the season this year. And you've got an excellent outside starting cornerback duo in Joey Porter Jr. and, of course, Jamel Dean, who signed a multiple-year contract this year. So Everett is coming in here as like CB5, maybe CB4, depending on how you feel about Brandon Echols as an outside corner option for this team, on the bench. And, he's going to have to sit and develop and learn. It's a good situation for him where he can, develop more skills, and maybe he can, become maybe a little bit more of a fluid athlete. I thought he was pretty stiff at Georgia, if I'm being completely honest, for somebody that runs really fast and is a long striding athlete. He's got long arms to get his hands on the football. And obviously Patrick Graham likes him, and the Steelers showed a lot of interest to him. Omar Khan really likes these Georgia Bulldogs. So, obviously this is a decision that the top decision makers really like and think is a fit here in Pittsburgh. And even though I think it's a reach, the Steelers clearly do not. And I think it's a good situation for Everett to come in and develop. Now, we'll talk more here about Dalen Everett in this pick and what I think it means for the Pittsburgh Steelers here moving forward in the cornerback room in just a second. But let me know, what's your one-word reaction to this pick? And while you guys get your one-word reactions down there in the comments, let's have a word from our sponsor today at Prize Picks, which is America's #1 sports picks app. With playoff basketball finally here, there's no better time to cash cash in during the playoffs this year. The PrizePicks app is super easy to use. You just pick more than or less than on a few player stat projections and lock in your lineup. If you're a hoops guy, you can go with points, rebounds, assists, blocks, or three-pointers. If you're more of a seam head, you like baseball, you can choose hits, home runs, or strikeouts. You can even look ahead to next year's football season. Go with projections here on receiving touchdowns for receivers like Puka Nacua or passing yards for quarterbacks like Dak Prescott and Caleb Williams. This particular lineup you guys can put in for $20. You can get 120 back if you get all three correct in a power play. So one thing that I love about the new PrizePicks app here, guys, is the social feeds feature that they have within the app itself, or you can share PrizePicks with your friends and copy lineups with a single click. You can actually follow me on the app like any other social media site at Sperry to see all my lineups on PrizePicks. Download the PrizePicks app today and use code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to receive $50 in lineups. That's code HMA when you play your first $5 lineup to get an extra $50 in lineups with PrizePicks. Click the link in the comments and description to download the app. And a big thank you to PrizePicks for sponsoring today's edition of Steelers Talk. Now, my one-word reaction here is sit, because that's exactly what Daylen Everette is going to be doing, at least in his first season here with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, if Jamel Dean just falls off a cliff this year and he stinks like Darius Slay did last year, if somehow you don't get this long-term contract extension done with Joey Porter Jr., I guess there's a world where Daylen Everette, after 1 year sitting on the bench, is essentially your CB4 or your CB5, becomes a starter. But it's honestly more of like in 2028 or 2029, this guy is projecting to maybe be a starter for you. And with a need at safety still there, you have Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Ramsey, Deshaun Elliott. Ramsey's expected to be the big nickel for this defense this year. I feel like they could have taken safety with this pick. There's some good options still on the board, and Emmanuel Pregnon was still here, and that was, the guy that I would have taken at 76, and I would have taken at 85 as well. And with me having an early day 3 grade on Daylen Everette, if you get him in round 5, I'm cool with it. In round 3, at pick number 85, I think it's a little bit of a reach, if I'm being completely honest with you guys. And, I still think that he's going to have to develop a bit here, especially if the Steelers are going to play as much man coverage as it seems like they want to under Patrick Graham. You bring in Jamel Dean for a reason. He's an awesome man-to-man corner. Joey Porter Jr. is the same. I expect this Steelers defense to play a lot of man. So, obviously, they feel like Everette can be a good man corner down the road if that's the style of defense they want to run here in Pittsburgh. But if I'm being honest with you guys, I think he was a pure zone skill set when I watched his tape coming out of Georgia this year. So maybe that could change. Maybe with a couple years of development, they could teach him, all these different, techniques and tips to become a really good man corner. If there's anybody you can learn that skill set from, it's Joey Porter Jr. and Jamel Dean, two of some of the best in the league. So, I think he's a good athlete. I think he's, physical, and he fits the Pittsburgh Steelers brand. I just probably would have gone in another direction here, and it seems like that's starting to become a theme here in the 2026 NFL Draft for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So what say you guys? Let me know down there in the comments section. Give me an A, B, C, D, or F down there in the comments. For me, I'm going to reveal my grade in our Day 2 grades video, which will be coming out later tonight. The way we're going to set it up is we're going to react to pick number 99 in our Day 2 grades video, and then we'll grade the Day 2 picks as a whole at the end of that video. So make sure you guys tune in for that. But just a little reminder here so far, Max Iheanachor in round 1. Again, a player I'm fine with, but not the player I would have taken there. Then Jeremy Bernard, that's the one pick where I was like, yes, Omar, you got it right this time. Then Drew Aller at 76. A little bit early for me, but hey, if he turns into your next franchise quarterback, it's not going to matter. And then Daylen Everette at 85, once again, a little bit of a reach for somebody that I don't necessarily think is a terrific fit for Patrick Graham's defense, but obviously Patrick Graham disagrees with me, and I think he's a little bit more of an expert on what he wants at corner than I am. Now, that'll be it for today's show. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Again, we're going to have our Day 2 grades video be the next video that we have on this channel. So make sure you click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Till next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. All right, since the Steelers took Daylen Everette, you have Austin Barber, way. That's the first time for a Browns pick so far where I'm like, that's a reach. Wilkeck Merrick ended up going to the Miami Dolphins. I kind of like that, honestly. Now, it's a little early again, but this run on tight ends has been crazy. And then Emmanuel Pregnon, unfortunately, went to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Now, what's going on with him, I don't know. But the Steelers, obviously, either A, something is massively wrong with his profile where the Steelers were like, he's off our board, or they really believe in Brock Hoffman or their plan at left guard. Because, in my opinion, Emmanuel Pregnon is a plug-and-play starting left guard in this league. And you passed on him not once, but twice in the third round for players that, I think you could have gotten later in this draft. So that's going to affect my grade here in this round 3 once we get to our day 2 grades video, which is coming out later tonight. But then after that, Xavier Thomas, wide receiver from LSU. Kalen Black, oh my God, that is such a reach for Kalen Black in round 3. The number 3 running back off the board, right?
Yep.
Wow. I have a round 7 grade on Kalen Black. He went round 3. Trey Zune, center, tackle, guard. I don't know where he'll play. Probably center. But probably not center, actually, because they brought in Tyler Linderbaum this offseason. Zune going to the Las Vegas Raiders. Shawn Barham.
Michigan defensive end.
He can play off-ball linebacker. He can also play edge. I think he's probably better as like a rotational edge.
Kind of like that pick, though.
But a lot of juice from Shawn Barham from Michigan. Probably a little bit early for him, if I'm being honest with you. But
Cowboys need juice.
Cowboys need juice on the defensive side of the ball.
Now, we can look ahead to pick number 99 for the Steelers, since it is coming up.
Yeah. You already took a corner, so obviously you had the chance to take Jermod McCoy. You didn't take it. There's no way they're going corner. If Keontae Scott's there, he's an interesting safety option. Zakee Wheatley from Penn State they met with at the Combine as well. Can we take a look at safeties? By the way, I think if Darrell Jackson Jr. is there at 99, I think there's a good chance he's the pick.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all.
The Steelers, we want to talk about the players the Steelers have shown the most interest in. There's only 6 players that had a top 30 visit and a combine formal with the Steelers. The Steelers have taken 2 of those players, Drew Aller and Jeremy Bernard. I think the only one that's left that got both of those is Darrell Jackson Jr. So if he's there at 99, I think he's going to be the pick, guys. But I would take Jalen Kilgore as well. I love Jalen Kilgore, man. If you want somebody that can be a future big nickel potentially, but also potentially be a future starting free safety, if you get Jalen Kilgore here at 99, I'd be happy with that.
Pick is in for the Dolphins.
Pick is in for the Dolphins at 94. Kagan Trost, guard from Missouri. Do I even have a grade on this guy? Did I even grade this guy this year?
Honestly, if I'm the Dolphins, I'm picking Jermod McCoy and being like, I'm happy with that.
Nope, I didn't even watch Kagan Trost this year from Missouri. I graded 23 interior offensive linemen this year. None of them are named Caden Trost. Now, never mind, I did. I evaluated him as a tackle from Missouri. I have a mid-day 3 grade on him. So another big reach in round 3. It feels like there's more reaches in round 3 this year and in round 2 than most years. I don't know. Is that just me?
Maybe evaluations becoming different.
Whoa, the Steelers have traded up.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up to pick 96. So they're moving up just a few spots, but obviously there's somebody that they feel they got to go get here. If I'm being I don't know, man. I don't know who they would trade up for here because Pregnon's not on the board. They've already taken a corner, so it's not like they're trading up to get McCoy.
Keontae Scott, maybe?
It could be Keontae. I would prefer Jalen Kilgore to Keontae Scott, though, if I'm being honest, man. Kilgore's bigger. He's younger. He's not quite as fast, but he's more than fast enough. So they're moving from 99 to 95, apparently. Oh, no, 96, my mistake. So the Steelers are on the clock, everybody. I need everybody to spam PIT. The Pittsburgh Steelers are trading up. Who could they be trading up?
I think they're to 95 because they said they're trading with the Patriots.
Oh, never mind. They're trading to 95. There's different reports out there. So the Steelers are trading 99 and 216. So that's their 6th round pick to move up a few spots here with New England. I think this could be for Darrell Jackson Jr. If I had to guess, that's going to be the pick here for me. By the way, again, guys, up until the end of the round 3 here, make sure you guys go to chatsports.com/Steelers Talk. 30% off our Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirts. Come on. We are on the clock, Steelers Nation. Who are the Steelers taking? What? Did I? I did? Okay. Who are the Steelers trading up for here? I want to say I think it's Darrell Jackson Jr. because they've shown a ton of interest in him. He's still here. I mean, Jennings Dunker's on the board. Do they like him enough to take him and then, have him compete at guard? By the way, Chris Bell is going to Miami at 94. Come on. Who we got here? I would love Jalen Kilgore. I would love Darrell Jackson Jr. There's a number of players that I'd be cool with at this spot. Safety, defensive tackle, and maybe guard with Jennings Dunker if they really love him. Now, Dunker, I would have some reservations with Dunker, but I would love watching that ginger mullet play for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'll tell you that much, man. Just from a pure vibes perspective, Jennings Dunker would be awesome. Kyle Lewis is still out there. Could they take the Pitt guy? I think they could take a linebacker at some point if they love Kyle Lewis. He's a versatile piece. What are you saying what for? The pick? The Steelers pick? Oh. What?
I don't know what is going on.
Is there just a bunch of confusion as to
who they traded with? Because
there's some people like
Schultz said the Patriots took someone.
Okay, well, maybe they're trading up to – I've seen people say they're trading up to 96.
What is going on, brother?
Listen, man, Jennings Dunker would be fun because he's the type of bruiser that, like, you play him in the AFC North in December, you're going to feel it the next day. You're going to have bruises on your body.
Well, the pick is also turned in.
So the pick is in. The Patriots are selecting a player at 95. The Steelers are trading up to 96 with Seattle. They're giving up pick 216 in round 6. So whoever they're taking here, they love. I would say it's probably Darrell Jackson Jr. I know they love Darrell Jackson Jr., man. Top 30 visit and a combine formal. He's still here. This is around the range where he's expected to go. That's what kind of lines up. And I would love it. I would love Darrell Jackson Jr. being added to this defensive line. Like, he could be potentially your future starting nose tackle whenever Sebastian Joseph Day is done here in Pittsburgh. So the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock here at 96. Type those PITs. Type those PITs. Could it be Kyle Lewis? It would certainly be interesting if it's Kyle Lewis, man. Versatile chess piece. Played in a Brian Flores-style defense at Pitt, obviously. Under Pat Narduzzi. Could it be him? Darrell Jackson Jr. makes a lot of sense here. Could be a safety. If the Steelers land Jalen Kilgore, like this is good value for him. Oh, baby. I saw the pick. I know what the pick is, and it's a lot of fun. I saw the pick, and it's a lot of fun here, guys. Listen, man, the pick that the Steelers, the player that the Steelers are playing, so much fun. Vibes off the charts. And if he works out, man, like this Steelers team is going to be dangerous. But I think he's a bit risky, and we'll talk about the reasons why once our software catches up here. All right, the Pittsburgh Steelers are set to pick. We will reveal it on screen here momentarily. Cam Hayward back out there to make the pick at 96. Steelers clearly love this player, and they are going to take guard out of Iowa. Jennings Dunker is a Pittsburgh Steeler at 96 overall. The ginger mullet and the ginger mustache is heading to Pittsburgh. And I got to say, man, it's a fun pick. I'm not convinced that he's going to be able to beat out Blake Hoffman for the starting left guard job because he was a tackle in college. He's going to have to make a full transition to guard. But, man, he is such a vibes player. He fits the Pittsburgh culture perfectly as just an absolute – this guy's got Steelers legend written all over him. Does anyone know that it was fucked up? Are they trying to figure it out? Can they go back after they set it in? Well, we're eventually going to get to this pick, guys, but I'm actually going to do a short right now, but we don't have the graphics set here because our producer had the Steelers trade up to 95, and they're currently trying to fix that. But Jennings Dunker, offensive lineman out of Iowa, they announced him as a tackle, but a lot of people think he's going to be able to go on in and play guard at the next level. And he plays with a lot of physicality. He has Pittsburgh Steeler written all over him. He has a ginger mullet and a ginger mustache. He is a character, man. I think Steelers fans are going to absolutely love this guy. He's going to compete for the starting left guard job right away. Would I have rather had Emmanuel Pregnon earlier? Yeah. But, I mean, this is so much fun. Jennings Dunker is awesome. I can't wait to cover him. He's a Pittsburgh Steeler. All right, I'm going to make a quick short here. The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up to the 96th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. And with that draft selection, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected guard out of Iowa, Jennings Dunker. The beautiful ginger mullet and mustache combination are heading to Pittsburgh. And in terms of Pittsburgh vibes, somebody that plays the game like a Pittsburgh Steelers, an absolute bruiser as a run blocker, Jennings Dunker brings that to the table, all right? And he's going to be able to compete probably for the starting left guard job right away with guys like Brock Hoffman and Spencer Anderson, and, you know, he's going to have every chance to win that job. Now, the balance isn't fantastic. He's on the ground a lot, okay? And he's got kind of like a tackle body, and he wasn't really that good at tackle, which is why a lot of people, you know, think he's going to move inside to guard. Including me. But, you know, he's definitely got some potential here. I would have rather had Emmanuel Pregnon, but the vibes are high, man. Jennings Dunker, can't wait to cover him. All right, I'm going to send this to who? You? So we got some picks left, but we're not doing a pick cut right now. Okay, cool. I'll send it to Ponzi here. We're going to be talking about Jennings Dunker at the top of our Day 2 draft grades video that we're going to be doing here today. But yeah, initial thoughts, I like the pick. I don't love the pick, but I like it, okay? And, you know, the reason why I like it is that he plays the game like a Steeler. He feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler. He's going to be a fan favorite immediately. Like in Latrobe, the people lining up to get this guy's autograph is going to be insane. He's going to be a character, you know, inside the locker room. And if he can develop into like a legitimate starting guard in the league, you know, this would be such an awesome player to you know to be a mainstay in this offensive line. So it's another younger piece added to this offensive line. You have Iheanachor, you have Jennings Dunker, both of which I think are pretty developmental prospects. So we'll see how early they're able to play. But, you know, they've got really good upside. And we'll see how much they can develop in time for the start of this season. And we'll see if one of them or if both of them can earn starting positions here at the Pittsburgh Steelers starting offensive line. All right, we've got to catch up on Super Chats here, guys, because it's been a while since we've done any Super Chats. So let's catch up here. I don't think we've done any Super Chats since the Aller pick. Oh, okay. $2 from Eric. Says Khan must be asleep at the wheel right now. I guess. He ended up trading up there at the end of the at the end of the third. Justin Watson, is he saying it's about damn time for a receiver? Okay, cool. So we're still back to the Jeremy Bernard Super Chats here. Matt Sabb says what? He says, what number is Aller? Because I believe he will do well in Pittsburgh and compete with Will Howard. I'm guessing he's going to get 15. Like, he had 15 in college. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't have 15 here in Pittsburgh. I'm going to check the roster here to make sure. Am I missing somebody just, like, completely obvious? 15, Ben Skoranek. I think Ben will, probably give that up to Aller. Who knows? Maybe not. But, I don't know what number he's going to be, but I would guess 15. I think, Skoranek will probably give him that number, but we'll see. Then $2 here from Emilio says, what are you thinking about Philly stealing Lemon? It's embarrassing, man. Like, that whole optic of, Caleb or Mekhi on the phone with the Pittsburgh Steelers and then his agent running over saying the Eagles are trading up for you, and you got to get on stage. And it's just a terrible look for Omar Khan. Now, you were able to pivot and get Jeremy Bernard today, which is a great pivot in my opinion. He's not as good as Mekhi Lemon, but he does a lot of the same things Mekhi Lemon does at a really high level. So I like the pivot from Omar Khan there at receiver. But, yeah, it's a bad look there with Philly coming up to take Lemon. $2 from Gary Reynolds says, trade back up for Emmanuel Pregnon. Apparently the Steelers didn't like him enough. Apparently they preferred Jennings Dunker to Emmanuel Pregnon. So I disagree with that. I would have rather had Pregnon, but I'm excited to cover Jennings Dunker. He's a fun player, fun personality. He's fun to watch on tape. So I'm looking forward to watching some tape of Jennings Dunker here in Pittsburgh. $2 from Linden says trade up for Pregnon. I'm guessing a lot of these are like trade up for Pregnon. $2 from Thomas says Baldy has made up for being cucked at home. I don't know what this means, but okay. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you get Jeremy Bernard. He's a good player, man. I don't know if it completely makes up for it, but because I would have – but you weren't going to take Pregnon in round 2 anyway, so you got your tackle that you wanted. I knew that they wanted a tackle and a guard. I thought they were going to prioritize guard first. Apparently they prioritized tackle first. So, yeah. $2 here for Tony Daniels says, I keep hearing Thielen, but Bernard is Ayuk light. I don't think he has the same amount of juice as Ayuk. Like Ayuk, like the way he gets in and out of breaks, man, it's so explosive back in his prime. I don't think Bernard has that level of juice, but I think Thielen is a very good comp for Jeremy Bernard. By the way, if you get Minnesota Vikings, Adam Thielen out of Jeremy Bernard, that is an awesome player. $10 from Interstellar Reaper. Jack, should the Steelers draft a safety in round 3? Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, A.J. Halsey, Kamari Ramsey, Zeki Wheatley, Bud Clark, and Michael Taffy. Some of those guys are still available, by the way. Zeki Wheatley, Kamari Ramsey, Michael Taffy. I like Michael Taffy from Texas. I would say at 121, if Kilgore's there, like Kilgore's the guy I want at 121, or Darrell Jackson Jr. If one of those guys is there at 121, that's the guy that I want there. Yeah, that's probably what I'll say on that. $5 from Hunter says, given the surge of elite AFC pass rushers, does investing in multiple first-round OTs with fifth-year options seem like a strong strategy for the future? Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a bad strategy. You've got these 2 guys, first-round picks, and with the edge rushers that you're going to have to face on a weekly basis. And it's not like Drew Aller has, the best pocket presence in the world, and I don't really see that being something that's going to be, super developed in his time in the pros. I think Drew Aller's upside is something akin to Joe Flacco. And Joe Flacco, he was a good quarterback in this league for a long time, man. And he played in this division for a long time. Won a Super Bowl for a team in this division. So, that's the kind of upside I think we're talking about here. I don't think it's Josh Allen, Justin Herbert level upside with Drew Aller. I don't think he's the same athlete as those guys, but he's got insane arm talent, man. And if he can learn proper footwork, which is Mike McCarthy's specialty. If he can learn how to play within rhythm and on time, he's got the arm talent to make every throw in the book, man. So excited to see how he develops in the years to come. I'm excited for him to be here, even though I think they reached on him. $5 from Flint says, if you include the draft compensation for Pittman Jr., people can knock Khan, but before free agency, if this was the result at this point, I'd be hyped. Yeah, I think Omar Khan did an adequate job filling this wide receiver room. It's the first time in the last 3 years that that's the case. Plain simple. Honestly, I think that this is probably the best wide receiver room here in Pittsburgh in a while. So I'm excited to see this trio, DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., Jeremy Bernard. That's a legitimate wide receiver trio for whoever the quarterback is going to be able to work with. So I'm excited for that. The future says, who do you think Tomlin would have got first and second? Probably something similar, honestly. Really, it's the scouting department that really does a lot in terms of setting the board in the front office, and then Mike Tomlin might have had some preferences there, but honestly, I think it would have worked out pretty similar. Maybe they don't take Drew Aller. Maybe Tomlin wasn't so high on Aller, and if Arthur Smith was still here, maybe they'd have different preferences there. But obviously, you asked about the first and second round, but I honestly don't think it would have been that much different if Mike Tomlin was still here. $10 from James says, do you hate us taking Beck if he falls to the late rounds? No, I would have been fine with Beck round 5 and on. But, I tell you this, I'd rather have Drew Aller in round 3 than Drew Aller in round 3 or round 4. I'll tell you that right now. I think Aller definitely has more upside. I don't see a ton of starter level upside with Beck personally. It's just my personal opinion. I do see that upside with Aller, so I'm glad we have the former and not the latter. $2 from Fetty Kruger says, I'd be very happy with Bud Clark. Dude's a dog. Unfortunately, he went to Seattle. Next one here. I'm going to try and answer these questions as fast as I can here, Ponzi, because I know we got a lot to get to here. And that's the end of day 2 of the NFL draft, guys. What's that? Jermod McCoy is this year's Shadur Sanders, huh? Where he falls around. For different reasons, obviously, but
one sucks at football, one's injured.
James says, I am dumb. I meant Nussmeier or any of them. Okay. So, Ponzi, can we take one more look here at the end of round 3 after the Steelers picked, and then we'll kind of rattle off these super chats because we gotta get to our grades cut, and we got to get to another cut as well. So the Vikings had 2 back-to-back picks here, 97 and 98. They took Caleb Tiernan and Jacoby Thomas, somebody the Steelers have shown some interest in at safety, so he's off the board. Julian Neal, a corner from Arkansas, off the board to Seattle, and Jalen Husky, another safety, coming off the board here at number 100 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that will conclude round 3 of the NFL Draft. Still a lot of good players available, man, so I can't wait to see what the Steelers do at 121. It wouldn't shock me if they trade down from 121 tomorrow. Get an extra pick if there's multiple players that they still like. If they can get a decent pick back, wouldn't surprise me. All right, let's get back to Super Chats here. Man, Emmanuel Pregnon and Caden McDonald finally got taken. $5 here from Bernard. I think we already saw this one. Yeah, we saw that one from Bernard. Seth Peterson says, any good speedsters left at wide receiver? There's plenty of good speedsters. Plenty. There's probably too much to count, honestly. Skylar Bell is still available. Brennan Thompson from Mississippi State still available. Caden Weegan from Iowa still available. Eli Heidenreich from Navy still available. Eric Rivers from Georgia Tech still available. There's a lot of speedy receivers still out there. I do think the Steelers will take another receiver tomorrow at some point, probably a punt return guy, a speedy guy. So I'm excited to see who that could be once we get to tomorrow. $5 from Mello, the trainer, says, what do you guys see Nadeem Tucker from Western Michigan going? He was the leading sack leader in the nation. Well, the leading sack getter at Western Michigan. Certainly different than doing it like in the SEC or something like that. But I'll pull up my notes on him here to let him know. I have a round 6 grade on him, by the way. So I'm not that high on him. I'll just read you his profile here. Tucker is a twitchy, high-motor edge defender whose get-off and lateral quickness create immediate inside-outside wins and allow him to flatten efficiently to the quarterback. He plays with a forward lean that shrinks his strike zone, pairing it with fast, violent hands and a developing rush toolbox with cross chops, rips, and swipes that helped fuel his eye-catching production in 2025, where he put up 61 pressures and double-digit sacks. Tucker shows better play strength than most 245-pounders and processes quickly as an unblocked defender with backside pursuit to chase down scrambling quarterbacks. However, his light frame, below average length, and only adequate core power can leave him swallowed up against the run, and he remains a mediocre finisher with limited experience coverage. Add in accountability concerns from his Houston tenure, just one season as a full-time FBS starter, and the fact that he'll be 26 years old as a rookie, and he has some questions start to pop up about how well he will translate, making the jump from the level of competition he was playing at to the pros. So off-field stuff, he's 26, lots of production at a lower level of football, and he's doesn't have the arm length, doesn't have necessarily the play strength to hold up against the run. He's like more of a rotational pass rusher. I think he's worth a pick. I think he's worth a day 3 dart throw, but I'd think if you're only looking at production, you're looking at the wrong things, especially at that level of football. $2 from Clarence Morse. His next 3 picks in order, I would like to see wide receiver, offensive line, defensive tackle. I want to see a safety at some point. I would love to see a safety. It's a position the Steelers have shown some interest in throughout this process. Defensive tackle, yes, I'd love to see some depth there, and absolutely wide receiver. I don't know when this was sent in, but I'm sure it was before the Jeremy Bernard pick. Another one here from Adam says, what about Mason moving to left guard with Troy possibly moving to left tackle and Hoffman to play right guard? It's a possibility. It sounds like the team doesn't want to move Mason McCormick because he played really well at right guard last year. They don't want to mess with that. But with Hoffman's experience at right guard, I could see them maybe doing that because McCormick played left guard in college. And not to mention, Jennings Dunker played right tackle in college. So could they just move him to right guard? That's a possibility. So there's a lot of question marks in terms of where and how they're going to utilize the weapons that they have here along the offensive line. I think it's going to be a big camp competition, and the starters are going to kind of reveal themselves in due time. And Steelers' dad, darn you, Sperry. I'm guessing that was for the Aller pick. $5 from Lyndon Humbert says, Omar is on meth. What the fuck is going on? I'm about to burn my terrible towel. F them for not drafting Pregnon. I'm disappointed they didn't take Pregnon today, man. I would have taken him at 76. Easy decision. His film is just better than Jennings Dunker's. And, we just don't know what Jennings Dunker is going to be as a guard in this league. So I'm with you there. I think the tape pretty clearly shows that Pregnon's the better player. And because you reached on guys like Aller and Everett, in my opinion, I don't love those picks. But, I think they're fine picks, especially if Drew Aller turns out as the next franchise quarterback of this team. I don't think it's worth burning your terrible towel over. I think Jennings Dunker is a really fun player. We'll see how he works out. $2 from Fetty Kruger says, how do you feel about Skyler Gil Howard late? I mean, I'd be fine with it. Next question, Fetty Kruger, 5, says, I'm assuming the Drew Aller pick means if Rodgers doesn't come back, Mason is gone. I agree it's early, but if they trust their guy, take him. And this is why you brought in Mike McCarthy, right? It's because he's the QB developer. He's the guy that, the reason why you brought him in is to deliver the next franchise quarterback and develop the next franchise quarterback. We'll see if Drew Aller's that. He's got the upside to do it. He's got a ways to go before he gets there. So it'll be very fun in the preseason, I'll tell you that. $5 from Macro Man says, Jack, you're forgetting that Bernard played guard back in Pee Wee football. Omar killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Talking about Jeremy Bernard there. That's a good one there, Macro Man. $2 there from Macro again. Says, Everett screams Jalen Ramsey replacement. Does he, though? I mean,
at Senior Bowl, he practiced in the slot a lot, and teams wanted to see him in the slot.
I mean, I guess. I mean, he could be.
Yeah.
I never really thought of it that way because he really played outside at Georgia, but I guess you could maybe think about him as a big nickel type. He's a really good tackler. Like, he could maybe fill that role. That's a good point there, Macro, man. $5 from Fetty Kruger says nobody talks about Spencer Anderson at guard. He played pretty well, I thought. That's probably why we aren't drafting a guard so high. I think he played at a very replacement level. I think he's best as an elephant jumbo tight end. That's his best role in the league. So I think Spencer Anderson is a very solid guard. If your starting guard gets injured, he's fine as a backup. I don't think he's a franchise-level guard or a legit starter in this league. That's my personal opinion. $2 from Ant Dollar Sign says this is Omar's worst draft since he took over so far. I agree. Just on paper and based on my grades, this is the worst I've felt about a Pittsburgh Steelers draft through the first 2 days of the draft since Omar took over and since I took over as the host of this team. So I don't think it's necessarily like a terrible draft so far, but I remember after the first 2 days of pretty much every other draft being like, oh my gosh, the Steelers are absolutely cooking. I don't necessarily feel that way right now. $2 from Fetty Kruger says, if we take a guard soon, Jennings Dunker, thoughts? Obviously he's here, and I'm excited to cover him. He's a fun player. $5 from Fetty Kruger says, I think the haters need to take a deep breath. I think this is a fine draft with some decent picks. Anybody saying this is the worst draft is Delulu. I mean, I think it's a fine draft. I think it's probably Omar Khan's worst draft because he's had some awesome draft classes. But obviously, we don't know how good this draft class is until, these guys actually play. And honestly, we won't really know for sure until the rookie contracts are up. $10 from Beeman says Max gets 1 year behind Cook. Dunker gets 1 year behind Hoffman. Fellas, we have Demons on the way. Sneaky good draft. The rest of the North draft hype. Let's freaking go. I mean, I'd be fine with that. Especially if Hoffman is like a good player and he's like a legit starter. You've got these guys working behind these really, really good developmental offensive linemen with really good upside. Developing behind the scenes. I don't hate it whatsoever, Beeman. $2 here from Fetty Kruger says we need a solid punt returner, a kick returner. Who would be your choice? Caden Weegan, round 7. If you can get him there out of Iowa, get another Iowa Hawkeye here. Awesome punt return, man. And honestly, I think he can provide some nice competition for that speedy slot position with Roman this year. $2 from Fetty Kruger says safety, Darrell Jackson or Kyle Lewis next pick. I don't know when this was sent. Oh, just now. Okay, so yeah, Kyle Lewis would be an awesome pick too. Like, I would be cool with any of these three options, Fetty Kruger. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if the Steelers trade down from 121 tomorrow. They don't have pick 135 anymore. But yeah, I would say, any safety, well, not any safety, but you guys get my point. There's still some good safeties out there. Darrell Jackson Jr., if he makes it to you at 121, and then Kyle Lewis are probably the ones you're looking at once we get to 121. But I think we're good on Venmos. Yes. We are good on Venmos. Oh, how much on Venmos? Because we still got to do the raffle. Okay. We are at... We have... crap, I think I didn't filter out the ones from yesterday. So let me just... Yeah. Bad. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I think we're good to do both of the raffles here. So we're going to be giving away a Steelers Talk channel logo t-shirt, and we'll be giving away a Steelers jersey of the player of your choosing. So if you want Jeremy Bernard, you can get Jeremy Bernard. If you want a Max Iheanachor jersey, if you want a Drew Aller jersey, we can make it happen for you. All right, so do you need the free raffle entries for the Twitter followers? Okay. Okay, let me find the start here. Got quite a few today, I feel like. Christopher Zarate. Zarate. Evo, that's just EVO, in all caps. Hashtag charge on. Hashtag here we go. Z. Tim Latanzio. That's 2 T's. Lattanzio. Latanzio. Bodie McBoatface. Nice name. John Pulaski. Pierce. Lulu BB. Defay. Ovods with 2 D's. Ovods, one word. Justin Sanger. Jay Hertz, 75. JP Cameron. Steve Burns. Zap. And Teagan. Matt Atkins with a 20 says, in hindsight, and Iheanachor at 21, aging like wine or milk. I'm happy with day 2. Pumped we got Dunker. I think it looks pretty good right now. Now, the question is, will Iheanachor play in year 1 or will he be developmental and behind the scenes in year 1? I think it could go either way. Same thing goes for Dunker. It depends on how good they feel Dylan Cook is and how good they feel Brock Hoffman is. And it kind of depends how they perform in the offseason, and there's going to be some competitions in camp, which will be very exciting. And to have that competition there on the offensive line and some really good young talent and some high upside in this group. Like if Dunker and Iheanachor both hit, this offensive line has an extremely bright future. So excited for that. Excited to see how a lot of these developmental type players kind of work out. But the Steelers are drafting a lot of developmental players. The only player that I would classify as pro ready is Jeremy Bernard, who's going to be your starting number 3 receiver. Max Iheanachor is more of a developmental guy, but I think I like Dylan Cook. So if you want to go this year with Dylan Cook at left tackle, Troy Fautano at right, I would be fine with that. And then you got Jennings Dunker, who has to make the transition from tackle to guard. I think it would probably be good for him to sit for a year. I'm open to him winning the job in camp, but I'm also probably good with Brock Hoffman starting the year at guard as well. And then you got Drew Aller, who obviously is taking a year off to learn from Rodgers, because that's the expectation at this point, that Rodgers will be back for another season. And then, so out of your 4 picks, or out of your 5 picks, I should say, 4 of them are developmental pieces that probably won't play for you immediately. But, I think the future is bright. The upside's there, so I like it. Is this it for Super Chats? All right, let's do the raffles here so we can get out of here, get to that grades video, get that out for you guys at a reasonable hour. And then, of course, we'll be back live tomorrow for day 3 where the Steelers have a number of picks. All right, first one, the jersey. Make sure you guys send me an email at Sperry at chatsports.com if you win. All right, Christopher Zarati. A Twitter follower. Got his one raffle entry in. Congratulations, my friend. And now a Steelers t-shirt to somebody. It looks like Brandon Nicholson or Steelers dad. Which one? Brandon Nicholson. Hey, you haven't been here for a while, Brandon. Congratulations. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today. I would say, this draft, it's not a whole lot of day one impact, but it's a lot of potential future impact, and it really feels like Mike McCarthy, the new Steelers head coach, is laying the groundwork for his administration, his regime here in Pittsburgh as the Steelers head coach. You got a lot of players that are probably future starters, maybe not immediate starters outside of Jeremy Bernard. But honestly, this Steelers roster, I don't think necessarily needed a lot of immediate starters, outside of wide receiver. And you can argue offensive line, but it sounds like they really believe in Brock Hoffman for at least this 1 year as a stopgap starting option. And they really like Dunker as a future starting option with his ginger mullet and mustache. They really believe in Iheanachor as their future right tackle. Troy Fautano eventually probably moving back over to the left side. So I think that's where we're at. We got a lot of picks tomorrow. A lot of opportunity to get better, and still some needs and some positions that they could address. So thank you guys so much for joining us here today. We will get you guys a Day 2 grades video out on the channel as soon as we possibly can. Thank you guys so much for your support. Until next time, guys. What's that? What Fonzie? What's that? Oh, a couple buzzer beaters here. Okay. Well, we'll be here as long as you guys keep sending in super chats. But Raymond Pete says Omar got Pitt, Dean, Briscoe. I'm talking about Pitt, so Pittman, Dean, Jamel Dean, Brisker, Rico Dowdle, all 12 picks doing good. Yeah, I mean, this is a Steelers roster that's already built to try and win now with veteran talent, so the Steelers can really, go by their board and go by, what players they really like. And, I think that there's a lot of potential future starters in this draft class. So we'll see how they develop. I think a lot of them are pretty raw, but they all have pretty good starter level upside, in my opinion. And Jeremy Bernard is ready to go day one. And that's really the position the Steelers needed to get, that needed to be a day one contributor, which is why they really prioritized that and traded up today. $5 from Fetty Kruger says Dunker has better hair than Trevor Lawrence's. I mean, I think he has the best hair mustache combination in the league out of anybody. And he's a guard. Like, that is fucking awesome. He says, let the memes commence. I mean, his line at Latrobe for autographs is going to be insane, Fetty. All right, is that it? All right, that'll be it for tonight's show. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We will be back tomorrow. I believe it starts at 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Is that correct? 11 our time, Ponzi? So we'll be live, I'd say, probably 30 minutes before that because it's a long day, day 3. So we'll probably only have a 30-minute pregame show. We'll probably be live 11:30 a.m. Eastern time, guys. So we got a Day 2 grades video coming. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button and turn on those notifications so you know when that gets here. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers.